Hello, lovers and listicles. My name is TBSkyen, and it has been a year since the last time I did this, so I figure with a bunch of updates and reworks and new lore and yada yada yada, probably it's time to do one of these again, isn't it? So, before we get into any of that though, hello everybody! How y'all doing? Yeah, y'all doing okay? With the world being in such a wonderful state as it is? I hope so. I also hope that the audio is okay, like that the music isn't too loud, and that you can hear me blabbering into the microphone. Let me know in chat if you can't. And let's, holy good lord, there's like 450 people here. What the hell? That's a lot of people. I'm just gonna make a tier list, guys. It's not... okay. Well, I'm not complaining. Hello, everybody. So, the way we're gonna do this is similar to last year, if you remember. And using this website called Tier Maker, I got a bunch of champion icons. We're just gonna grab them in alphabetical order and sort them into one of these following categories. S tier, which is obviously the best one. And then there's ABC, which is like, there are various shades of not perfect. And then there's F, which are just bad. I don't like them. And then we have uncategorizable. Now, this is a special category specifically for champions that are like just desperately in need of a rework. And it's kind of like, they're so old and from such a different state of the game that it's kind of unfair to even try and rank them because they're just like, Shaco will go into this category, for example. So will Corky. Once we get to them, we'll talk about why. So, oh god, no, 500 people. Oh, this is gonna be stressful. Okay. So last time I did this, it took like about 5 hours. And that's probably going to be a long one again. I think I can do it a little bit faster. But it's probably going to be a long one again. So I'm going to stop a couple of times and get some tea so that my voice doesn't, you know, explode in my throat. But outside of that, yeah, super chats are available if you want them. And that's probably the best. The chat is going kind of fast right now. It's probably the best way to get me to see something if you want me to. There's also Streamlabs, which also does the donation thing, but... hang on, I actually don't know if that pops up correctly on actually, I should remove that. Don't use Streamlabs right now. Cause... I don't think it's gonna pop up on screen correctly. Yeah, gotta removing that one for now. What a bother. Let's get into it then. And we'll start at the very beginning with my dear lad, Aatrox. So, for those of you who are around, like, last year, you may remember what I did with some of the old champions, and you'll may be surprised that some of them have moved places since the last time I did this. That's because my opinions are mercurial. I change my mind every 45 seconds, and I don't have any consistent principles about anything. So, if you find that one champion was in, like, F tier last year, and all of a sudden they've moved to S tier, that's just because I'm a weirdo, and don't think about it too hard. This is only a set of opinions, and they shouldn't probably be taken too seriously. Like, some people in the comments of the last one got really upset that I put a champion in a tier that they didn't like really as though I had condemned them to hell or something, which I think is perhaps a little extreme. Anyway, Aatrox goes, at least insofar as my opinion, into A tier. And there's a couple of reasons why. I really like Aatrox. Like, I like his lore, I like his story, I like how that's executed upon, I like the idea of this sort of constantly regenerating flesh golem using the bodies of his opponents to regenerate himself. There's a lot to like about Aatrox. But he's also like, he's just a demon guy. Like, he's just it's not something that I look at him and go, oh, this could only exist in League of Legends. It's like, no, yeah, I could see that being in, like, Diablo or any number of other dark fantasy games of various kinds. That is not really... it's not really that unique to League of Legends. He's just a demon guy with a big sword. We've seen that kind of thing before. So, A tier because, like, he's good, and he's distinct, and he's unique, he has an interesting visual language, but not S because he's not, like, we've seen stuff like this before. Which moves us on to everyone's favorite fox girl, Ari. Now, Ari for me is like, I waver between putting her in A tier and B tier, because like I kind of want to put her in A tier because like she's nice, like she looks really cool, she has the kimono and she's hot, and it's like, it's a good design, and it does pretty much what the story demands of her. Like, Ari's story, which has changed substantially over time, is essentially that she's a fox demon who kind of accidentally goes around seducing people and sucking the life out of them and murdering them. And yeah, that's kind of there. Like, the succubus aspect of her is there. The seductress aspect of her is there. But it's also like, she's also just a hot girl with animal ears. And it's like, again, it's the uniqueness factor where it's like, this is not just Aatrox levels of not that unique. It's like, it's just a hot girl with fox ears. And there's a million of them. And I don't know that any of them are that special, really, which is why ultimately I feel like she's in B tier, because she's just a hot girl. And League of Legends has 12 dozen of those, and none of them are that distinct from each other or interesting outside of just like their costuming and their hair. So, have my opinions been controversial yet? We'll get to it, I'm sure. Aatrox belongs in the double A tier, the memo sky. Yeah. This is true, Nazalutsu. Let's see, where were we? Right. Moving on to our favorite ninja girl. Now, Akali has had an absolutely excellent rework, and I am tempted, at least initially, maybe we'll move her around later, to hit her up into the S tier. And specifically because her aesthetic, like, League of Legends is generally kind of a generic game, which is one of the unfortunate things about it, is that it draws from such a wide pool of different and disparate influences that is like, yeah, it ultimately ends up being kind of a generic fantasy world. It has some unique aspects. One of the things I think they handled really well is having Akali look both like the generic ninja girl that she sort of ultimately kind of has to be since she's from Ionia and the Kinku Order, blah, 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 but also having an expression where I look at that and I go, oh yeah, that's a League of Legends champion. Like, there's something about the specific combination of especially the iconography of her tattoos and the way that she's put together, that just, yeah, that strikes unique. And another thing that I quite like about her is that, especially in her splash art, maybe less so in her character model, but in her splash art, she's like a hot lady. She's like an athletically inclined hot lady, but the way that she's framed, especially in her splash art, but also in a lot of the other media, it focuses a lot more on her athleticism, her muscularity, her power, her strength, her agility, rather than just being, hey, is this titty over here with the booby tits, woohoo! And that gets extra points from me. Like, that's one of my biases, is like, I'm tired of just the titties all the time, because there's such a thing as too much of that. But when we have this, where the focus is on the power, the danger, when there is defined muscle and actual abs going on, hey, that's nice. It's slightly different. And because I can't really think of a way to improve her, like, I really can't think of how would you do this any different to make it more interesting within the context of League of Legends, I don't have anywhere else to put her, really. Like, she could go in A tier, I suppose, but I like her, so she goes in S tier. Oh, hello, 1,000 people. Great. Oh, boy. Hi, how y'all doing? That's many. Am I going to consider new or old Volibear? You'll see, Derpfish. You'll see, although you'll can probably catch his icon somewhere here on the list. Right. Moving on, then, to our dear friend Alistar, the Minotaur. Alistar the Minotaur is a Minotaur. That's yeah. He's a Minotaur, and outside of being purple, there's not. He's just a Minotaur, and he's one of those old champions in League of Legends from way back in the day when League of Legends was literally just a game where it's like, oh yeah, we have some summoners and they summon people who from place let's put Anubis into the game and an angel and also a Minotaur, because like why the hell not? Where there wasn't really a consistent internal League of Legends universe from which to draw interesting aesthetic ideas, and Alistar is very much from that era. Now he has had some lore updates that make him substantially more interesting, especially recently, whereas like the whole thing about Noxus and the tribes and blah blah blah, but like he's just a Minotaur. Like, there's nothing interesting or unique about him. He's just a Minotaur. And outside of the purple coloring, nothing really sets him apart. Anyway, there was a super chat, but it's been retracted, so I don't know what it said. But thank you for the money, Hedge Knight. I hope it wasn't anything important. Right. Next, then. Amumu. Amumu is one of those champions that I'm kind of tempted to put into the uncategorizable category, because again, he's so old, and he's from such a different time in League of Legends history, and he is just not tied in well to any... Like, Amumu is a desert Egyptian-themed champion from before Shurima was a thing. Like, before we even, like, fully understood what Shurima was, before Azir, before the Sun Disk, before there was any Shuriman aesthetic to draw from, we have this little pile of... just toilet paper, walking around, crying, being sad all over the place. And his character model especially, and just his general design aesthetic, shows that age, because I believe in the current state of his lore, theoretically, he's still supposed to be a Yordle of some kind? A Yordle prince? Something along those lines? Actually, let me check. What the heck did they do to Amumu recently? I've got the universe page open in the other... Yeah, no, he's not even a Yordle anymore. They got rid of that bit. So, yeah. They've sort of tried... Like, Amumu is a joke character. He always has been. He's the sad mummy who can't have any friends. And while he has had one of the inarguably best music videos in League of Legends ever, Amumu, Sad Mummy, is also, like... I give him a few points... because he is at least unique to League of Legends, like nobody else has anything like him, so he doesn't go in F tier. But he's also like, he's in desperate need of an update. He really needs an update to clarify him both as like where he's supposed to fit into the League of Legends universe. Like, is he a Yordle? Is he a small child human? Is he from Shurima? Because in that case, he should probably have some kind of Shuriman aesthetic somewhere going on him. He's in desperate need of an update, but at least, like, I have never seen another champion or other character design like him in anything else. Oh, Hedge Knight. It was a correction that Ari's clothes is a Korean hanbok and not a kimono. Yes, true. I'm bad at fashion. Good catch. Thank you. Leading us on to Anivia. Now, Anivia is one of those where it's like, I kind of feel a little Alistar about her in the sense that she's just an ice bird. Like, it's just an ice bird. And there's kind of a lack of a lot of interesting stuff. She's also kind of brought down by the fact that, especially in her character model, she's old. And you can really tell that she's like this old, lumpy, kind of misshapen thing, where I think a more sleek sense of stylism would do a lot to help her. Like, not even a full visual update, just a updated character model that makes her much more ice-like, rather than being this lumpy clump of rocks that happens to be blue and flies around. But she's a cryo-phoenix. Like, she's a phoenix, but she's made of ice. And that is a clever little thing. Like, maybe that's a reference to something else that I don't know about, but I don't think I've seen that anywhere else, like the idea of an ice phoenix as such. And Anivia does have, at this point, some pretty damn good lore, tying her in with, like, the elemental nature of the Freljord, and Ornn, and Volibear, and that whole aesthetic and mythology in a way that makes a certain degree of sense, that she represents the traveling winter, like, and relief from the storm, that people, nomads following her around, and it makes sense that she's a bird in that context. So, not great, but not quite as bad as something like an Alistar or an Amumu. I still think she needs a visual update, like, soonish, especially with Volibear starting to clarify a lot more about the mythology of the Freljord. She kind of needs some time. And as people are pointing out in chat, yes, she's also, like a more lumpy Articuno, essentially. Okay, we're making good pace so far. Let's talk about Annie. She's another one of those very, very old champions whose lore state has progressed somewhat beyond the ability of her character model to keep up with. Annie, in the lore of League of Legends currently, is the child of some Noxian commander dude who lived out in the woods with his new wife after Annie's mom was actually dead, and then Annie had a stepsister, but then because things are tragic and miserable and nobody in the League of Legends universe can be happy ever, Annie has fire powers, which tend to manifest when she gets upset, which happens a lot when you're a child with a stepsister, because there's child fighting. And then Annie and her stepsister are out in the woods one day, and her stepsister falls in the river and drowns right in front of Annie, and Annie's stepmom is, like, not happy about that and blames Annie. Annie isn't happy about that either, so she gets so sad that her fire powers explode, she burns down the entire house and kills her own father in the process, and also her stepmom, who she murders with tippers. That's her lore, which is just like this endless parade of absolutely horrifying, miserable tragedy. Her character design, on the other hand, is like, she's a schoolgirl, she wears makeup for some reason, she has eyeliner and cat ears and pink and leg warmers, I don't know, and that's a little bit of a mismatch between what the story is trying to express about the character and what the character themselves are actually expressing in the character design. The putative justification for Annie's look at this point is that her strategy for survival as she wanders around the woods as a feral child is to ingratiate herself with people and go, oh, my family is dead and I need help, blah, blah. So they'll give her food and clothes, and then eventually she'll just either leave or murder them with fire. And that's why she's wearing this stuff right now, is because some friendly family clothed her in. But the problem with that is that she's still clear, like, this is not fantasy clothes. She's wearing, like, schoolgirl outfit from contemporary modern Japan or something. And it just, And part of the reason why is that Annie is fucking old. Like, she's one of the original champions that shipped with the game back in the day, and she has had a visual update, but that visual update was long before they invented this new ultra tragic lore for her. So it's like, And that's, like, I really kind of like Annie as a thing, but in terms of, like, her character design is so old and out of date that she's, like, somewhere between these two spots. Like, where it's kind of like, she just kind of needs an update, and it's kind of unfair to really harp on her, but the mismatch between her lore and what her character design is actually expressing is just so pronounced that I'm tempted to put her in F. But I'm gonna put her in uncategorizable, because it is just a fact of, like, she's just old. She's really, really old. And once they update her, we can have a more frank discussion about where her actual character design lies, but for the moment, she's just really, really old. And she sort of became bad because they updated her lore to the point where it didn't fit her character design anymore. I need to blow my nose for a second, because every time I stream, without fail, I get snotty. I don't know why that happens, but just give me a moment. There we go. Now for Captain Galaxy Brain himself, Aphelios, and his assassin sister who lives on the moon. Or in the moon, something along those lines. So Aphelios is a character I feel a little bit mixed about. And I think I talked about that back when he first came out. It's like, it's a weird mix of aesthetics, because we have this kind of modern K-poppy sort of boy band aesthetic a little bit going on with him, which is something that I believe Riot have said that he was specifically designed to appeal to. Is like they wanted that aesthetic in the game. And because of that, he has a kind of contemporary outfit with like this big overcoat giving him this Dorito shape that defines his upper torso, which does create an interesting shape language. But then on the other hand, there's the whole thing about being a Lunari and a Lunari assassin thing, where there's this weird mix of like really futuristic sci-fi aesthetics in his weapons, which are basically like laser weapons from Mass Effect or something. And then the whole idea of him being like the member of a moon cult that lives on a mountain. There's like, I feel mixed about him because I don't really know how to place him. Like, there's nothing else like him. He's unique to League of Legends. You can't say that he looks like a character from another game. But at the same time, I feel like he's a confused design. So for me, he's like a B tier, where it's like there's a lot of good there, but there's also like a lot of, how does that tie into it? And one thing that kind of bothers me about his lore is, this is something we'll talk about when we get to Sona as well, by the way, is that you have this character who's defined by muteness. Specifically, Aphelios drinks poison that makes him mute so that his sister can send him space weapons. It's a whole thing, don't ask. But like that aspect of like the connection to his sister, especially through like the silence of the throat and being expressive in his animation, it's something that's kind of missing from his character design. Like, I don't feel like I see that very much in him, where you could do all kinds of things like with having a cloth across his mouth or some kind of ritual tattoo that denotes his mute. Like, there's all kinds of little things you could do that kind of plays into that. Like, it's little things. There's a bunch of good stuff and a bunch of niggles that just kind of get to me. So for me, he's a B tier character, but I wouldn't like disagree with anyone who said he's a much higher tier character, because they are less bothered by the nitpicks that I am. Oh no, 1,300 people. That's a lot of people. Hello, people. You are many, and I am just one man. How can I possibly satisfy all of you? Oh dear. Anyway, say hello to my favorite punching bag in League of Legends. Well, she used to be before Kai'Sa came along. Ashe. Dear Ashe. So, a while back, you may remember, Riot did some updated voice lines for Ashe, and they gave her a joke. A funny, jokey joke. Where Ashe says, "Oh, isn't it weird how some of all of us Freljord champions just aren't wearing very many clothes at all? That's so strange." And on the one hand, that's kind of funny. But on the other hand, it's like, well, just fix her, just give her a texture update, something. You don't even have to do a model update, just fucking give her pants or something. Ashe is the war mother of the tribes of Abarosa. This is a story that's explored in her own comic series, Ashe War Mother, where she has a much better character design than this one that actually looks like it comes from the Freljord. Now, I've spoken about Ashe many times before, but the fundamental problem I have with her is not that she's hot. Like, that's fine. It's not that she's a sexy lady. That's fine. The fundamental problem I have with her is that she's from the motherfucking Freljord, the land of fur and leather and metal plates and Viking culture, like fantasy, bowdlerized white Viking culture. But she runs around in this like wafer-thin little cloak and a mini skirt and thigh highs with her titties out, and she doesn't look like she's from the Freljord. She's supposed to be the war mother of the Avarosans, but she doesn't look like the war mother of anything from the Freljord. She looks like she comes from the tropics. And that's the major problem I have with her, both in terms of like the gold accents and the gray, which is just not Freljord colors at all, is she doesn't look like she's from the Freljord. And again, this is a problem with Ashe just being a really old character. She's shipped with the game. She's literally the Drow Ranger from Dota. Like, literally, she's just a carbon copy of, like, the Drow Ranger from the original Dota. And when they gave her a visual update, they didn't really bother to redefine her as a character. Like, this was back when Riot's visual updates were mostly about just, let's make the character model look not absolutely fucking terrible. Rather than let's update the character to better fit their role in the lore and the story of the game. And Ashe is kind of a victim of that, because it's like, yes, you definitely look like you are a tribal leader from the high north of the Viking people with your gold accents and your bronze boots and your thigh highs and your miniskirt and your titties out. if Ash had been from another region, if she'd been from some warm forest region, like for Ishtal, fucking whatever, I wouldn't have so much of a problem with her, but she just like, why would you wear, even if you're Iceborn, I don't give a shit if you're Iceborn, you come from a culture whose entire fashion aesthetic is leather and fur. Even Sejuani has giant tufts of fur coming out of her armor, and her whole thing is that she's Mr. Tough Lady MacTuffson who toughs things out and who isn't bothered by anything. She still wears armor that's lined with fur, so how the hell Ash is... Anyway, I'm gonna stop ranting now. You probably see where this is going. Ash, I love her, but she's F tier. She's just, the character design just doesn't fit her lore at all. She needs an update, but I don't really feel like you can kind of put her in the uncategorizable tier with Annie, where you kind of forgive it because it's old, because they've had plenty of opportunities. And my recommendation with Ash is just replace her base skin with Queen Ash, and you solve all of her problems. Just replace her with Queen Ash, and all of the problems are solved. But Riot refused to listen to me, and instead they make jokey jokes about how funny it is that Ash's character design is terrible. Let's move on to something better. Aurelian Sol, the Star Dragon. Now, Aurelian is a character that I've been kind of back and forth on as a member of the roster of League of Legends, because he kind of introduced the power creep problem to the game in a big way, because Aurelian is literally one of the creators of the entire fucking... Like, he's functionally God! He makes stars. That's his whole thing, is he makes stars. And I'll just... You know how big a star is? Stars are large. They're real big, man. They're huge. And he makes those, and as you can see from his splash art, like, the scale of how big this guy is like, he's the size of a moon. And then he's like, no, I'm also on Summoner's Rift, and I'm, like, normal-sized, and I throw very, very small stars at people. And it's like... And that's something I've always kind of felt mixed about, because that was kind of part of the point of the 2014 lore retcon, is to remove the summoners, to kind of take that limitation of only things that summoners could reasonably summon can be parts of League of Legends. And that means they're free to do whatever the hell they want and build the universe with whatever champions that they want. And I can kind of see that, because that's what allows us to get characters like Kindred and Bard, who are some of my favorite character designs in the game. But it also introduces that big question of, like, how in the actual hell, like, I don't care how magical the crown that he's got on his head is. How did Targon manage to control him? There's questions about power level that get brought up there. On the other hand, though, questions about power level is stuff that only tedious nerds like me give a shit about. And what's his actual character design like? Well, there's a lot of really cool stuff. His character model in-game, kinda, as you can tell from this render I've got set up here, kinda suffers from not being able to quite deliver on what the splash art promises, because what the splash art promises is that he's essentially like a living starry sky, with this, essentially his face, his jaws, being the only solid part of him, and everything else is this melange of, like, coalesced stardust and cosmic material that floats around and creates constellations inside his body, which is such a fucking cool visual idea for a star dragon. His character model can't quite deliver on it because of technical limitations with League of Legends as a game. We'll talk about that with characters like Hecarim and Mordekaiser as well. But the concept is genuinely fantastic, and outside of all of my stupid nitpicking about, oh, this is like power level, blah, blah, that's a cool character design. That doesn't really exist anywhere else in the world. Like, I've never seen anything else quite like him, and so he technically probably should be A tier, but because I have my own little nitpicks and biases, I'm gonna go A tier, just because this is my stream, and I can categorize things however the hell I want. I need to blow my nose again. There we go. So now, let's talk. Oh my god, 1,500 people. Okay, I'm just gonna try and not look at the number, because it makes me nervous. Because that's too many. Why are there so many of you? I don't understand why. I guess this stream is good. I hope it is. God, I hope it's good, because otherwise 1,500 people are watching me make an idiot out of myself. Let's talk about Azir, the Emperor of Shurima. I like Azir a lot. I like what they did with the Ascended. Like, Azir, this is something people might not remember, but before Azir, Shurima was kind of a poorly defined region as a whole. It was a region that kind of lacked an identity outside of being Magic Egypt. It kind of lacked a sense of really solid history. So with Azir, what they introduce is the Pharaoh of the region. Like the Emperor whose legacy and lineage defines the cultural and political history of Shurima, which is something that they later expand upon substantially by talking about how the Ascended are turned into the Darkened and blah, 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 blah. But Azir being essentially a visual representative of the Shuriman Empire at its height and like the absolute peak of its power, the Emperor who commands the very sands themselves, who stands as an avatar of the sun disk, the sun itself. So they draw from Egyptian mythology and bring a hell of a lot of Ra and Horus into Azir's character design. And it's a really successful design. My one complaint about Azir, the one that I have, is that he doesn't look that much like an Ascended bird person, ultimately. Like, it looks like he's wearing a bird helmet rather than having, like, a bird head, which is the thing that, like, Nasus and Renekton do much better in terms of being, like, really obvious furries, as it were. But that's, like, my only real nitpick. I like the cloak, like, this cloak that's made up of these segments that approximate the feathers of wings. I like the staff that has this element of being both a spear, but also kind of showing off the radiance of the sun, which is something that's incorporated into all Shuriman aesthetics nowadays. Lots of gold, lots of royal purple, which makes a lot of sense. It's just a really solid character design all around. Like, you look at this guy and you instantly understand, yeah, that's some kind of king or an emperor. It's some kind of leader. He's some kind of ruler over something. He's in a position of power. He's in a position of authority. It's a really solid character design from a storytelling perspective, and he's just cool as balls. So for me, S tier. And god damn it, why am I so congested? Oh, be glad you didn't hear me make those noises. Blah. Moving on to, I mean, I was just gonna say it right now, Bard is S tier for me, because Bard is my boy. Bard is good. Bard is just absolutely excellent. So with Bard, there's a couple of interesting things going on, because Bard is one of those characters like Aurelion Sol, who it became possible to introduce to League of Legends with the removal of the summoners, with the removal of that constraint that it needs to be things that summoners could reasonably be expected to control. And Bard is one of those because he's this cosmic entity, this sort of natural force almost in the League of Legends universe, whose entire point and purpose, like his entire identity, is that he's a caretaker who collects magical artifacts from across Runeterra and keeps them away from people who would misuse them. One thing that has disappointed me relentlessly about Bard, is that we only ever got the one goddamn story. We only ever got the one goddamn animated short from him, and they've done absolutely nothing with him since then. There are so many opportunities to use Bard as a secondary character, as like a nominal, like kind of an anti-antagonist, in the sense of him, oh, there's some super chats. I'll deal with those in a second. Of for example, he's a perfect foil for someone like Ezreal. Ezreal goes around the world and steals powerful magical artifacts from everywhere. Bard is the perfect antagonist for him in the sense that Bard doesn't give a shit about Ezreal, but he always gets there before him and steals away the big, powerful, important artifact that Ezreal wants to steal for himself. There's so many good character interactions you can have with Bard. He can be a nemesis to the Noxians because they're looking for powerful magical artifacts, and he just shows up, blows his horn, and fucks off with the thing. But that's all disappointment with how Riot has handled the character, in that they just kind of put him in the game and then never came back to him. Aesthetically, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on too, because he's hella Studio Ghibli. Like, it's just Ghibli all over the place. They went hard on the Ghibli influences, and the best thing is his mask, because it approximates a face. It has like 2 eyes and a mouth, right? But at the same time, it's this perfect geometric shape. That kind of sells the idea of him not, like, he has a humanoid body, but he's not quite a human thing. That there's something else going on below the surface of this thing, that the clothes that he's wearing is like more of a suit than actually his body. And I love the use of this big, powerful mane of hair to approximate both hair, but also a giant beard, but without making him look old as such. There's so much good stuff going on. I love his little stilt legs. Like, those are cool. Those are just cute, and it's a nice visual aesthetic to give him. Bard is good. Bard is S tier, and League of Legends needs to do some more with the goddamn boy, because... Anyway, there's some super chats. I should probably catch up on those. You gotta admit he has the best voice lines. That was for Aurelian Sol. Yes, I kind of agree. When you get to her, how would you fix Leona? We'll talk about that when we get there. Keep being a tedious nerd and go off, you glorious artist. Excited for the stream. Thank you, Bathtub Goat. I will be tedious as hell, I promise you. Shadow Catting. Bard hype. Watching this with all 9 of my Meep plushies. Aw, Meep plushies. I didn't know those existed. I should get one. Hot Tea. Thank you for the lovely gif. Apparently that's a thing you can do with Super Chat. That's cool. And a very generous one as well. Thanks for that. The Maris channel. Hey, team's gonna have a nice day, my dude. I'm trying to. I'm gonna need some tea before it's over, but I'm definitely trying to. I hope the rest of you are having a nice day watching this as well. Is Bard considered naked? No, he's very much wearing clothes, but my suspicion is that if he was naked, there would be nothing inside his clothes. Like, the clothes are like a suit for a spirit more than... Anyway, that's a whole different thing. Let's talk about Blitzcrank. So, Blitzcrank is a slightly unique champion in League of Legends in the sense that he's one of those champions that has become iconic to the game, both because of his goddamn motherfucking hook motherfucker thing shit asshole thing that kills me all the time, or at least used to back when I played the game more actively, but also just as a visual representation of the game itself. And he is a kind of unique character design. Like, you can really tell that Blitzcrank is old, like he's part of the old League of Legends aesthetic, just because of the way his body is put together. You have this giant, bulky torso and these enormous hands that are like the size of his entire body. And then you have these tiny little nothing legs with big-ass feet on them that's all supposed to enable like a very, like a clarity of animation style that would be visible on like a 640 by 800 screen. Back in the ancient days, before widescreen, before everything, like back in the very dawn of League of Legends when computers were shit and like visual fidelity was crap and the most of the game took its aesthetic cues from a Warcraft 3 mod, that's what he's designed for. Now, in his splash art, we see a much more compelling version of Blitzcrank in the sense that he's been cleaned up a lot. Like, his body is this sphere now rather than this lumpy misshapen nothing thing. His hands have a much more interesting aspect in that they actually look like complex mechanical things instead of just lumps with lumps on them with a side of lumps on a dish made out of lumps also. But it's also kind of undeniable that, like, as a character, he is just a robot. Like, he's just a robot, dude. He looks like a robot, and the big problem for me in terms of his lore versus his actual execution is that in the lore of League of Legends, Blitzcrank is supposed to be a steam golem, like the first of his kind, a prototype that happened to go sentient somehow, and now concerns, well, itself. Actually, I'm being wrong here. Blitzcrank doesn't have a gender. They have specifically changed it so that he's referred to as an it or a they. Now, I believe. He used to be referred to as male, but that seems to have been changed. Will you talk about skins? No, Johnny, I will not talk about skins because this live stream is going to be 5 hours long already, and if I brought skins into it, we would be here until next week, probably. So, not this time. We might do a skin stream at some later point, but I understand the interest, believe me. So, like, I'm tempted to put Blitzcrank in S tier, obviously, because he's naked. And because he's naked, it has to go in S tier. That's just the rules. But in terms of being a character design, he is just a robot guy. And he's an interesting one. Like, he looks unique enough to League of Legends that I kind of... I want to put him in B tier to be generous. He probably belongs in C tier, though. But I want to put him in B tier just to be generous, because he's naked. Speaking of naked, here's a character who's only half naked. Brand. Now, Brand is another one of those characters who has had kind of a troubled history in League of Legends because he started out as, oh, there's a fire spirit who does fire things, and then the summoners captured him, and now he does fire things in League of Legends instead, and he wants to burn stuff because he's a pyromaniac. And that was kind of the extent of, like, that was kind of it for what Brand was and what he did and what he was about. More recently, they've given him a much more interesting retcon and rework in the lore, making him Ryze's old apprentice. Ryze's apprentice, who was taken over by one of the world runes and became this horrifying fire monstrosity dude, and who's traveling around trying to find more world runes and do some apocalyptic murder the world stuff to the world because world runes, because something power corrupts, etc. And his lore is actually quite good now. Like, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff going on with him where he's like this mage from the Freljord who gets taken under Ryze's wing, and they travel around the world, and they have this mentor-mentee relationship, kind of Anakin and Obi-Wan-ish kind of thing going on, and then he turns Vader and starts to burn things and gets about as charred as Vader does. But the character design is like, what's with the leather straps on the pants? Like, because I can see the idea of him just being a charred man, like, just being, like, essentially turned into coal by the fire that burns inside him. And I understand why then you wouldn't want to, like, have a lot of Freljord influences on the character model itself. But then there's the pants, which are, like, why are there leather... are these straight jacket pants? Because if they're from a straight jacket, I don't know how you would tie... I don't know. He's nondescript. Like, he doesn't really... He's kind of a cool character design, and I can see some narrative justifications for making him the way that he is, but he also doesn't look like anything. And as people are pointing out in chat right now, Brand should be naked. Yeah, I tend to agree, actually. I think he would be a stronger character design if you just took his goddamn pants off and removed the question of, first of all, why don't his pants burn? Like, why don't the pants burn? That's weird. Are they asbestos? Even if they are, they should probably melt at some point, shouldn't they? And it also removes the question of, like, what culture was he from that they put belts on their legs for some reason? I don't know. And that's where I'll just make him, like, naked and maybe carve some more interesting designs into him. Like, they've got this tattoo design on his head, this spiral thing. Just do way more of that. And, like, way more of, like, fire practically bursting out of his skin and making this real charred golem zombie thing. That would be cool. But as it stands, he's just kind of a... Like, there's something good about him, but it doesn't come through in the way that he's designed. At least not in my opinion. Good lord, you people really like his bulge in chat. Well, different strokes for different folks, I suppose. Which leads us on to Braum. Ah, Braum, hero of Freljord, friend to all, master of Porus. Ah, Braum. Now, Braum is a good example of the stuff that I was ranting about with Ashe. Remember, with Ashe, the trouble for me isn't that she's hot or that she's showing a bit of skin so much. The trouble is that the clothes she is wearing don't look like they're from the goddamn Freljord. Braum, on the other hand, is, like, walking around topless in a blizzard, and we'll talk about that in a second, but the clothes that he is wearing, despite all the flesh that he's showing, still look like they're from the Freljord. Heavy metal plating, lots of leather straps, and fur all over the place. He looks like he is from the place that he's supposed to be from, unlike Ashe, which is the difference between them. Now, Braum also has a different design aesthetic. Like, Ashe is the Frost Archer. She's the War Mother of the Aberrosans, but she's also, like, she's an AD carry. She's a marksman. She's squishy, she's fragile, and she's not supposed to be a close-ranged fighter. Like, she's supposed to be a long-range fighter because of the arrows and the bow and the whole thing. Her whole thing is kiting people and never letting them get close to her. Braum is a different thing. Braum's whole thing, at perfect timing on the music there, Brom's whole thing is that he's impervious. He is hero of Freljord. Brom is here. The heart is the strongest muscle. Sometimes icy heart just need one smile. That's Brom's whole deal, is that he can take anything, he can protect everyone. His broad, manly chest is a safe place for you to rest your head and maybe give him a little bit of motorboating. I'm sure he wouldn't mind. That's his whole deal, is that he's impervious, powerful, strong, that he stands against things. That's not really part of Ash's character at all, but Brom is a tank. He's designed to look like he can withstand tremendous pain and punishment and cold. And Brom's lore itself also ties into this, where he spreads fake stories about himself, like plays into the idea of his legend as this impervious, perfect man who cannot be harmed or hurt or defeated by anything. And so the idea that he's kind of putting on a show when he does this, not just a gun show, because good lord, he is putting on a gun show, but that he's also putting on a show for people to inspire them, to be like this inspirational, folkloric hero figure. Yeah, that's... like, that creates the reasons why you would say, okay, maybe there's a reason for him to do something as stupid as run around the Freljord topless. Like, maybe there's a reason for it that kind of doesn't exist for Ash. Anyway, outside of that, like, Brom is just kind of a good character design for what he is. He's got this giant circus strongman aesthetic going on, which is where a lot of him is drawn from. He's drawn from the circus strongman, like the sideshow dude who bench presses children for fun for the audience, that kind of thing. I feel like his character model is maybe a little bit exaggerated on the muscles, but the giant circus mustache works really well for him. It gives him this kind of, like, it plays in well with his larger-than-life character. And you've got this giant belt, which is deep. Like, if he has the problem that other League of Legends champions have, that if he bends over, he's gonna stab himself in the sternum with, like, this spike at the top of his belt. Like, I don't know how he would ever bend forward, like, because he can't. There's this thing in the way. But all of it seems to be in the service of, like, this sort of circus aesthetic, which comes through in his animations as well, where, like, he'll spin his shield on his legs and do, like, circus acrobatics with it, which works very well for me. And so for me, Brom is S tier. Theoretically, he's probably more of an A tier champion because, like, it's stuff we've seen before. But for me, he's S tier because I just like him. Brom is good. Brom is friend. Which leads us on to something that I'm going to be less laudable about. Remember how I used Ash as a punching bag for like 10 minutes during the stream? Let's do that again. Yeah, let's talk about Caitlyn. Caitlyn is a steampunk cosplayer who went to the wrong convention. Caitlyn is a bunch of generic tropes thrown together with a bunch of titty and some thigh with no coherent aesthetic vision whatsoever, kind of airdropped into the game because they needed the hot-ass cosplayer to do the steampunk cosplay in the game, but not because there was any solid consideration for why a person might want to look like that. And she kind of has the Annie problem in that she's just really old, and they've never updated her to really fit with the modern state of the game. And so for me, she wavers somewhere between F tier with Ash, which is kind of where I'm tempted to put her because, like, she's not quite as old as Annie, and uncategorizable with Annie, where it's like, Annie just has never had a full update of her character design since the game was released, like for 10 frickin' years ago. Caitlyn, on the other hand, is more recent, and Caitlyn is the sheriff of Piltover, okay? That's number one. She's a law enforcement official. She's someone who works for, like, the official police department of Piltover. She's a member of the aristocratic upper class of Piltover, and she's a detective. Look at her and tell me what part of her character design says sheriff to you. What part of her character design says detective? What part of her character design says anything other than hot lady sniper? None of it. None of it does. Because her character design is terrible for the lore that she's supposed to be a part of. She looks like a villain, not a policeman. Like, she doesn't look like a law enforcement professional. She looks like evil villain with Russian accent who snipes person from far away with gun. That's what she looks like. And it sucks. And it becomes a problem because it kind of fucks with her dynamic with Vi. Like, what I really love about Caitlyn, some of the really good stuff that happens with Caitlyn in the lore, is her dynamic with Vi, where Vi is this, like, rough-and-tumble punk girl who likes to punch things and break stuff, and Caitlyn is this uptight, prissy, upper-class lady who's, oh, well, surely I can't do anything of that sort, blah, blah, blah. And Vi taunting her by calling her Cupcake, like, that's all good, but that dynamic, aesthetically, visually, only works if Caitlyn actually provides the uptight, sort of self-obsessed, straight-laced counterpart to Vi's design. But if anything, Caitlyn looks more wild than Vi does, because she's got this, like, with the titty out and the tube top and the kinky leather straps around her legs, she looks more like a stripper. Like, she looks more like a stripper, which is fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a champion that looks like a stripper. We'll talk about Evelyn later. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a super hot sniper lady in the game. It's just not what her lore is designed to express at all. So yeah, I'm putting Caitlyn in F tier, partly because I'm salty that, like, the great character dynamic that she could have with Vi is ruined by this. There's a million fantastic Caitlyn redesigns out there. I encourage you to go and look at any of them. Thomas Randby, Fairy Fountain, who's actually currently at Artist at Riot, did a bunch of them that are actually really, really nice and do a lot, like, to keep some of the... I like character updates that keep the purple aesthetic, that, like, keeps a lot of what's cool about Caitlyn before, like the top hat, for example, but updates it to make it look like she's vaguely like an actual fucking sheriff from somewhere. Which leads us on to Camille, who... Okay, thighs. Which leads us on to Camille, who actually does a lot of what I would like to see Caitlyn do a little bit more, because she has that, like, buttoned up, uptight, like, completely locked down aesthetic, at least... like, in the upper half. We'll talk about the legs in a second. Like, where you can see that she's meant to be an uptight character. She's meant to be someone who's obsessed with rules and order and, like, keeping things the way that they're supposed to be. So, Little Miss Knife Legs here. It's like, you can't talk about it without talking about that humongous badonkadonk, like that giant ass, that huge booty. You can't. Like, the whole character design is based around those legs and the shape that it gives to her body. There's no way around it. So yes, she has thick thighs. She has a very thin waist. Like, wow, I don't know how there's room for any organs in there, but she has thick thighs. Let's get it out of our system. Big fat booty, thighs, MILF, etc. Get it out of our system. And let's talk about some of the problems with her character design after that. Yeah, just get it out of your system, chat. Just get it out of your system. There we go. Step on me and stab on me, queen. Yes, that is pretty much... that's pretty much the whole thing about it. So, Camille, according to her lore, she is like something like 120 years old or 80. Like, she's old. She's supposed to be a very old lady who has had parts of her body replaced with, well, hex tech, basically. Replaced with mechanical systems and hex tech that allow her to do her duty, but in one of the truly cowardly moves on behalf of the Riot lore writers and character designers, also, they had to put in this little thing of like, oh yeah, she had part of her body replaced with hex tech, and that means she doesn't get old anymore. Which is something that bothers me, because I was really excited for League of Legends to finally have an actual legit old woman as a champion, but then we get to the actual thing, and... oh, hang on. And it's like... ah, come on. How the hell do I... there. And it's like, she doesn't look old, though, does she? She doesn't look old at all. She has white hair, that's it. She doesn't look like she's an old woman. And being an old woman is actually kind of important for Camille, because she's supposed to represent the stuffy, self-obsessed, sort of... not matriarchal, but she's supposed to represent a stuffy upper-crust matriarch, like ruling her family with an iron fist and bringing down sharp justice on anyone who dares to question the social order. That's her whole thing, is she is the enforcer for the nobility of Piltover. And so what I would have liked is like a Minerva McGonagall kind of figure. Someone who's like visibly old, but who's also like, yes, still agile, still powerful, still capable of, like, running up a wall and cutting off your head with a swipe of her left leg, but who is also visibly stodgy and old and a representation of old, entrenched power structures. Like, age is the perfect way to represent that, so having this cop-out thing where it's like, oh, yeah, she's old, but she's got, I don't know, blah, blah, magic, hex tech, something, which means that we can still make her look super fuckable. Which is like, really? Really? She needed to be fuckable as... Okay, fine. Fine. But it weakens the design for me. Now, I do like the form factor of her. Not just because I do like me a big booty, but the whole, like, making her waist wasp thin. I would have liked to have her wear a corset, like a visible corset, to really justify it, but making her waist really, really thin and slender and kind of fragile looking, and then contrasting it with these, like, huge, bulging legs, it helps emphasize that her power is in her legs, like that it's the knife legs that give her combat abilities that make her dangerous. But it also just creates a nice accentuation and like a nice shape language to her, and like hourglass figures are appealing. I don't really mind it so much. I don't think it's a bad thing that she has a thick booty. They were supposed to make her actually old and they didn't, and I'll never stop being salty about that, for which reason Camille should probably be higher. But I'm gonna put her in an A tier, because like there's like 90% of a really great character design there, and then there's that little cowardly, oh, but let's make her fuckable though thing that is so unnecessary, and which bothers me specifically. If it doesn't bother you, that's fine, but it bothers me specifically, and this is my list, so I do what I want. Yet the most popular champions are the most sexualized. That's not true, actually, Bilgewater Boy. That's not true at all. The most popular champions are the champions that are most powerful in the meta at any given time, and then some characters that are fan favorites. They're not necessarily popular because they're hot. Like, that's part of it. I'm gonna do a video about that someday, but it's not quite true that anytime you make a sexy champion, that means they get popular. As indeed you'll see from, like, a lot of the sexy champions who just don't get played that much. When did you last see, like, a Janna in a high-tier game? How many people are playing Misfortune right now? I don't know the meta. I don't know who's playing what right now, but lots of hot ladies don't get played at all, so that's not really what it's about, and Lux tends to be popular no matter what the fuck, and she's not a especially sexualized character. Anyway, moving on to Cassiopeia. So Cassiopeia is a kind of an interesting melange of weird and disparate things in League of Legends, because she's a Naga, first of all, in the sense that she's a half-human, half-snake person. Like, that's the first part of her character design, is that she's got this Naga thing going on, which is something that's, I believe, is mainly inspired from Asian subcontinent folklore. Like, it's more like Indian folklore that the Naga are from, but then she's also Medusa. Now, the Medusa and the Naga have been conflated in culture for a very long time now. They've sort of been merged into the same thing, even though with Medusa, she has snakes for hair, but there's never any mention in any of the myths of her having, like, a snake lower body. She's a Gorgon, but there's no mention, to the best of my knowledge, in the mythology about Gorgons having snake bodies. They have horrifying bodies. They're so horrible to look at that they will turn a man to stone by, like, the mere sight of their ugliness. But that's not really the case for our modern interpretations of Nagas and Gorgons now, is it? Because Cassiopeia is hot-ass snake titty, big titty, snake titty, lady snatty. Snitties, is what I'm trying to say. And I feel mixed about this on some level, because Cassiopeia's original lore actually incorporates the whole thing about spoiled beauty. Actually incorporates the whole thing about being turned into a hideous monster. Like, there's been a few versions of her lore, but the way it goes basically is that she does some stupid stuff in Shurima, gets herself super cursed, and she goes from being a legendarily powerful beauty, like someone who could charm a man with a mere waggle of her eyebrows and turn anyone to putty in her hands, like with her vile femdom charms and etc. She goes from that to being cursed by this Shuriman artifact and turned into this horrifying monster who's terrible to look at. But it's like, you look at her and it's like, really? Like, people get turned off. Like, she's still hot though. Like, she's still obviously hot. She's not horrifying. She's like, she's got sharp teeth and a snake body, but she's still obviously hot. And that's kind of like, oh, yes, oh, poor you being cursed with this horrible sexiness. where the character design kind of lets her down in that sense, because her whole story now is about the ways in which being cursed, the ways in which being turned into this horrifying monster has changed her perspective, has changed her behavior. She was actually cast for a while as something of a vigilante almost, like enacting revenge against shitty men who abuse women because she has some grudges about that stuff. Where, like, that kind of works, but in terms of like, being a Gorgon, I don't know. And she has the problem of genericness, in that she is just kind of a generic Gorgon. Like, she's just like a Naga Gorgon hybrid that load up Heroes of Might and Magic 3, and you'll see, like, a bunch of Medusa enemies exactly like her. There's nothing really unique about her, and she doesn't have a lore character design interaction that's interesting enough for me to really feel like there's something good to go there. Anyway, Max Kane has sent me a super chat that I missed when it actually came along. Hey man, properly graduated today. Congratulations! I'm glad you were able to graduate despite everything. It's nice to have some pleasant nerd ramblings to relax with. Kind of off topic, have you seen Epithet Erased? I don't know what that is, so no, I haven't seen it. And Cellar the non-gamer, oh, there's a non-gamer in the chat. Please be nice to him. Would you make a vid with redesigns for champions? I don't know. Maybe, eventually. I don't know how to answer, would you ever make a video about X? Because, yeah, sure, I'll make a video about anything, but I don't know if I will. Like, I wouldn't mind, but... So, let me just get a drink. My voice is starting to feel it. Cho'Gath. He is the Violator from Spawn. Actually, let me find the Violator. He's this guy. He is the Violator from Spawn. Like, literally the not even a little bit. He's the Violator from Spawn. And they made him purple and gave him an extra set of arms, but he is the Violator from Spawn. And he has the problem of being old that we've talked about multiple times before. He's just a really old character design, and theoretically I could be charitable and say that he's uncategorizable because he was designed long before anyone really knew what the fuck the Void was supposed to be about. He was designed long before, like, there was a real Void aesthetic to draw from, but he's just the fucking Violator. Like, it's the thing of, like, him being such a blatant ripoff. Like, blatant ripoff. Where it's just like, no. Do better, League of Legends. Do way better. Because that's just like... I don't have a lot of love lost for Spawn, especially because of Todd McFarlane is asshole. But no, you can't just put the Violator in your video game and they're like, no. Absolutely not. No. Anyway, outside of that, Cho'Gath doesn't look like a Void monster either. Like, he looks vaguely kind of ish like a Void monster a little bit since his texture update. But no, he doesn't look like a Void monster. When we look at the other Void monsters that are in the game and we look at how the Void is being conceptualized in the lore, Cho'Gath looks fuck all like that. And that also counts against him. So here's one that immediately goes into the uncategorizable bin. Poor Corki. Corki is another one of the very, very, like, many champions we mentioned before. Very, very old champion. And he was put into the game, like, before Riot knew what the fuck Yordles were supposed to be. And in fact, I'm not 100% convinced that they know what the fuck Yordles are supposed to be nowadays. But Corki is like, he shoots down a Zeppelin and he rides in whatever the fuck this thing is. And he's got a mustache and he's clearly just a tiny human. Like, he's obviously just a tiny human, but the reason for that is because at the time, Riot didn't, like, they didn't know what the fuck to do with Yordles. Like, I think he was a Megling, maybe, originally, or something along those lines. I don't know what the hell to do with him. Like, I wouldn't know how to criticize him, really, because he's just a fucking mess. Like, he's a pile of hot garbage. Like, he's got these tiny little propellers that make no sense whatsoever from any kind of aerodynamic perspective. His thing doesn't look like an airplane. It looks like, I don't know what the fuck it looks like. It's a bunch of scrap metal barely welded together. He's a gnome from Warcraft. Like, he's a World of Warcraft gnome that they called a Yordle and put in the game. But it's like, I don't know how to even begin to critique it because, like, so he goes in uncategorizable because I don't fucking want to deal with that. He's Gyrocopter from Dota. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. He's even worse than Ashe in that respect. Which leads us on to Mr. Darius himself. Now, Darius has one of the more interesting production histories when it comes to League of Legends because he's from the before times, when we still had this dichotomy where Demacia was the good fantasy kingdom and Noxus was the evil fantasy kingdom. And that came across in their character designs a lot, where Garen is the traditional upstanding hero who wields a sword and wears blue and gold and is a Demacia. Oh yes, knightly kingdom, pride, goodness, honor, blah blah whatever. And then Darius is the typical fantasy villain, the antagonist who has got spikes on his pauldrons, and he wears red, and he's got a big battle axe, and he looks like he's got scars, and rah, 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 Darius, blah, 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 Noxus, blah, blah, pride, honor, kill, blah, blah. That's what he's from. Like, that's where Darius kind of started out. And I can see that people in the chat are extremely horny for him, which is valid. I support you in your horniness. I support you fully. Like, just be horny for these characters. Like, it's not like Riot is ever going to give you any queer content, so you might as well make them all gay. But what's interesting about Darius is that as Noxus was being redefined, like, as Riot began to develop Noxus into more of an interesting region rather than just evil fantasy kingdom, generic evil fantasy kingdom, Darius became kind of the litmus test, like kind of the starting point for the aesthetic development of Noxus. And you can see that especially in his battle axe, which serves as the inspiration for the Noxian emblem. And they kind of based the whole region, essentially. What do you mean no queer content? Nico and Diana and Leona exist. You name me one piece of lore, one short story, one animated short, one anything that has any actual queer content in it, and the Varys comic is like it. But they don't even fucking kiss in it. So no, I don't know. Diana and Leona have never been confirmed to be queer. They should be, but they've never been. And Nico is like, oh yeah, she's into girls. Like, they confirmed it on Twitter. Like, they said on Twitter, oh yeah, she's technically LGBT. And then they never, anyway, that's a rant for another time. Darius, anyway, he became the litmus, like the holotype that Noxus's aesthetics were developed around. And what's interesting about that is that where Darius began life as a rather generic fantasy villain guy, because Noxus has been built up so successfully around his aesthetic, around his visual conceits, around the way that he's designed, his character design has become really, really well integrated into League of Legends over time. He's become really, really well represented and well reflective of his region over time. So I might have put him in like a C tier back in the day, but because Noxus complements him so perfectly, even though he is kind of a generic character, it's like, I couldn't think of a way to improve him, really. Like, what would I do that would make him better? I don't know. He fits Noxus perfectly. And so, I feel like he belongs in A tier, because, like, yeah, there's problems, but I wouldn't know how to change him. Like, I genuinely wouldn't know how to change him. So let's talk about lesbians. Let's talk about the moon. Now, Diana and Leona, some of you may know this. Diana and Leona were originally intended to be star-crossed lovers. Star-crossed in the sense of, like, if they weren't on opposite sides of this terrible conflict, Romeo and Juliet kind of thing, they would probably be girlfriends. Unfortunately, Riot's upper management, the culture at Riot at the time, never allowed people to make those connections explicit. Now, I've talked to some of the writers for Leona and Diana who've said that they fought internally, like they wanted to. This was their artistic vision for the character. They wanted to confirm that Leona and Diana were lovers, like bitter ex-girlfriends split apart by circumstance, but they were never allowed to. They were censored, basically. Which is one of the great, like, just really fucking rankles me the wrong way to see Riot, like, every Pride Month, oh, we've got a rainbow avatar, we care so much, but then you look into the production history of what happens internally at Riot, and it's like, ah, he's gay? No, we can't make them gay or queer in any way at all. You can't say that out loud, you can't say it publicly. No, absolutely not. Over and over and over again, they suppress this shit. Anyway, that's a rant for another time. Diana herself. Let's talk about the actual let's talk about the actual character design and not about Riot's fucking cowardly failure to... she's like fine. Is like she's one of those characters, like she became the template from which the Lunari as an order, as a part of Targon lore, was kind of defined from. But as a character design herself, outside of the really cool forehead moon tattoo and the really cool sword, is like, I wouldn't know how to describe her aesthetic or her outfit. Is like, she's got blue bodysuit with something? Shoulder pauldron thing? Like, the moon iconography just isn't incorporated. Oh, the people in chat saying, oh, it's because of censorship from China and Russia? Yeah, partly. But more than that, it's because of censorship from the United States. Just say, like, that still happens in the US as well. It's not just Russia and China, it's also domestic. She isn't, like, she's so indistinct as a character design, which is my major problem with her. She doesn't really have a striking color profile, like the silver of the moon or the blue, which is what you see with, let's go back to Aphelios. Like, Aphelios has a distinctive color scheme. He's got, like, the teal and the purple, and then, like, the black of the night sky, and he's got, like, the Shuriman gold stuff thing. Like, there's a consistent, clear color scheme with the silver moon, weapons and things. Like, you can see that he belongs to an aesthetic tradition. Then you skip backwards to Diana, who was the first Lunari, and is like, there's some purple there, kinda. There's some silver there, kinda. There's some teal there, kinda. But it's like, ugh. And so, I love my moon lesbian. Like, she's lovely, but she's not a great character design, I don't think. Hedge Knight, the ESRB gives higher age ratings to queer content. Yes, exactly. The ESRB, like, if you have a gay kiss in your video game, you're gonna get a higher content rating than if you have, like dudes blowing each other's brains out with chainsaw rifles in Gears of War. Just saying, that's a thing that happens. Beckheck sent me a super chat as well. I learned so much from your rants. Keep doing you. I bloody well will. I don't have any choice at this point. It's become my career, weirdly. Anyway, Diana, I love my moon lesbian, but not a great character design. There's really nothing there to kind of attach to. And that leads us on to, let me see if I can pronounce this weird name correctly. Draven. Draven is the brother of Darius. He's the glorious executioner of Noxus. And I feel a little conflicted about him in some ways, as I do with many champions. You've heard me say this a million times already. So Draven, in terms of having just sheer personality, is kind of an A-tier champion. Like, he's got that fucking mustache. He's got, like, the whole smiley, I'm Draven! Ah, like, he's both a meme character and kind of seriously cool in a lot of ways. But then I look at his character design, and it's like, there's this peculiar mix of both. He's got these leather strap, this weird vest thing that he wears with a big fur collar that's kind of outrageous and out there. But then his colors are like this really muted dark red that doesn't really look like blood. It just looks dusty. And then this teal, like this cold color, this cold greenish blue color that indicates tranquility. Like the color language of Draven just doesn't... Where's the showmanship? Like, where's the I'm a circus performer, like, who riles up the crowd? Like, where's all... He should be gaudy. He should be bright and colorful. He should be a peacock. Like, he should be more extravagant than this. I look at his outfit design, and I just don't get that sense from it at all. And there's so much good about Draven. I love his stupid-ass hairstyle. I love his idiotic mustache. I love his over-the-top scars, which I'm sure he touches up with makeup. I love the giant axes that he spins around. But there's something about the color profile of this character that just is so fundamentally at odds with how over-the-top he is. Like, he should be wearing, like, bright red and purple and, like, pink. Fucking pink. Draven would rock the pink. He should be wearing something eye-catching and gaudy and over-the-top and deeply excessive, rather than this sort of, like, halfway between a BDSM gear and like a rain poncho. I don't know. He should be a wrestler. Like, he's a wrestler. He should be, like, there should be more God in it. The giant fucking, give him a mask or something. Anything. And so rather than being A tier, I have to move him down to B tier. Because, like, there's a lot of good there, but the color choices just frustrate me. Oh my god, here comes Draven with a steel chair out of nowhere! Yeah, exactly. And that is Mundo. Oh, good lord. Yeah. I'm gonna be kind to him and put him in uncategorizable. I want him in F tier, but I'm gonna be kind and put him in uncategorizable because Mundo, I don't know what the fuck to say about him. He's the Hulk, but he's also Frankenstein's monster, but he's also Mr. Hyde. Except he's none of those things because the Hulk and Frankenstein's monster and Mr. Hyde are defined by, like, anger and, like, this hulking out rage that is uncontainable power. And then Dr. Mundo is like, I've got a cleaver and I'm a scientist, but also not a scientist. And I'm stupid, but I'm also smart. And he's a joke. Like, Dr. Mundo is a joke. He was designed as a joke. He's played as a joke. Mundo goes where he pleases. Mundo! Da, 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 da. Like, even his fucking voice. He's a cartoon character. And he's not a very good one. He's supposed to be this sadist, masochistic guy, like, who gets off on pain, who feels pain as pleasure, rather, like, who inflicts pain on others because he has this weird psychotic belief that he's doing good. But none of that is, like, no. He's just a bad cartoon character. And I'm gonna be generous and say it's because he's a really old character and they've never ever updated him, but he's just bad. Like, he's just like, even from that perspective, he's still, fuck it, he's an F tier. He's bad. Even for the standards of League of Legends 10 years ago, he's bad. He just sucks. He's terrible. You know what's not terrible, though? My boy, Echo. Oh, Echo is good. Echo has the best short story in all of League of Legends. Let me see if I can find it for you, actually. Because we'll just take a quick look at it. Let's see. There's the champion page. Go into the biography, and then we go to the thing. And then we read his story. It's a story called Lullaby. And essentially, it's a story of, like, Echo's parents have gathered enough money to send him to Piltover to go to a science academy so he can apply himself and, like, really have a chance at a career and a life that they never had a chance at. They're poor, they live in the slums, they're sick, like, they're dying from overwork and distress. And Echo doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to leave them. He doesn't want to go to Piltover. He wants to stay in Son because despite everything, he loves his city and he wants to use his talents to help the people of Son, to make the city a better place to be. And he doesn't want to leave his parents behind. And so when his parents surprise him with a birthday cupcake, essentially, like a little cake just for him for his birthday, Echo uses his time powers to rewind time over and over again so he can experience that happy moment with his parents before he has to tell them that he's not going to Piltover, that he's not going to, like, essentially go try and live that better life that they worked so hard to give him, so that he can just have that moment of happiness just a little bit longer. It's fucking heartbreaking, and it's so good! And it's such a good conceptualization of the character himself. Like, that's using time powers to do some really fucking interesting stuff from a narrative perspective. Because yeah, if you are a kid who loves your parents very much, but you have to tell them something that's gonna hurt them, it's gonna be difficult. Yeah, you would do that, wouldn't you? Like, you would use your time powers like that. That's I maintain that that's the best piece of lore that League of Legends has ever published. Because it breaks my heart every time. So that's really good. That doesn't have a lot to do with his character design, but that's why I like Echo so much as a character, is because there is that deeply emotional core right at the center of him, where he's just a kid who cares a lot about his friends and his family. He's just a really good kid, you know? Anyway, Draco Kraken, thank you for those $10. You didn't leave a message, so I don't know if you were trying to say anything. Anyway, in terms of character design, a couple of things. He's got that punk aesthetic going on, like with the mohawk. That's the most obvious thing. I love the face paint of the hourglass on his face. Like, he's literally got time on his face. Like, that's a cool way to show that he's got this. Like, he lives in the punky parts of Son. There's a reason to self-decorate, but also indicating the whole relationship to time that he has. I don't know about his weapon. I've never really... It's sort of the halfway point between a sword and a baseball bat that I've never kind of, like, I would rather they just committed to the baseball bat fully, because, again, that would tie in really well to this sort of, like, street punk aesthetic thing that he's got going on. I love his overalls. Like, I love that he's got the goggles and the overalls and the tool belt, all of which indicates him, like, being an inventor, being someone who works with his hands and works in a workshop and tries to figure stuff out and make better things. I like the design of the C drive, which we can't see here, the Z drive, the time thing, because it kind of looked cobbled together. Even as it looks powerful and advanced, it also looks like it's something that he kind of put together himself. He's got a nice color aesthetic as well. I like the contrast between, like, the bright red of his scarf with, like the dark chocolate of the skin, and then, like, the green, gray aesthetic of the pants. He's a very simple design. Like, he's not very overwrought. He's just like a kid in overalls with some, like, shin protectors and some shoes, and he has this kind of modern streetwear aesthetic-y kind of vibe, almost-ish, that just works really well. And I wouldn't say that his lore is super well expressed in his character design, but it doesn't need to. Like, the simplicity works in his favor, because he's a simple kid. Like, he just loves his friends and his city and his parents, you know? So Echo's good. I want to put him in S tier, but you know what? I want to put him in S tier, so I fucking will. This is my list. I can do whatever the fuck I want. He's an S tier. Let's talk about spider titties. Hello, Elise. So, some of you may know, I'm sure someone will bring it up in chat, that a channel called, what are they called, Sequentially? Subjectively did a full redesign of Elise a little while back, where they kind of accidentally turned her Ionian, which, you know, so if people want to bring that up in chat, yes, I know about it. I'm not going to bring it up for the purposes of this. But anyway, Elise. So, again, some mixed feelings here, because I don't actually think it's a bad thing that Elise has giant titties. I don't think it's a bad thing that she's got the bare midriff and the whole seductress thing going on. I don't think that's a bad thing at all, because that's very much, like, Elise is the Black Widow. Like, like, she's the spider that lures you into her nest with promises of sensual pleasure, and then she kills and eats you. That's what she is. Like, that's her whole character is about being this seductress who tempts and charms people into following her into the spider's lair, where then she sacrifices them to, either to, what's his name, Vilemaw, or she eats them herself, because that's the kind of character that she is. The only thing really with Elise, I would make her even more over-sexualized. Like, that's, like, if you want to have her be the sexualized character, go harder. Like, give her, like, an even larger booty, give her even larger titties, make her even, like, more seductive and sexy. I would go harder on that. Or you could go the other way and take away the sexualization and make her a charismatic seductress instead. Which is the other thing of, like, rather than having her be a seductress with her physical sensuality, have her be a seductress with her personality, with her voice, with her, like, as I said, with her charisma. That would require a complete redesign of the character. So with the character as she is, I would just lean into it, like, make her even hotter. Like, just fucking go for it, rather than be restrained at all. The one problem there is, though, is that Elise in her human form versus her spider form. That's the big problem for me, is, like, yeah, I'm completely on board with the idea of her being, like, a Black Widow seductress, like, just being hot as fuck. But, like, she's got spider legs coming out of her fucking back, though. Like, oh yeah, seductress, except obviously she's a fucking Black Widow spike. She's got spikes on her feet and on her knees, and those things, I don't even know what those are. They are spiky, and she's got spiky spider legs coming out of her back. And that's the major problem that I have with Elise is that in order for that to really, really work, the thing of like, oh, she looks so gorgeous and beautiful and she wants you. Oh, she wants you. She wants you so bad. Just come a little closer. And then, bam, all of a sudden there's a giant spider eating your face. That requires a greater contrast between the beauty and the beast, right? Like, she should look like a beautiful, gorgeous, hot woman, maybe with like a red and black dress with lots of cleavage or something. She should look like an actual person who's not necessarily gonna murder you, not like a monster. And that's the major problem I have with Elise, is like, they kind of wanted to make her the seductress, but then they also wanted to make her a monster girl, and those two don't work together at all. Because all of this nonsense makes it obvious that she's gonna fucking kill and eat you. Like, who's dumb enough to fall for it? Which is like my major problem with it, which is why I put her in a C tier, is like, if Elise's human form was just like less fucking obvious, I would be happy to put her in like an A tier or a B tier. B tier because Black Widows are kind of overplayed and a little bit boring, but because of just the stupid obviousness that, yes, obviously she's gonna kill and eat you, you fucking moron. Like, why would you ever fall for this? That kind of takes away from it for me. But I don't mind her being hot. Like, I don't mind her being big titty spider lady. That works for me. But it's that, like, really, someone falls for that? Well, then they're stupid and they deserve to die. Speaking of hot ladies, though, oh, my girl Evelyn. I like Evelyn a lot. And not just for the obvious reasons. Not just because... God, she's hot. Not just because of that, but also because she's an application of something that I have wanted from League of Legends for so fucking long. Like, Ashe has her titties out for no fucking reason. Syndra has her titties out for no fucking reason. Caitlyn has her titties out for no fucking... Like, they're sexy, but there's no reason for it. There's no point to it. It doesn't do anything for their character. It doesn't inform their personality or their story. It doesn't inform their themes or the ideas behind their character designs. It does nothing for them. It's pointless sexiness, completely pointless and useless. Evelyn is the example of how you do that right. Evelyn is super fucking hot because she's a seductress demon who seduces you and then feasts on your masochistic pain as she straddles you up top with a coquettish little pout on her lips like she's a fucking, like, a schoolgirl in some 1970s porn movie while she stabs you to death and feasts on your pain. She's sexy for such a good fucking reason, and it's so well executed. Like, this is not the best shot of her character model, but in-game also, like, the raw sensuality and sexual seduction coming off her works gangbusters. And so for me, Evelyn is S tier. Like, this is how you're supposed to do it. Like, if you're gonna make the sexy, generic titty babe fantasy lady character, this is how you make that design work for you. This is how you make that shit work for you. Have a character for whom this presentation makes sense, where it speaks to her themes. Like, because Evelyn takes this form not because she gives a shit about being hot. She's a demon. She doesn't care. She only cares about absorbing pain from humans. She takes this form entirely because this pandering nonsense, these giant titties, that fat ass, those thighs, all of that seduces humans. That's the only reason why she like, her entire character design is about pandering to your lowest, basest instincts. That's the whole idea. And that works really well. Like, this is how you do that right. I get a little annoyed sometimes when people accuse me of just being a prude, like, oh, you just don't like sexy ladies, you just want everyone to be covered up and blah, blah, Victorian, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you! Evelyn is fucking amazing. It's when that shit is done badly that I get upset and annoyed. Anyway, step on me, mommy. Let's talk about something a little less hot. I'm gonna need to pause the video and leave the room. Yeah, sorry, Eric. Give my queen S tier or so help me. I hope you were talking about Evelyn, because that's what it's the hour hand of a clock tower. I don't know what you're referring to there, Hedge Knight. Hey, Skyen, how you doing? Oh, I'm having a lot of fun looking at hot fantasy titties. And also other stuff as well. say hello to Captain Fuckboy, Mr. E-Boy of League of Legends himself. The twink in charge, Ezreal. So Ezreal is one of those champions who's like... He's become so iconic to League of Legends, and he was League of Legends' like original pretty boy. He was like the first time that they really leaned into this idea of like a twinky little handsome anime pretty boy who was supposed to appeal more to a female audience. Like he was supposed to be designed more for their aesthetic pleasure rather than like most of the titty babes in the game being designed for the presumed male gaze, which is a term that has a lot of problems but is useful in this context. Oh, Echo's weapon is part of a clock tower. Okay, yeah. Yo, I can see that, Hedge Knight. That's like, yeah, kinda. Yeah, I would have some concerns about... We've moved on from Echo. So, Ezreal is like... Again, I have this mixed feeling. He's a character who's kind of gotten better over time, not just because he got the rework, but also because Piltover has changed around him a lot over the time. Yeah, Rito thinks he appeals to straight women. Yeah, like, Rito thinks he appeals to straight women. He does! Like, there's lots of straight women who want to kiss Ezreal, but there's also a lot of boys who want to kiss Ezreal. Where was it? Right, Ezreal, like, he has this Indiana Jones, like, he's got jeans and a t-shirt and a leather coat. Like, he's got this very contemporary look. Like, he looks very modern, and not really like he's from a fantasy story at all, as such. And that used to be kind of a major mark against him in my book. But Piltover has changed around him a lot as well. Piltover itself has updated to have a much more modern, contemporary aesthetic that kind of fits better with the character over time. So I've kind of mellowed on him a little bit. I used to feel kind of like, really? Like, you didn't want to give him any interesting fantasy details at all, Riot? Just a dude in a fucking leather, like some fuckboy who's walking down the street right now somewhere. But with Piltover itself switching its aesthetic to better accommodate him, I've mellowed out on it. And I really do like the design of his glove, like the Shuriman power glove that he's got going on there, because there's two clever things about it. First of all, it's bright gold, and it sits on this big bulky thing that sits on the end of his arm, which draws attention to it, which tells you, okay, he's got the power in his arm to do the shooty magic blah blah bang bang. But also because the aesthetics of the glove are really badly matched with the rest of him. Yeah, you can tell that the glove is not something like this fuckboy with his leather jacket and his t-shirt and stuff. This glove is not like a fashion statement for him. It's not something that he would choose out of his own personal aesthetics. He's got this glove because he stole it from an ancient civilization. He's a grave robber, by the way. Let's just keep that in mind with Ezreal. He's a grave robber. He robs graves. He steals their shit. Oh, wasn't the gauntlets actually Ishtalish? Maybe, I don't know. Either way, it has a Shuriman aesthetic because Shurima and Ishtal used to be the same country. Anyway, that's a whole other thing. But it stands out from him. Like, it's clearly different from the rest of him, which is like just basically good character design. Like, to do that, like to draw attention to the fact that the glove doesn't quite belong to him. Anyway, for me, he's B tier. Now, Fiddlesticks, he's S tier. Let's just get him up there immediately. Fiddlesticks used to be uncategorizable. That's what you'll see if you look at the old version, the 2019 version of this video, or this stream rather. Fiddlesticks was uncategorizable because he was one of those really old champions that just didn't make any fucking goddamn sense in the modern state of League of Legends anymore. And so I kind of didn't even really want to level a critique at him because he was just old and generic and weak and wasn't a great character design. New Fiddlesticks, on the other hand, haunts my motherfucking nightmares. New Fiddlesticks is very good. And I have nitpicks about him. Like, I do have nitpicks about him. Like, I wish he looked a little bit more like an actual Scarecrow, like just a little bit. Like, because he kind of has this robotic look almost with like the metal legs and things and stuff like that. But what I really fucking like about Fiddlesticks is that the lore conceit that they found for him is that the demon, like the body, all of this is not Fiddlesticks. This is just a puppet, a cloth puppet that the demon the thing that resides inside the metal cage at the core of the beast here, that the demon has put together, has basically just kind of grabbed a bunch of random stuff that was lying around and vaguely fashioned it together into some kind of horrifying monstrosity that it can pilot around. And Fiddlesticks especially, like his fucking animations, man. The way that he's animated is just so fucking good. And normally I wouldn't consider animation as part of the character design as such, but here it kind of has to be, because when Fiddlesticks moves, it's like he doesn't walk on two legs unless that's, like, he just kind of, if he wants to get somewhere, he'll just throw his arm forward and kind of shamble like this miserable monstrosity with extra limbs just kind of bursting out of him left and right. And it works so well. He's so fucking scary. He's terrifying. And the voice work, of course, obviously is absolutely amazing on films like Fiddlesticks. Like, oh, the voice work is good, and the effects that you got, he's like, he's good. I have nitpicks, but holy shit, 2,000 people. That's a lot. But Fiddlesticks is good. He's great, he's excellent. I don't know if I need to explain that much more, but Fiddlesticks is just good. Let's talk about Fiora. I have a salty history with Fiora. Oh, there was some super chat. Let me actually... the girls want to kiss Ezreal's, the boys want to do something else to Ezreal. Yeah, they do. Old Fiddle was a spirit of Halloween decoration. Yeah, pretty much. Recurring Extra says, have mercy on Skarner, he just misses his kind. Yeah, he does. I have a salty history with Fiora a little bit, because when she first came out, she looked a little bit different. And I haven't been able to find that version of the splash art before they made the changes. But basically, oh wait, no, here it is. Is it? No, that's not the one. Anyway, when the Fiora rework was first announced, when it was first revealed, some members of the League of Legends community had themselves a little bit of a hissy fit because she wasn't hot enough. She wasn't pretty enough for them. And so Riot went back and, like, cowards responding to feedback like cowards, they changed her and made her look hotter and, like, less distinctive and interesting. And that's my bias. Like, my bias as a person is, like, I don't care about pretty. I want interesting. I like characters better where they're not, like, generically pretty. But yeah, fair enough, fine. She's a fencer. She's the master duelist of Demacia. And in that respect, I feel mixed about her. Because, like, what's the thing? I don't know what to make of her character design. I don't know what to make of her. Like, I don't know what to make of those long pants with the gold stripe on them. This tunic thing? Like, the only thing about her that really makes sense to me as a fencer's outfit is the shoulder guard. Because, like, that's a thing that you have in fencing. But she has the shoulder guard on the wrong side. It's supposed to be facing your opponent when you're doing the fencing. So, and she doesn't look that Demacian to me either. Which is partly because she was updated at a time before Demacia's, like, stark black and white steel aesthetic was kind of really formalized and solidified, but she's not bad. But she has that Diana problem where it's like, yeah, she's got a cape. I don't know what to say about her. Like, she's just not very distinctive or interesting. And also, she's a fencer. Like, why? She should have, like, a set of core muscles. Those are incredibly important for fencing. Have you seen fencers when they're naked? Like, there's pictures on the internet. You can find them. Olympic fencers don't have bodies that look like this. Now, there is a couple of good things about her. Like, a couple of clever moves. The long golden stripe on her legs emphasizes the length of her legs and gives her this really long, lanky profile. I think, in fact, they made her legs a little bit longer than they should be, which is the Bayonetta trick, which emphasizes her femininity, which emphasizes, like, also her, like, dignity and grace as a character. There's a bunch of good stuff there, kinda, but she's so generic. Like, I don't, she's not bad. There's just nothing to say about her. She's just not interesting. Speaking of interesting, Let's talk about Fizz. Fizz is a Yordle? I think. Maybe, maybe not. It's not entirely clear because Riot still don't know what Yordles are either. So Fizz is a Yordle, I think. Because like the last thing I saw about Fizz was that they said he was a Yordle once, but then they kind of walked it back and said, no, he's not quite a Yordle, but he's like a cousin species to the Yordles, but he lives under the sea. Okay, I don't know what the fuck he's supposed to be. Anyway, Riot don't know either. When he was first created, Fiddlesticks was never supposed to be a Yordle. He was never designed to be one. He was designed to be a little frog person who lives in the sea. And has sea adventures with sharks and stuff like that. He was never designed to be Yordle. They retconned him into one when they tried to clean up the cosmology of the League of Legends universe and kind of tried to unify a lot of characters into the Yordle mold. And that kind of leaves me a little confused about, like, should I critique him as a Yordle? Because he doesn't look he looks fuck all like one. Yordles have a very particular aesthetic, and Fizz doesn't really have that. He doesn't really represent that. Like, if he was a Yordle, he should be a sea mammal rather than a fish person or an amphibian. So it's like, anyway. Outside of that, Fizz is, like, fine. He's another one of those, like, he's actually very unique to League of Legends. Like, he's not like anything else I've seen in any other game, but he's also like, oh yeah, if there's a trickster fish character who would be the protagonist of a children's cartoon, that is what it would look like. And so for me, Fizz is like a classic B tier, in the sense that he's a good character design. Like, he's fine. There's not a lot to say about him. He's just perfectly competently executed to do the thing that he's supposed to do. So it's like, yeah, I don't know what to say about him. He's like, everything about him seems so obvious. Like, he's got webbed feet and like the little suckers on his head tentacles. All of that is just nautical theming. Which leads us on to Dear Galio. Now, Galio is a character who was a little bit controversial at the time, I think, because when he was reworked, he essentially became a new character. Like, he's one of those reworks where the old Galio was just obliterated from the game. They didn't keep anything of old Galio, like, at all, whatsoever. They just created an entirely new champion, called him Galio, and dropped him into the game. Which I completely understand that some people were not happy about. I kind of want old Gargoyle Galio in the game as well. Or rather, I want a Gargoyle. Like, I feel like a Gargoyle is an obvious character to have in League of Legends, and it kind of sucks that he got replaced with this giant, like, 20 stories tall, mega weapon of war kaiju statue thing. So that kind of sucks, but that's not really the fault of this particular character design. And Galio, as a character, is essentially an embodiment of the might and power of Demacia itself. He's an anti-magic kaiju golem who defends Demacia in their time of need against magical powers that are too powerful for the regular army to handle. And he's a figure of legend more than anything. He's a Colossus. Like, he's literally called the Colossus, in the same vein as the Colossus of Rhodes. And in that sense, it's like, yeah. Like, there's some clever stuff going on here. Like, note the plating across his chest. You can kind of see, it's almost like he's been put together, not carved out of solid rock, but he's been put together from many different pieces of rock that's been overlapped over top of each other, which is a sensible way to make him look like a solid statue, but still create a justification for why his limbs can move independently outside of being, like, magically animated. I like the big golden wings, which, like, both work as wings in terms of letting him fly and do his ultimate, but also just as this, like, crowning glory symbol, like this symbolic representation of the might and glory of Demacia itself, along with the crown thing. Like, he's just a good character design. Like, he's solid. He's not, like, mind-blowing or anything, but he's just a really good, solid character design. He's what I would call a classic A tier. A character that looks very unique to League of Legends, who does exactly what he's supposed to do, and who, like, despite the troubled production history, like, despite the justifiable annoyance at the original Galio being removed from the game, he's just a good character design. Like, there's not much to say about him, because Galio, like, he's had one story with Lux, which I thought was really, really cool. But they've never really done enough with his lore or his story or his personality for me to actually go off of it and talk about him more broadly. So let's change gears and talk ourselves a little bit about a pirate, mateys. Arr. Gangplank of Bilgewater. Arr, yar. Etc. So Gangplank, again, a character with an interesting production history, because Gangplank... Let's see if I can find his old character model for you. Yeah, there we go. There he is. Gangplank used to look like this, which is both like a mess of polygons, but also like, oh my god. I believe that was one of his original looks. Then, he got a minor rework, and I wish I could find this in a better quality, where they gave him a beard so that he looked more like an actual pirate captain. But either way, like, this is kind of... he's just bad. Like, this is a comically, like... What the... It's just a pirate. Like, it's just the world's most generic... This looks like fucking Microsoft Word clip art. Like, that's what this... That's what original Gangplank looked like. He looked like clip art from Microsoft Word. And is... he was, like, just bad in every sense of the word. So... Burning Tides rolls around, and I think this was around 2014, I actually don't remember, and Gangplank gets himself a full visual update. And it's announced with, like, pomp and circumstance, and we get a rollout of... Let me see if I can find it. No, that's not it. Please give me his goddamn splash art, Google. Google, please. Google. Google. Thank you. He's rolled out with pomp and circumstance, and we are shown this version of the man. Gangplank as this prestigious, powerful pirate captain, peeling an orange with his sword, his red-hot sword that he's using to torture whatever poor sap is in the foreground. Prestigious, powerful, at the height of his strength, Lord of Bilgewater, indisputed master of pirates, Gangplank. And then he dies. Misfortune kills him, and he's literally removed from the game for like a few days, and people freaked the fuck out. Like, Gangplank was removed from the game just a few days, and people had they threw an absolute nutty about it. Holy shit, they got mad. That was incredibly funny at the time. And then they revealed that, Gangplank has survived the explosion. He's not actually dead, but he did lose an arm, which has been replaced with some robot parts now. And now, rather than being, like, Lord of Bilgewater, pirate captain at the height of his powers and influence, now he's the scrappy rebel once again. Misfortune has taken over as captain of Bilgewater. And Gangplank now is the privateer, once again, the buccaneer, the guy sailing on the ship, doing the killing and the murdering, and, like, out there being more active, and seeking, of course, his revenge against Misfortune herself. And that creates, like, I think a really interesting pirate character design, because this guy, unlike Captain Gangplank, who looks like a pirate lord more than anything, with his immaculately well-groomed beard and his, like, beautiful coat and all of that nonsense, this guy looks like a thug. Like, this guy looks like someone who murders people for looking at him wrong. He looks brutal, he looks cruel, he looks violent, and he looks powerful. And he's one of the few characters in League of Legends, by the way, where... like, masculine power isn't just bulging muscles. Gangplank doesn't have bulging muscles. He has a thick body. He has a body with a really powerful midriff. And he's not fat as such, but he is, like, he has a little bit of that dad bod thing going on. Which is really rare in League of Legends, which is really rare in gaming in general, to have that body where it's like, it's not overly, like, it's not hyper-masculinized. It's not that Braum, huge, bulging muscle, giant torso bodybuilder physique, but it still looks powerful. Like, it still looks like he could probably lift you with one hand and, like, crush your windpipe. And that's something I really like about Gangplank. Now, he's still kind of a generic pirate design. much like he was in his early days, but he's a generic pirate design that looks like it belongs in Bilgewater, in the specific pirate aesthetic that Bilgewater has, with this mix of like Maori influences, especially with the tattooing, and Mesoamerican influences that you can see especially in the Buru people. Like, all of that is in there, creating like a really strong pirate character design. And he's a little bit generic, a little bit too generic for me to put him in S tier. I kind of want to, but he's an A tier character for me, like, because he's really, really good. Like, if he had a little bit more of uniqueness to him, I'd probably bump him up a notch. But as it is, it's just a really nice execution of the concept. Note, chat likes dads. Oh, not just chat, my friend. Daddies are popular these days. I don't know if you've heard of them, but they're a thing. So, we go from a very well-designed, if slightly generic, pirate to the most boring man in League of Legends. Garen is and has always been boring. Like, he's a World of Warcraft, he's a Warcraft extra that wandered over. And that's something that kind of weak, like, let me just pull something up. Maps, universe.leagueoflegends.com, and let me go look at the regions and see if I can find the particular image I'm looking for. Because Garen is like the exemplar of Demacia. Like, he's the example of what Demacia is supposed to look like, what it's supposed to be like, what it's supposed to be about. But there's a problem with him, which is that in the modern aesthetic of Demacia, and you can see this especially in Legends of Runeterra, their soldiers tend to look like this. They tend to have this particular aesthetic, very stark, very sparse, lots of white and blue, contrasted against each other, with like a really sleek and kind of modernist aesthetic to it. And Garen is supposed to be the exemplar of Demacia, like the actual example of everything Demacia is supposed to be about aesthetically and visually. And he ain't look like that. He looks like a Warcraft extra. Like, you can see the influence of Warcraft 3 that like filtered up through Dota, and which still persists in League of Legends to this day, with the giant-ass ridiculous shoulder pauldrons, and like the huge bracers on his arms, and then this giant, just generic, ridiculous fantasy sword. Garen is kind of stuck in a different era of League of Legends, where like this made sense as an exemplar of Demacia back in the day, but in the modern state of the game, with like the mage conflict and the whole Demacia as a sort of quasi-eugenicist fascist state and all of that, it's just kind of grown past him. And it doesn't help that Garen himself is like the most generic white boy you've ever seen in your life. Like, how would you describe him except as like 90% of TV actors? He doesn't have a face. He doesn't really have like this. And it's a bit of a pity, because like I really like the ridiculousness of his spin, like Demacia, and then he just swings around and around and around, which is like fundamentally kind of silly. But that doesn't come across in his character design. So for me, Garen is a C tier, because it's like he used to be better integrated. He's a Kyle, yeah. He used to be better integrated with Demacia. Demacia used to align a lot closer to him in terms of its aesthetic and in terms of its themes and theming. It doesn't anymore. Garen is someone who kind of needs not a full visual update perhaps, but an update that just kind of brings him into line with like that stark quasi-fascist aesthetic that modern Demacia has. And we'll talk about that more once we get to Jarvan. Changing gears entirely, let's talk about Gnar. There is no D tier, it's elusive. Anything below C is F. Let's talk about Gnar. Oh, precious little Gnar. Now, Gnar is an interesting experiment, because he's, again, one of those champions who's from somewhat before Riot knew what the hell they were doing with the Yordles. The Yordles, I think, because it's not fucking clear, I think in the modern state of League of Legends, the Yordles are essentially a kind of race of fairies, a race of goblins, as it were, that exist sort of in reality and also slightly outside of it, that take on the characteristics of whatever landscape they happen to occupy. Gnar comes from an era in League of Legends when they were still trying to define the Yordles more as like an actual species, like an actual species of animal, essentially, on the same level as a human or a Vistaya. And so he was supposed to be the prehistoric Yordle who was frozen in ice for thousands of years and then thawed out in the modern day. And then like has this Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing where he transforms into a giant hulking rage monster whenever he gets excessively angry or excited enough. And so from a modern perspective, Gnar kind of doesn't fit in with the Yordles as such, but the Yordle concept is also at this point broad enough that it can easily incorporate him. He wasn't designed to fit into it, but the concept itself is capable of fitting him into it. So on that level, like I'm a little mixed about him, but in terms of his character design, he's adorable. Gnar is such a good boy. Look at his fuzzy little face with his little bone boomerang running around with a big tail in the ears. He's a cutie boy. And I love his voice work. Like, I love the shirky. Ah! Like, I love the little random noises that he makes. I love the caveman thing that he's got going on. He's cute. He's adorable. And the contrast between tiny, adorable, mischievous, funny little hopping Gnar and the giant hulking rage monster form that he turns into is really, really well executed. Because you can see, like, between the ears and the tusks and like like the nose, you can see elements of Gnar's base form in his monster form. Like, you can see how one could transform into the other, Gremlins style. But they're also so well contrasted in terms of, like, this Gnar, monster Gnar is blue and red, whereas, like, normal Gnar has these blue accents, but is mostly orange and purple. And, like, just a really solid character design, and I don't know if I should put him in S tier, but I'm gonna, because he's cute, and I like him. Meganon looks like a monster from Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, there's a little bit of that in there. Like, there's a little bit of that particular aesthetic. Which leads us on to Gragas. Yeah. Gragas. I don't... Yeah. Gragas is a fat, drunken, ugly slob. That's it. That's the joke. He's a fat, drunken, ugly slob. He burps and he farts and he's disgusting. And he drinks too much beer or wine or whatever. And he fights. He brawls in bars and stuff. He's a complete one-note. Like, he's such a one-note stereotype character. He has no discernible personality. He has no theme or idea behind him. He's just big, fat, drunk, ugly slob. Ha, ha, ha. He doesn't, like, he sort of quasi-accidentally fits into the Freljord with his tattoos a little bit. But he has the same problem that Ashe does, which is like, if he's from the Freljord, why the fuck is he running around in just a loincloth? Like, why is that? Why? Why is that the only thing that he wears if he's from the goddamn Freljord? Why does he have these ropes around his arms and his torso? Why is that there? I don't know, because he's old. And he's old. He's an old champion. But even by the standards of League of Legends at the time, he's just like, he's so one note, and it's so tired, and I'm so bored of it. It's like, is that really the best you could do? Fine. So moving on to something that's a lot better. Graves. So Graves quit smoking, by the way. We learned that from Legends of Runeterra, that Twisted Fate finally convinced his boyfriend to quit smoking. Speaking of which, this is kind of a... Twisted Fate and Graves are kind of a Diana and Leona story. That specifically, the writers behind Graves and Twisted Fate fought for a long time internally to make it canonical that Graves and Twisted Fate are bitter, or were rather, bitter ex-boyfriends, and that they have a married couple dynamic, which is something that, again, Riot leadership censored it, they shot it down, they didn't allow it to happen, which the writers, like, I've talked to them, and they're still very salty about that, because that was the one that was, like, supposed to be the one that became canonical. And it certainly was internally at Riot. So, you know, that's annoying, but that doesn't really tie into his character design very much. That's just a fun little production history thing. Graves himself is an interesting experiment in League of Legends because he was introduced essentially as
the lone gunslinger cowboy who's chasing down his old partner. Like, where Twisted Fate was already an established character in League, he was this wandering gambler type who wears a cowboy hat and has kind of a Western aesthetic. Graves was designed entirely to complement that, like going with a kind of Clint Eastwoody vibe to him with the cigar and the poncho, traveling the land looking for the man who betrayed him, looking for revenge, like Fistful of Dollars kind of thing. And that works really well for him. In modern times, like, they've turned him into a Bilgewater champion, which makes a certain degree of sense. Like, Bilgewater has a kind of aesthetic that can kind of incorporate all this, but Graves, much like Twisted Fate, ultimately has... Like, he doesn't look like a pirate. He doesn't really look like he's from the League of Legends universe. He looks like he's from a spaghetti western, a fantasy spaghetti western. And... he's iconic enough for League of Legends, and he's like, he has enough of a fantasy aesthetic about him that I don't think it counts against him that much. But it does mean that he's an awkward fit for the League of Legends universe itself. It does mean he doesn't, at least to me, he doesn't quite look like he belongs where the game says that he belongs. Still, he's a B tier character for me, for those particular reasons. He'd be S tier if he was naked, obviously. Might as well bring that joke back. And Twisted Fate, by the way, spoiler alert, is going to be very much in the same category. And for people talking about Twisted Fate and Evelyn, yeah, that's not canon anymore. Not since Evelyn's rework at the very least. But Twisted Fate might be bi, you know. He's probably had lots of sex, I'm sure. Let's talk about Hecarim. Now, Hecarim's character model exhibits one of the problems of League of Legends character models in general, which is that they don't deal well with transparency. So the idea of Hecarim is that he's this horse armor with this rider attached on top of it that's supposed to be animated by dark spirit magic. In reality, he just has a big teal body that's just kind of there, which is something that I've always kind of disliked about his character model. But that's just the reality of model making for a game like League of Legends. As a character design himself, Hecarim is... like, he's cool, but he's also kind of generic. Like, he's a centaur dude who's also a ghost dude at the same time, which is like, yeah, sure, like haunted ghost centaur armor. I guess, like, for me, it's a little bit too Warcraft 3. Like, Hecarim has always been a little bit too Warcraft 3 for me. Like, with all of the fucking skulls and the mouth and the skulls and the mouth and the skulls and the mouths and the skulls and the mouth all over his character design. He's so fucking extra. Where I would kind of have liked to see him, like, be a little bit more streamlined and sleek, because, like, that's his whole gameplay aesthetic, is that he's this fast-charging, fast-moving juggernaut, this force of nature that mows down everything in front of him, which I really like as a concept, but Hecarim's character design just doesn't really support it. He just looks big and bulky and unwieldy, and I don't know what the fuck the face is supposed to be. Like, it doesn't even look like a skull, if that's what it's supposed to do. It just looks like a monkey with a really bad tooth decay or something. So, like, Hecarim is, like, fine. I don't know. I don't want to talk about him much. He's, like, somewhere between B and C tier, and I'm going to put him in C just because I don't like him. He's, like, fine, but he needs an update to bring him into line with the modern aesthetic of the Shadow Isles. Speaking of Yordles... yeah, Hecarim should have been a Nucleavy. Yeah, I agree with that. Random Mordekaiser main. He should have been a Nucleavy. That would have made him more interesting, rather than the sort of generic centaur design that he's got going on right now. Anyway, Heimerdinger, my boy. Heimerdinger is another one of those characters who, like, I think he was always supposed to be a Yordle. I don't think he was a Mechling like Tristana was, but his old character design... let's see if I can find his original splash art. His old character design basically had him be like a living brain. Come on, give me the goddamn... I hate looking for splash arts on Google because there are always some fucking thing. Okay, let's use this instead. Let's look at his original character model. This is what Heimerdinger used to look like. And theoretically, this stuff here is supposed to be his hairdo. Theoretically. But the way that it looks in-game, and especially the way that it looks in his splash art, just makes it look like it's his brain. And you can especially see that, here's the splash art, finally found it. Here's the splash art. You can especially see that, like, with the swirls and curls around it, it looks like it's just his motherfucking brain, and he's got, like, a wrench and a hammer sticking out of his actual cerebral cortex. And what's really weird is that that brain aesthetic for the hair continues into the mustache. And that was, like, just a whole thing. And I never knew what the fuck to make of old Heimerdinger. He was, like, real weird character design. So, when they update him to become a proper Yordle, like once they have this idea, okay, Yordles are small furry creatures, basically, and the males tend to be more furry than the females, so with the mustache and the thing, they take some of that old idea of, like, the big puffy hair, but they Einstein him instead a little bit. Like, you know how, like, the traditional conception of Albert Einstein is this weird genius with wild curly hair? They basically take that and integrate that into Heimerdinger's design and make the hair much more explicitly hair and not exposed brain matter, but they still keep the whole, like, giant head idea to make him look like he has a big brain character. And there's a couple of other clever things, like the goggles being used to give him these big eyes, but also to depersonalize him a little bit. Like, he's always looking at the world through a filter, through glass. He's always looking at the world through the lens of science. Which, like, does a good job. The one thing I'd criticize about Heimerdinger's character design is, like, his outfit. He just wears, like, a coat, where I would, like, it should have been a lab coat or some kind of engineer's outfit, like something that looks more recognizably like an inventor's something, is, like, the one thing I'd criticize about his look. But other than that, he's, like, a perfectly solid, like, a A/B tier, and I'm probably going to put him in B because he's not that remarkable, but he's a perfectly solid little character design that works quite well, and, like, you get the sense of, like, absent-minded professor from him. Yeah, that works. And then there's my girl Illaoi. Oh, there were some super chats. Why is hot nude fencer ladies in your Google search history? It's for League of Legends research, I swear. Well, actually, I wonder if I can find it. Let's see. Yes, here it is. The reason why I have that is because of a book called Athlete by Howard Schatz. And I'm just going to plug my own Twitter here. Howard Schatz is a photographer who took a series of photographs of Olympic athletes in various fields. And it's one of the best pieces of reference and research that you can have for character design when it comes to designing warrior characters especially. Every single one of these women is a top-tier Olympic-level athlete in their field. So we've got a basketball player. I think she's a gymnast. And there's a runner, and she's definitely like a rhythmic gymnast. This is a boxer, I think, and this is a weightlifter. And it's one of my favorite photo series because it's a display of the ways in which, like, the ways we visually represent power are completely out of sync with what actual power is. And you can see that especially in the contrast here. This is Shane Hammond. He's an Olympic champion weightlifter. Look how his body is constructed. Over here we have King Kamali. He's an Olympic champion bodybuilder. Look what his body looks like. This man right here is much, 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 much stronger than this man over here. Bodybuilders sculpt their bodies to look a certain way, and this has become the visual standard that we tend to use for representations of power, especially when it comes to superheroes. You can see that influence in Braum, especially. But actual power, actual physical strength, looks like this. It looks thick. It looks, well, fat, basically. And that's like something that's always bothered me about, especially female characters in League of Legends, is that top level, the peak of human performance can look all of these ways. But in League of Legends, they all just fucking look like the same titty babe over and over again. Anyway, good segue into Illaoi. Because Illaoi is... yeah, bodybuilders are not that strong. They really aren't, especially not when they're getting ready to show for a competition, because then they dehydrate themselves and don't eat very much for a long time. So they're actually at their weakest when they're showing off for a competition. Anyway, Illaoi leads us into that quite nicely because she's that rare character in League of Legends, that rare woman who actually gets to have some bodybuilder qualities, who gets to have like big fucking muscles on her, to be built like a brick shithouse, as she kind of should be. Because her whole, like, Illaoi's whole story, the whole concept of her character as a whole, is that she's a priestess of this cult of Nagakeboros. And Nagakeboros as an entity, as a deity, is obsessed with, like, moving forwards, having strength of will, having strength to overcome various trials, improving your mettle, improving your strength, and so on. Like, constant change for the better is the ideology of Nagakeboros as a cult. And Illaoi represents that pretty well, like someone who's from a cult that is obsessed with strength and power, and like strength of will, and strength of purpose. Yeah, she probably should be built like a brick shit house. She's also the first time that Illaoi was, Bilgewater rather, was fully introduced to the aesthetics of the Buru, which is, like I mentioned earlier, is an island cult, like a set of island peoples whose aesthetic is alternately based on Mesoamerican and like Pacific Islander culture aesthetics. And that blending, at least in my opinion, is really, really successful. It creates a really interesting visual universe to kind of contrast against the sort of more generic European-esque pirate aesthetics of Bilgewater, and the fusion between the two is really solid. And as people have pointed out in chat, yes, Illaoi and Gangplank canonically have fucked. They have fucked a lot. So, you know, I leave you with that mental image. And if you're not weak, you'll find it hot. Anyway, I like Illaoi a lot. Like, not necessarily because her character design itself is that exceptional, because, like, it is pretty. Like, she's got the chest plate and the something, I don't know what this thing is that she's wearing around her waist, and, like, the loincloth and boots and pants and a glove. Like, in itself, it's not that remarkable. It's not, in itself, that interesting. But as a contrast to what female bodies in League of Legends generally tends to look like, she's remarkable just because she's something different for once. She's the only woman in League of Legends who looks remotely like this. The only one! We have 30 titty babes, but only one woman whose arms are like thicker than a stick. And just on that alone, like on that uniqueness, and she's also not just unique to League of Legends, but she's unique in gaming in general, where like a lot of the time we don't get women who look like they could bench press more than a couple of pounds, you know? That for me puts her in an S tier, because like she's completely unique to League of Legends with the Buru aesthetic, with like the Mesoamerican and Pacific Islander aesthetics being melded together into her. She's very unique to League of Legends, and she's, like, unique in gaming as a whole, just because you don't get a lot of women who look like this at all. So for me, that's an S tier. Speaking of S tier, guess who's not gonna be there? Irelia. Irelia. Remember how I talked about how I'm kind of annoyed with League of Legends because they just do the same titty babe over and over and over again? Yeah. Rek'Sai, we'll talk about Rek'Sai. Yeah, Irelia is kind of that. Now, there's a couple of ameliorating circumstances with Irelia. Irelia is the blade dancer. Like, she's specifically supposed to be a dancer. And in that sense, yes, like, sure, you could give her the whole, like, you can make her, like, the hot woman thing, and then have her have soft power rather than hard power. Dancing around, like swaying, using circular motion, like, yeah, I kind of see that, like the Tai Chi aesthetic kind of thing as a whole. But then again, like, what does a ballet dancer look like? What does a really high-level swing dancer look like? And it tends to not be very thick thighs and big titty. Like, there's a tendency towards that, because the kinds of lifestyle that you have to have that kind of body, and the same thing for female martial arts practitioners, doesn't tend to lend itself to this kind of fat distribution, basically. So, whatever. I don't care about realism that much. Like, I really don't care that much about realism. That's not really the thing. It's just, you tell me that this woman has been a war leader since the age of 16, that she is like a cultural leader for her people, who has been in multiple battles, who has taken multiple injuries, and has been fighting Noxus since she was like basically a child, and who's barely straining to hold together an uneasy coalition of Ionian nationalists and hopeful traditionalists, that she's like trying to find a compromise with Karma's people, like that. All of that stuff is supposed to be going on, and it's like, all those aspects of her character just aren't there. She doesn't look like it to me at all. There's no sense of her as a war leader. There's no sense of her as like a traumatized survivor of battle. There's no sense of her as someone holding together a political coalition with both hands. None of that is reflected in her design, because her design is only interested in the whole blade dancer thing, which, like, fair enough, I guess. But characters like Karma and Swain managed to integrate like the duality of both being a war leader and a political leader pretty well. And so for me, it's always been disappointing that Irelia didn't do it. And then there's her armor. Like, her armor bothers me so much because look at it. Look at this shit. She's got spikes poking into her own tits. She's got spikes on, like, if she bends forward too much, those things are gonna stab her in the sternum. And this spike right here, again, like, if she makes one wrong move, she stabs herself. And I don't get that. We'll talk about that more, by the way, once we talk about Kale, because she has one of the most egregious sternum spikes I've ever seen in the game. And that's something, like, where you can tell that the priority for designing this armor was aesthetic pleasure, and there's some justification for that in that she's a blade dancer. She's not supposed to be outfitted like a soldier, but it's still like, she's supposed to be flexible, right? She's supposed to have freedom of movement. She's supposed to be able to flow and move in all kinds of smooth motions and like bending around herself and be flexible. But then everything about her armor says inflexible. Everything about her armor says don't bend ever, because if you do, you die. And that, like, that to me is just, like, not very solid armor design. Like, that's armor design that doesn't actually consider the character that the armor is supposed to go on. Anyway, Irelia gets to go in B tier, because, like, she's, like, I mean, I want to put her in C, but she's, like, yeah, fuck it, C tier. Not B tier, C tier. I think boob plate would situationally actually fit Irelia. Yeah, it could, actually. It could, because she has this dancer aesthetic to her. Like, you could justify a boob plate on Irelia. Ivern. I want to put Ivern in S tier, because as the Green Father, as, like, this forest spirit who's a friend to animals, and who's, like, just this lovely, whimsical, happy, pleasant father figure for the entire forest, he's damn near perfect. Like, he's damn near perfect. I really like Ivern's long, lanky, willowy, kind of wispy character design. I like the cartoonishness of his motions. I like how well they use tree roots and tree aesthetics to give him this big tree beard thing and these mushroom arms and things like that. I love all of that about him. The one thing that brings Ivern down, like the one thing, is his lore. Because Ivern, in case you didn't know, used to be a Freljordian warlord who just murdered people a lot and was terrible and did bad things, and then one day he went to Ionia because he wanted to find a magic tree because of some reasons, and he murdered a lot of Ionians, and he was very bad and mean, and then he cut down a god tree, and that was bad, but then the god tree turned him into magical green forest father Ivern, and now he's nice. And I don't like Ivern's lore at all, because they introduced this whole thing about how he used to be a cruel warlord, and he used to kill people, and he used to murder and raid and pillage and be the worst man ever, and then you kind of just snap your fingers, like, poof, skip ahead, and now he's just nice. He's just nice. Like, the whole past as a murderer, the whole human past, the whole thing about having once been a warlord of the Freljord, all of that is like, it's just framed as like, this is such ancient history that it might as well not be part of his fucking character anymore at all. His entire character arc that he should have had from learning to be more compassionate about nature, all of that has just been taken care of already. Like, that happened 2,000 years ago, pretty much. And he's like, now he's completely, fully formed into the character of the Green Father and has pretty much forgotten everything about what it is to be human. And it doesn't matter at all. And that's fucking rankles me. Like, Ivern's story especially is that you introduce this whole thematic thing about, like, learning the cycle of nature and learning to have compassion for all living things thing. That should be a really strong character hook for him. But then you just go, oh yeah, that's all been resolved already. We don't want to tell any stories about that. He's just there now, and his personality is formed, and it's stuck where it is, and it's perfect. So that's the thing that rankles me. But that's his lore. That has nothing to do with his character design. So like, because I'm so pissed by the lore, I want to put him in A tier. But from a pure design perspective, he's an S tier character. Like, from a pure character design perspective, he is an S tier. He is very, very good. But it's just the fucking lore, man. Ugh. Rankles me. Anyone want to guess? Anyone want to guess? Say the line, everybody. S tier when naked. And so I will reiterate some of the stuff I said about Janna last time. Janna's whole concept is that she's supposed to be a wind goddess, kind of, sort of. Like, she's a magical wind spirit who was once a patron spirit of sailors, but has now become a patron spirit of Zaun instead. And there's something really fucking clever about the way that they've reframed Janna's lore. Like, she used to be this spirit of the sea, this spirit of oh, good lord. Turns out YouTube auto-moderation censors the word naked. So I'm just seeing a bunch of withheld messages. Give me a second. There we go. There's a really clever reframing where she used to be a spirit of the sea, a spirit of the winds, who then fell out of favor, like people forgot about her, but then the people of Zaun started praying to her, because Zaun, of course, has no clean air. Like, she's a spirit of wind and clean air who becomes a patron spirit of a city that is fundamentally deeply polluted. Like, I really, really, really love that aspect to her lore. Like, that's such a fucking cool idea that a spirit of the sea finds a new home as a spirit of clean air in a city that's polluted. I wish fucking any of that came across in her character design. Like, any of it came across in her character design. The maritime aspect, like, have her wear clothing that looks like she's, like, be a sailor person or something. I don't know, something that's connected to the sea? Nope. Okay, then, if she's a wind spirit of clean air, then maybe have her wear big flowing robes that can really billow with the wind and really, like, flow around her and fly around. Nope. What do we do with Janna? We just put her in a fucking bra and panties. Bra and panties. That's Janna. She's bra and panties. And they should just have made her naked. This is what I said the last time around. Like, if you want to go with the whole she's like a sexy wind spirit because sailors are horny for her or whatever, fine. Then make her naked. Like, make her be enveloped in a rotating storm or something that just always covers up the naughty bits. Like, in the same way that Evelyn has this, like, black goo that flows over her body that just, like, barely covers up her titties and her sexy bits. Do the same thing with Janna, but use wind instead. Like, there's always a gust of wind kind of just whiting out, just barely preventing you from seeing the good bits. That would make her S tier. Like, that, fuck it, go for it. Like, go hard on making her the sexy wind spirit. Actually go for it. Take a risk there. Actually risk a little bit of censorship. Risk a slightly higher age rating. Do that. Go for it. And she would be S tier if she was naked. Like, I stand by that. That's not just a joke. If they had the guts to actually make her naked, she would be S tier. But because she's just a lady in fucking bra and panties, and she looks nothing like a wind spirit, and she looks nothing like a maritime spirit, and she looks like nothing, she's C tier. Because this is just a boring titty babe. Again, a titty babe. For no fucking reason. So, you know, there's that. But yes, S tier when naked. I stand by it. And that's the thing, is like, if you want to make fan service, if you want to make titty babes, if you just want to get fucking horny all over the place, I fully support that. Holy shit, yes, I would love League of Legends to be a hornier game. I wouldn't mind that at all. But then you also have to have the actual guts to go through with it. Like, you actually have to have the guts to risk censorship. You have to have the guts to go for it. And also, you have to make the dudes sexy as well. Like, you have to have bulges and crotch shots and asses and, like, cum gutters. You have to go the whole hog. That half measure thing where it's like, oh, we have sexy titty babes, but then nothing else, and the titty babes aren't even that sexy. Halfway measures. Not interesting. Anyway, Jarvan the Fourth has the... Remember how with Garen, we talked about how Demasia's aesthetics has kind of moved on since he was designed? Yeah, Jarvan the Fourth has kind of the same problem. I'm trying to find something on Universe, but I think I can only find it on the world map. Give me a sec. Let's see, where is the Jarvan? There he is. Hello. This is what Prince Jarvan canonically looks like in League of Legends lore right now. This is Jarvan the Fourth. This is him. This, you can find this on the universe. It's under the Demasian bit of the map. And this is a really, really good character design for a king or prince of Demacia. This is a really good character design for that, because he has that stark white and gold aesthetic that defines so much of like the Demacian walls and the Demacian aesthetic. This looks really, really good and looks really, really solid and expresses Jarvan as a leader of the Demacian kingdom, that quasi-fascist eugenicist state, like that has this obsession with purity that comes through in their aesthetic. That's a very good character design. This is a fucking mess. Like, this is just, I don't know what the fuck this is. So, I believe in the original lore, the idea behind Jarvan's armor was that it was parts from a dragon that had been slain, and they kind of crafted that into armor. And so that's why he has these fucking weirdo shoulder spikes and this kind of organic look to his armor for some reason. That ain't true anymore. Like, the game has very much moved on around Jarvan the Fourth, and now this character design, like, just between those asymmetrical, ridiculous-looking dumbass spikes and this, I don't know what the fuck his armor is supposed to be. Like, I genuinely, like, because you got this tiny bit of golden chestplate stuff, but then what the fuck is he wearing underneath? Is that a bodysuit? Is that leather? What is that? What's he wearing? What the hell is this armor even supposed to be? I don't know. He doesn't look like an armored warrior especially, because like with this bodysuit thing, he looks vulnerable all the time, which is dumb. He doesn't look like he's a Demacian ruler, because nothing about this aesthetic correlates with Demacia whatsoever. And he also doesn't look cool. Like, this just looks awkward and bulky and dumb. He doesn't look cool. He doesn't look badass. He doesn't look dangerous. He's just... Jarvan the Fourth sucks. Like, his redesign, the one that you can find on the universe right now, like the one that's on the map, that's pretty good. I'd probably put that at an A tier. But he fucking sucks. Like, base Jarvan right now fucking sucks. He's terrible. I don't like him at all. And even the splash art, like, it looks better, but it's still not good. Like, what the fuck are those spikes supposed to be? This is just a train wreck of a character design. Speaking of, like, here we have something slightly opposite to Jarvan and Garen. Like, Jarvan and Garen are two characters where the game has kind of moved on around them. The game has kind of left them behind in a lot of ways. Jax is a really interesting example of the exact opposite. So, Jax in his original lore, back when he was first added to the game, was Jax the Grand Master. And he was this mysterious random soldier, this guardsman, who just turned out to be like the best warrior who ever fucking lived ever, and just completely dominated the competition of the League of Legends, until they had to literally nerf him by forcing him to only fight with a lamp. Like, they basically denied him the opportunity to use weapons that made him so fucking overpowered. So in the lore, in the narrative of the game, they had to literally nerf him to bring him into line. And that's why Jax decides to run around fighting people with a lamp, because he can still beat them with a lamp, and it's his way to basically disrespect his opponents and style on them. That's what it used to be. Then the 2014 lore retcon hits, and the League of Legends vanishes from the lore of League of Legends. There's no more summoners, there's no more competition. Jax loses his entire reason for existence. All of his lore is just out the window, down the drain, and completely fucking gone. And it stays that way for a long, long time. Until very, very recently, where Jax was reintroduced as Psyjax. That's his full name. He goes by Jax, but his full name is Psyjax, and then like a whole bunch of more fantasy bullshit names after that. And he is a warrior of Ikathia. Ikathia being a region of Shurima that was once part of the Shuriman Empire, but which rebelled against the Shuriman Empire. And as part of their rebellion, they tried to use the Void as a weapon of mass destruction. They summoned the Void, hoping that it would destroy the the Shuriman forces, but instead the Void did what the Void does and consumed Ikathia whole. Jax is one of the last survivors of the people of Ikathia, and the really clever bit is that in one of the recent stories, they revealed that the lamp that Jax carries around, it's actually a magical lantern from Ikathia. It was a beacon of sorts, a magical brazier that was designed to emit a kind of light that would hold the Void under control. It's one of the few weapons on the face of Runeterra that is actually capable of beating back the Void because of the magics that it was infused with by the Mage Kings of Ikathia. It's also part of the lore that its power has been fading over the centuries while Jax has been wandering the world. So it's not as powerful as it used to be. It's kind of broken and beaten up because he's been using it for a very long time. Jax is very, very old. He's centuries and centuries old, and he has been Void touched. Something about the Void has definitely affected him, and so he has dedicated his life to wandering the world, looking for warriors who might be strong enough to help him stand against the Void when it finally comes, and maybe, just maybe, retake Ikathia. People in the chat are talking about sand trolls. No, he's not a sand troll. He's an Ikathian. And Riot have never quite clarified why he only has 3 fingers and stuff like that. Maybe that's something they'll address with a visual update, but he's supposed to be an Ikathian, which might be like a race of people that lived there, that only had 3 fingers, but the reason why he's purple is because he's touched by the Void. And so Jax is one of those characters where, like, his character design is kind of old and clunky and a little bit awkward and looks a little bit out of place in the world of League of Legends. But that kind of makes sense because he's the last Ikathian, basically. Like, outside of Cillian, who's stuck in time. But he's basically one of the last Ikathians. He's from a dead culture that doesn't really exist anymore. So it makes sense that he looks out of place and weird. It makes sense that he doesn't look like he quite belongs. And the lore updates that they've made are clever enough that I feel like that I would normally have put Jax in B or C tier, but I feel like that puts him in A tier, because, yeah, it fits, his lore and his character design correspond in a really nice way, and I think it works really well. Okay, I am going to take a short break and make myself some tea, because I can feel that my throat is starting to get a little bit sore, so hang around, listen to some music, I'll turn it up for you, and I'll be right back.
There we go. I have got myself a cup of tea, and we are ready to continue. Oh boy, we lost about 300 viewers to that break. That's fair enough. Let's see. Eric Alejandrino sent me a super chat that said, I'd love to see Gragas as an old war veteran of the Freljord. That would be a cool angle. Give him old armor that's half on but hangs out shirtless. Yeah, that would be a good angle for him. And it also, like, maybe that would explain his alcoholism, you know? Best girl in the game, I think you were talking about Janna there, and Wing of Shu said at least she's easy to cosplay. Yes, Janna is probably one of the easier cosplays in League of Legends. Except for the whole flowing bits with the, like, the trailing little streamers that she's got. I don't know what about those. So, how are y'all doing? Are you having fun? Have you been enjoying yourself so far? I hope you have, because I certainly have. I love hearing myself talk. This is just a good time for me. Anyway, let's talk about the second most fucky fuckboy of Piltover, Jace, the Defender of Tomorrow. Yes, Dad. It's weird when people call me Daddy. So, Jace is the second most fucky fuckboy of Piltover. He looks like an asshole. Like, he has this Don Draper look, but even more douchey. Which I've always found kind of funny, because the original conception of Jace was that he was supposed to be like the hero guy of Piltover, like the upstanding, good citizen, heroic inventor of Piltover. The man who has, like, the Iron Man, basically, like the guy who's made this fantastic invention and who uses it to defend good and right from the encroachment of evil, blah, blah, blah. That was sort of what he was supposed to be, but I have never been able to look at his splash art, like, ever in my life, and seen that face and not gone, oh yeah, no, that's a fucking dude. Like, that guy harasses women on Twitter. Like, this guy thinks Ben Shapiro is really cool. I can't look at that and think anything other than this is some kind of crypto-fash piece of, like, just the character design. But that's me. That's just my particular bias. Now, what's interesting is that most recently, the most recent lore update for Jace actually kind of leaned into that a little bit and made Jace this kind of uncompromising, self-absorbed, self-obsessed, like, dickhead inventor who's, like, too obsessed with his own genius and, like, with his own quest for knowledge and understanding, that he becomes this kind of standoffish jerk genius. Like, people respect him and because he's a really, really fucking good inventor, but he has no social graces whatsoever. He's very rude, he's very unpleasant, he doesn't care about anyone else's opinions. And so they kind of leaned into the Jace douche kind of thing a little bit more, with him eventually coming around to, okay, maybe I should do some heroic stuff also and stop being such a complete asshole all of the time. But very much coming from a starting point of just being kind of a jerkbag. And that then ties into his story with Victor, where Jace ultimately ends up being like, well, Victor, it's very nice that you're trying to improve lives for people, but you can't just take away their free will and their bodily autonomy. Like, Jace comes to have a moral core about these things where, like, you can't just take away people's minds. You can't just take away people's bodies. That's immoral. You can't force people to evolve like that, where Victor goes, no, glorious evolution, blah, blah, blah. And that's the thing that ultimately pushes Jace to behave a little bit more heroically, like to actually put his body on the line to protect other people, because he has some principles that he actually believes in. And I quite like that. Like, I quite like that they kind of took the slightly douchey-looking aspect of his original character design and leaned into it a little bit in a way that would make for a compelling and interesting character arc. Now, as for his character design itself, it's like, you can tell that he's from kind of early days of League of Legends and Piltover, because he doesn't really look that much like a Hex Tech warrior, does he? Like, a lot of, like, in his splash art, you can kind of see the dynamic, electric, pulse blast, blah, blah, hammer thing. But as for the rest of his character design, like, you have all these gears that are just kind of there because, I don't know, steampunk, blah, blah. But it doesn't really look that grounded in Piltover. And that's just one of the artifacts of him just kind of being an old character.
And so normally I would have put him in C tier because he just looks like such a douche, but because they've actually kind of leaned into that and made it part of his character, I feel like he belongs in B tier now. Like, not great, but not terrible, and a character design that actually reflects some of his personality and what he's actually supposed to be about. Which moves us on to Jin. Now, I might as well get this out of the way right away. Jin is S tier. Like, Jin is fantastic. I love Jin. There's so much good stuff to talk about when it comes to Jin. Now, I've never been a huge fan of his splash art, because what it's trying to do with this thing is like you have this shattered mirror with like a bullet hole where Jin has fired a bullet into it, and so you have this cracked mirror, much like Jin himself is cracked, like he's insane, he's crazy. But because of the particulars of his weird anatomy, and the way that his cloak covers up most of his body, it just kind of, like, it just looks so disproportional and weird. It doesn't look distorted, it just looks like Jin is drawn wrong, at least to me in the splash art. But anyway, Jin is fantastic. His character, Super Chat, I'll deal with that in a second. His character design is absolutely fantastic, and there's two things I want to highlight about him especially. Number one is the asymmetry. This is something that Jin also talks about in his voice lines and in his lore, is that he has this particular warped perception of what beauty is that very much includes asymmetry. He finds symmetry boring, but he likes considered, studied asymmetry, which is what he does with this cloak that he wears, this dramatic theater-like cloak that he wears over his shoulder. The second thing that's very clever is that the thing that the cloak is covering up, the little surprise that he's got hidden for you, is his super powerful Hextech gun arm thing that he walks around with, where once he decides to fire off his ultimate, he reveals these four canisters, these four cylinders of powerful shot that he's using to channel magic through and, well, snipe you and completely fucking murder you many, many times over and over again in lane, if my experience is anything to go by. So you have this asymmetry, like, that makes him look kind of monstrous and hunchbacked. Like, it makes him look weird and off-putting, but which also ties in deeply to his personal aesthetic and to his personal thematics, and that's just really, really well executed. The other thing that's really well executed about Jin is that he's so fucking theatrical. Like, he's such a fucking drama queen, and you can tell. Like, even if he wasn't making this ridiculous theater kid pose right now, you can tell just from the mask and the orange white cloak with the designs on it, and the pants and the thing, you can tell that this guy is a drama queen. You can tell he has a flair for the dramatic. You can tell that he loves putting on a show, which again is such a perfect reflection of his character. And you can also tell that he's a sociopathic murder killer because he's got the mask on and he's got the robot arm and he's got this sharp, not edgy in the sense of being like Shadow the Hedgehog, but edgy in the sense of like there's a lot of edges and a lot of pointiness and slenderness to his character design that really sells the idea of him as a dangerous, murderous killer as well. So Jin is fantastic. I love Jin. He's a fantastic character design. Someone else who gets to go in S tier is Jinx. And again, part of the reason why it's the same thing with Illaoi is that Jinx is one of those few League of Legends characters who actually isn't just another generic fantasy titty babe. She's someone who's super, super thin and skinny, but where that's kind of part of the point of the character is that she is like almost emaciated, almost kind of like unnaturally skinny a little bit, but that's part of her character. Like, that's part of her character is that she looks like this girl. Everyone knows that one person who has this super high metabolism and who's incredibly thin but who has a terribly unhealthy lifestyle. That's what Jinx looks like, and they lean into that by making her super pale as well. This comes across better in her splash art, but that she is like incredibly pale and almost kind of looks like she's an albino who's dyed her hair, which again is just different. Like, that's just different from the majority of other League of Legends women, and that bumps it up a notch from the A tier, where it would probably be, if not for that. The other thing I love about Jinx is the punk aesthetic, like the genuine punk aesthetic, not just the sort of pop punk aesthetic, but the whole thing about, like, the combat boots and the completely mismatched clothes, and, like, the padding, and the sexualization also. She is sexualized, But she doesn't seem, at least to me, to be especially sexualized for like male titillation. She's sexualized in the sense that she has this free spirit energy about her that ties in very nicely to her punk aesthetic. I love the long pigtails, for example, which, like, when something is highly sexualized for the male gaze, you tend to see stuff like pigtails used to create this kind of, oh, cutesy little girl, oh, Mr. Turner, I'll do anything if you give me an 8, like that kind of infantilization. With Jinx, both because the ponytails are so incredibly long and because she's dyed all of them, they give a very different expression of wildness to her that doesn't feel infantilizing, at least not to me, but feels like part of her, like, random, weird, capricious, party-loving, fun-loving, but also dangerous nature. And that also comes across, like, the eyes and the smile and the face are the thing with Jinx, especially if you look at the Tales of Runeterra short from Piltover, where it's very much the face that sells the crazy. She is for lesbians, says Manu Nani. Yeah, probably. And that really sells the crazy about her. Like, she's a manic pixie dream girl, but she's the kind of manic pixie dream girl who will fucking murder you and who doesn't care if her manic pixie dream girlness makes your life better. Like, she's kind of a subversion of that whole Riot Girl, pixie dream girl thing that goes on. It's nice. It's unique. I don't think you will ever see another champion, like, or I don't think you see a lot of other characters in other games that look like her, that have that same aesthetic, that have that same expression. Like with Fishbones, especially in her relationship to that rocket launcher, just absolutely lovely. Jinx is great. Anyway, there was a super chat. J. Navarro Bellavance, I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly. Hey Skyen, big fan for the last few years. Off topic, do you feel like certain skins rep the character better than the base? There's obviously ones, but I feel like DC Jin is a better unhinged artist than the canon one. I don't think so about Jin, but like I've talked about, Ashe would be much better represented by Queen Ashe, at least in my opinion. And I feel like also, we'll get to that later, but Misfortune is another one of those characters where there's a skin that should actually just be her base skin now, and the base skin should be an alternate. But we'll get to that when we get to her. So we go from Jinx, who's a very nice, like, expression of something that doesn't seem to be just blatantly sexualized for the male gaze, to Scarlett Johansson in a Void cosplay. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about Kai'Sa, aren't we? Oh, that's a big super chat. Let me just get to that one first. AUCL2247, thank you for that. That's very generous of you. Love your videos and got my friend to enjoy your Dark Souls content. Looking forward to that continuing, and he's really looking forward to Bloodborne. So am I. Maybe not the right place for this, but I'm not normally around for your streams. Out of letters, B. Yes, B. B's in chat. B's in chat. Anyway, Kai'Sa sucks. Kai'Sa's... God damn it. And I have ranted about her so much that I kind of feel like it's redundant to do it again. But let's just run down the greatest hit list. Kai'Sa is a child who fell into the void and who barely managed to survive by bonding with a void symbiote that kept her alive and gave her the power to fight back against the void. For the last over a decade, she has done nothing but fight against the void. Day in, day out, every day of her life has been nothing but combat and desperate survival against an overwhelming extra-dimensional foe. The only weapon against which she has is to bond with something that comes from the void, a monster that threatens to make her a monster like it. How is this expressed in her character design? It fucking isn't! It isn't expressed in her character design. She's just like fucking Scarlett Johansson with her big titty and her big booty, and she's slender and her face is perfect and she's wearing makeup for some fucking reason, and her makeup is perfect and her eyebrows are plucked, and she's got long hair somehow. I don't know how the fuck you keep long hair and like just cut it off instead of making... Ooh, I got a little hyphy there. Kai'Sa fucking sucks. Like, just as a character design, everything that she's supposed to express, everything that her story and concept is about, isn't in her character design at all. Like, oh man, I get so frustrated by her. I'm so frustrated by Kai'Sa because she's an example of all the worst part of generic fantasy titty babe design, where you have all these interesting character design opportunities, like these tools that you can use to create a really interesting and fascinating character. Like you can give her battle scars, you can give her like really powerful and defined musculature. You could have her have like one of her arms has been cut off by a void monster and completely replaced by the symbiote, kind of emphasizing this idea that she's both not a void monster but also at risk of kind of being taken over by the, like, becoming like the thing that she hates. You could do all kinds of interesting, cool, fascinating, fun things with everything about her concept, but what they did was, as titty, booty, cleavage, hot girl. And it's, I don't like saying that, like, the artists that write are lazy, because they almost never are. Like, a lot of effort, a lot of work, a lot of hard work went into creating Kaiser. It wasn't something they just slapped together in an afternoon and tossed into the game without putting effort into it. But from an aesthetic perspective, it's lazy. It's lazy. Like, it's lazy to just go, oh yeah, Void survivor fighting against the Void for 10 years, bonded to a monster symbiote, titty babe in a body condom. Aesthetically, that's lazy. Like, and it rankles me. Like, but anyway, let's move on from this before I start going into another long-ass rant. This is F-tier fucker. I need a sip of tea. Once again, Scarlett Johansson removes proper representation from another group. Yeah, I mean, she looks so much like Scarlett Johansson in her splash art. It's ridiculous. Warm tea. Moving on to something much, much better. Callista. Another one of Riot's experimental designs where they tried for something different in the aesthetics that they were using for their female characters. And Callista is another one of the designs that I would consider a big success in that regard. Now, one thing I don't like about Callista, which I don't like about a lot of characters, is the boob plate. Like, for me, boob plate is always kind of just annoying because it's inefficient armor design, and a lot of the times it kind of undercuts the point of the character, because Callista, her story is that she was the trusted, powerful, hyper-competent, loyal retainer of the ruined king before he ruined everything and fucked up the entire Blessed Isles into the Shadow Isles. She was his loyal retainer, his loyal knight, and like a respected warrior at his court. And the boot plate is like, why would you wear that if you're this thing? And that's why I don't like boot plate. But anyway, that doesn't matter. It's not that important. What's really good about Callista is that she's a spirit of vengeance. Like, her whole thing is she was betrayed by her lord. She was betrayed by his knights, specifically by Hecarim. And so, as a ghost, as a spirit, she has dedicated her entire existence, her continued undeath, to taking vengeance on betrayers of all kinds. And that is reflected in her character design through all of this. Like, this emaciated, wiry, spindly, like, she looks thin, but she also looks like she has a lot of powerful muscle, like, sort of hanging on underneath the skin. No fat, but lots of, like, wiry, spindly strength and agility tied into her, which is where I kind of like the quasi-Roman design that she's got going on. First of all, because that evokes ancient cultures, but also because it gives her, like, her legs room to breathe, because she has the whole thing with the auto attack where she jumps around, which is emphasized, like, that agility in her legs. But I like the emaciation. I like how unnaturally thin she is. Like, this is one of those situations where, like, yeah, she's someone who is starving for vengeance. Like, her whole personality and personhood is deprivation of the one thing that she craves more than anything else. That's the one thing that she can't have. So yeah, having her be, like, rake thin and all, like, that's a very good character design. I like Callista a lot. And again, I also just like her because she's different. Like, she's not the goddamn generic titty babe, which is why, yeah, she, to me, is an S tier. Which leads us on naturally to, Karma. Karma is another one of the titty babes. Like, another one of the, like, the ladies who are hot just kind of to be hot. hot lady because I don't know, she's hot. Which is one of those unconsidered design decisions that I don't really like. But let's start with the stuff that I do like about Karma. I really like her wings and like the yin-yang dragon things that float above her head. I like the design of her robes. I like how they look really impractical and ceremonial because she is a religious leader. Like, she's essentially the Dalai Lama of Ionia, as it were. Like, there's a lot of really good character design going on. The one thing that just kind of bothers me about Karma is like, okay, so she's a fucking hottie because when you're dealing with like a Dalai Lama character, which is literally what she is, like a reincarnating religious leader who returns over and over again, who is associated with the magical Asian place that's in the League of Legends world. Like the Buddha, for example, is often associated with fatness, like with an excess of life, with an excess of spirit and generosity. The Buddha is often associated with deprivation, asceticism, complete thinness, complete deprivation. None of those things seem to be incorporated into, like, there's none of using the rest of her body as a canvas on which to paint ideas about what the tenets of her religion incorporates. Like, does her religion mandate strict asceticism? Like, does she have to deny herself pleasures and food and stay, like, sort of physically pure in some way? Can't really tell because she looks perfectly well fed, frankly. Like, she looks or does it demand that you indulge, that you like embrace some level of hedonism, that you like overstuff yourself a little bit? No, it's just like can't really. How does her religion affect her body? What is her, because she's the exemplar, she's the highest example of the religious order that she leads. Like, she is the image of what that is supposed to be like. And it's just a hot lady. And that to me is a little bit like, there were some opportunities here to use the design space that is afforded by the body itself to do something more interesting than yet another hot girl. And it's a problem of, like, if League of Legends didn't already have like 30 of these, it wouldn't be a problem. I probably wouldn't mind or consider it noteworthy at all. But because League of Legends already has 30, the question I raise is like, okay, so why not do anything different? Like, why not take the opportunity to do something else? So she's fine. Like, there's a lot of good stuff there. It's whatever. But she's B tier for me. Karthus. I like Karthus a lot. I have some nitpicks about him, but I like Karthus a lot. Like, his when he was redesigned, it was a really big upgrade for him because it redefined him into a religious aesthetic that he really kind of needs. So the lore for Karthus is that he's this weirdo kid who basically grows up as a kind of undertaker and who becomes really, really, like, just creepily fascinated with death. Like, just, wow, just likes it way too much. And becomes obsessed with the Shadow Isles and with the idea of living in eternal death, in eternal undeath, transcending mortality, in a sense. And eventually he does go to the Shadow Isles, and when the Black Mist comes for him, rather than be absorbed by it or consumed by it, his devotion to death and his fucking weirdness and creepiness allows him to transcend into the form that you see here, and he becomes Karthus, the Death Singer. This kind of pontiff looking like a bishop, basically, a bishop of death who sings dirges for the dead and the dying, ushering them into the eternal afterlife that he considers paradise. And so that religious iconography in his outfit, like the big shoulder pauldrons, the Pope hat, the long flowing robes, the staff and the book, all of that works together really well to create that character. The one thing I feel like Karthus is missing in his character design is the second part of his title, the Death Singer. There's a lack of musical aesthetic going on here. And that's where, like, the thing I would have done, like, you can kind of see them doing it in his splash art, but, like, highlight his mouth. Highlight the mouth with, like trails of spirit magic coming out of it, or just, like, glowing, or make it just extra big. Or maybe even do, like, the Mouth of Sauron thing, if anyone remembers that deleted scene from from Lord of the Rings, where instead of having his eyes visible, have the hat cover his eyes so that only his mouth is visible, and then make the mouth extra large to really emphasize the idea of him as a death singer, someone who's constantly singing dirges over and over. That's my little nitpick with Karthus. And that's the kind of, for me, that's the thing that keeps him from being S tier, but he's certainly an A tier champion, and he probably could be S tier if I didn't have nitpicks. Moving on to Void Daddy Kassadin. Kassadin isn't that great. He's like... I mean, So Kassadin had a visual update. Some of you may remember a while back. Original in League of Legends, Kassadin looked the way that he does because, well, they didn't want to model his legs, because the legs are difficult to model and makes animation harder. So they gave him this robe down around his waist. Just don't have to model his legs. An easy way to save on work back in the day. But he has this, but even with his visual update, they tried sort of a smaller scale visual update where they didn't really change anything about the character. They just brought him up to standard with the modern League of Legends aesthetic. And that leaves him still, much like Ashe, much like Annie, deeply influenced by this Warcraft 3 aesthetic carried over from Dota back in the day, where this guy looks like some cultist from World of Warcraft that wandered into the wrong video game and just kind of stayed there for no reason with this Cthulhu-like mask thing and the horns and the shoulder things that, because I don't know why, and this ridiculous-looking robe thing, this pleated with metal rims, which makes no fucking sense whatsoever. So Kassadin is like, I don't think he's terrible, he's just, not very interesting. And in the lore of League of Legends, like, the appearance of the artifacts that he uses is justified by being some kind of eldritch artifact that's used by some ancient people, blah blah, travel the void, something something. Which, like, okay, fine, but still, nothing that he wears looks like it comes from the world of Runeterra at all. It doesn't even look like it comes from the Void, because the Void doesn't have this Cthulhu Bane mask aesthetic thing, like sort of H.R. Giger techno horror aesthetic thing at all. The Void is all like geometric and biological and cosmic horror, so he just doesn't fit in with anything, and it's like, so for me, he's a C tier. Like, he's not quite terrible enough to be an F, but he's in C tier, because he's not, Oh, by the way, also, he's Kai'Sa's father. That's never expanded upon. They never did anything with it, but theoretically, that's true. Anyway, moving on to Katarina. Sip of tea. Katarina is one of those, let's see, Katarina splash art update. Is one of those champions that I have another salty little thing with, where, once again, we have the League of Legends community throwing a bit of a hissy fit about a lady champion not being hot enough for their preferences. Is this the one? I'm not sure it is, but basically, well, Katarina launched this when she got this splash art update. She had a much longer face, with a lot more character to it, at least in my opinion. That a lot of people got really annoyed by because she didn't look like the hot anime waifu that she'd looked like up until then. And so Riot, like cowards, listened to feedback, who does that, and went back and changed it to make her look more acceptably hot and boring. Anyway, that's my salt out of the way. Dealing with that. Done with that. Let's not talk about that anymore. Katarina herself is generic. She's kind of... she's like, she's a lady assassin with the red hair and the knives and the thing. And it's not bad. It's fine. It looks very Noxian. Again, much like Darius, Noxus's aesthetic was very well folded into the existing aesthetic of the champions that were supposed to be from Noxus. This is something we'll talk about more with Swain later. But Katarina herself is like this kind of very generic fantasy assassin character. With the titty out, because fantasy assassins have titty out, and knives, and red hair, and spikes on her boots because of things. But nothing about her really stands out. She looks Noxian. She looks fine for what she's supposed to be. She's just not that interesting as a character design, at least not in my opinion. Now, I used to be more annoyed by the whole cleavage titty out thing, until they did some updates to her character, where nowadays she is essentially a wild child. She has a bunch of daddy issues, but she's essentially a wild child, someone who is passionate and like very sure of herself and confident and very like who revels in her own physicality and power, but who was ostracized by her family and indeed had Talon attempted to assassinate her on the orders of her father because Katarina was out of control, too wild, wouldn't listen to instructions, wouldn't be humble. And so from that perspective, from that personality, yeah, it makes sense that she'd have her titty out. Like, she's a wild child. She's running around the world trying to prove herself, and she doesn't give a shit about what anyone else thinks. That aesthetic, yeah, that works fine. Like, the cleavage then becomes something more like something she owns for herself rather than just a thing that's there so that she looks pretty to others. So I'm kind of fine with it. Anyway, Katarina is fine. She's fine. Like, I'm tempted to put her in C tier, but she's fine. Like, the lore has kind of redeemed her a little bit for me there. And then there's Kale. Another favorite punching bag of mine. So, let's just find her original look. I'm sure I can grab that from Google without any trouble whatsoever, right, Google? Right, Google? Right, Google? Google? Google, please? No, everything is a WebP and I can't access it. There we go, found one. Here's what Kale used to look like. I've heard from a lot of League of Legends players that they didn't know Kale was a woman for a long time because they never played her. They didn't hear her voice lines. They never knew that Kale was a woman back in the day, which makes sense because, like, this is a fairly androgynous character. Like, there's some hourglass shape going on there, but it's a fairly androgynous character design. It's a standard avenging angel character design. Kind of boring, kind of generic, but there was still, like, there was a gender ambiguity to her that in the update they decided to pretty much just not bother with. Like, they want, in the update, and this is kind of fair enough, like, it's kind of fine, that in the update they were like, no, we want Kale to be visibly feminine and female. We want her to be visibly a woman. And that's kind of fine. I just feel like it's a pity to lose one of the few, like, truly gender ambiguous characters in League of Legends like that. Like, where you have this character, like... And part of the reason why I think it's a pity is because in Kale's new conception, she's this avatar of order. She's an aspect of Targon who's completely obsessed with divine order and absolute righteousness and complete black and white morality, irrespective of anything like, for example, personal identity, irrespective of context. This justice is blind character that respects nothing, cares about nothing except the enactment of justice. And for that kind of a character, androgyny fits them very well, like to have their personal identity wiped away by the shell of armor that they're wearing, completely wiping out their personal identity, their personal feelings, leaving only this cold, clinical, almost machine-like symbol of order itself. That would work really well for that. But they made the decision that they wanted her to be female, so fair enough. They also made the decision that Kale should never, ever, 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 ever bend over forwards even a little bit. I don't know how she swings a sword around without instantly stabbing herself directly in the sternum, probably fatally, with these long-ass armor spikes on her armor. Like these, the gold spikes here around her, like fucking midriff, and the sternum spike, and like, my god! What the hell? And again, I don't give a shit about realism. In the case of League of Legends, like, realism really isn't that important. What's important is believability. And the thing is, when I look at her character design and I see that, the first thing I think is, like, that's not believable arm. Like, that doesn't look like it's... It doesn't look like it makes sense. I don't care if it's realistic at all, because it's not. Nothing about it is realistic. But it doesn't feel like it makes sense when I look at it. It feels like a really bad design oversight where someone was like, no, we want her to look cool. And so they created these really cool spikes on her, but didn't stop to think about how that looks when the character moves. Which is like, yeah, sternum spikes. It's a thing that happens a lot in fantasy art, and it bothers me specifically. The other thing that bothers me about Kale is, like, again, like I talked about, her whole thing is that she's obsessed with ascending and becoming the perfect aspect of justice. Like, that's her whole obsession, is to cast away all human weaknesses and become a perfect, pure aspect with no trace of humanity left in her. That's her contrast with Morgana, where Morgana embraces her humanity and rejects the part of her that is an aspect. When Kale levels up, she takes off her armor. She takes off her helmet. And again, armor and helmets are used so commonly to enact a totalizing negation of personal identity. Like, that's the most common way to use them, is to wipe out personal identity. Think of stormtroopers, for example. Actually, let me find that. This is an example I've used before. Rebel soldiers, rather. Let's see if I can find... There we go. So, contrast the stormtroopers of Star Wars. Fully armored, no faces. They have these skull-like helmets that make them appear like practically inhuman, that wipe out all personal identity and enact a totalizing negation where all of them are dressed in the exact same uniform. They are part of the exact same order. There is no personal identity. There is no personhood. There is only the faceless, nameless stormtrooper. Compare and contrast that with rebel soldiers in Star Wars. Face-revealing helmets. They have different outfits. Like, they have similar uniforms, but different outfits. They're dressed in earth colors. You can always see their faces. Some of them have beards. Some of them have mustaches. Some of them are old. Some of them are young. There is personal identity there. That's the framing that you get, where the rebels stand for, like, freedom, individual freedom, personal freedom, and, like, goodness and kindness, and the Empire stands for, like, generic, totalizing, domineering cruelty and evil. And like the eradication of all personal identity. This is like a very, very basic character design thing, which is why they use it in Star Wars, where everything is about as broad and generic as it can possibly get, because that's how the mythology of that universe works. And then Kale levels up and comes closer and closer and closer to her ideal of being a total representation of justice with no humanity left in her. And she takes off her helmet and reveals her face. That's a bad decision. It's stupid, 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 and bad. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And consequently, Kale, for me, goes right into F tier along with Kaisa. Because it's that same problem again, where they prioritize things that really shouldn't fucking matter. Like, they prioritize things that would have worked fine on a completely different fucking character. And they didn't seem to have the consideration for, like, telling her story from her perspective. Anyway. That was the last of my tea. Moving on to dear little Kane. Oh, Kane. My adorable anime little edgelord. So, Kane is an anime edgelord, and he was designed to be an anime edgelord. Like, this is, talk to the champion designers, this was literally the entire plan from the start, is that Kane was gonna be their Sasuke. He was gonna be their anime edgelord, with the whole, oh, I'm torn between turning into a monster and becoming the shadow assassin I was always meant to be. I'm determined to serve my master in the Order of Shadow. Like, that whole thing. He's a fucking Shadow the Hedgehog OC. Like, that's really what he is. And that's what he's supposed to be. And so, while it's easy to go, that's kind of cringeworthy and kind of annoying, that's like, kind of like criticizing a little person for being short, you know? Like, it's, no, it's, that's what this is. This is an anime edgelord, and from that perspective, he's really well designed. Like, yes, this is a perfect representation of exactly that kind of thing. It's like, yeah, he's an anime edgelord. He looks exactly like, he has no shirt on for no fucking reason. He's being slowly corrupted by the demonic influence of his scythe. He's got a blue streak of hair. He's got anime hair, and he's got weird hammer pants because anime ninja. Yeah. In that sense, in that sense, Kain is like S tier, but I'm gonna put him in A tier just because I don't like him. I personally, like I said, I can see completely that everything about his character design makes perfect sense from the concept that it's proceeding from. But I think he's kind of annoying, and I don't like him. I do like Rost, though. Rost is pretty good. Rost is very fun. Rost has a great personality. He has some fantastic voice lines. He's just a really fun villain, and because of Rost, Kain gets to go in S tier. Faked you out on that one, huh? But yeah, Rost puts Kain into S tier. The Shadow Assassin is just Kain, but even more edgelordy, so I don't care about that. But Rost pushes him up there. Please, God, give Rost lore. He's got a whole story they refuse to put out. I love him so much, but he doesn't even have a wiki page. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about most League of Legends champions is they have really cool concepts, but they never get any fucking lore or story. And that's Riot's persistent failure in terms of their management of their IP, is they have all these cool characters and then they never fucking do anything with most of them. Which, by the way, Kennen is a great example of that, because Kennen recently Kennen got a lore update. Like, he got a story where he actually appears and does stuff, which is like new, but that's the first and only story he has had since he was first added to the game. And when you look at his character model, you can see that he's a fucking old champion. He's a very old champion, and he hasn't had a single goddamn story like in I think like 7 years or something. He never got anything. Which is like Riot's persistent problem, is that they have 148 champions but don't have the capacity to put out stories for like even a tenth of them at all. They're doing better recently, but yeah, I'll never stop criticizing them for that. Oh, Fabio, thank you for that super chat. Hey, finally caught a live stream. Hail Noxus. Also, thoughts on the new Volibear? Yes, we'll get to Volibear. He's on the list. Like, just stick around for another looks at watch 2.5 hours, maybe. Eric Alejandrino, gonna bring Kain back to the village my ninja way. Yeah. So yeah, Kennen. He's another Yordle, and he has the Yordle problem, which is that at the time when they designed him, Riot didn't really know what the fuck Yordles were. And they kind of still don't, but Kennen became one of the Yordles who formed the basis for the recontextualization of the Yordles into these small, fuzzy creatures. Because he has those fake, like, hamster ears on his hoodie, which then became an inspiration for, okay, let's give all the Yordles big fuzzy ears. And I look forward to Kennen getting a visual update, like where he actually gets like more explicitly turned into a Yordle, and where he gets a design that's not just all purple all the time and has a little bit more elegant lightning aesthetic. But outside of that, Kennen is like, he's a hamster ninja. There's kind of not a lot to say. He's just a ninja who also happens to be a small furry hamster creature. And that's kind of it. Like, there's some slight, you can see they have kind of a lightning motif with, like, the golden stripes on his suit, but why would a ninja wear bright gold on their suit? I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense, but... So Kennen is one of those, like... He's not great. He's not the most awful, but it's like... He's just a small furry ninja. How to improve on that? That's a fair point, Paradise Lost. I would actually lean in a lot. I would get rid of the purple, first of all. If I were to improve on Kennen, just kind of spitballing here, first of all, I get rid of the purple and gold motif. And rather, I would lean into something like a black and blue or black and white motif, where you have a Kennen in a black ninja suit that actually looks like he's trying to hide from things. And use a white lightning motif, in sparingly, especially around the gloves and something like that. I would lean harder into his Yordle nature, like give him larger ears. Kind of like similar to, what's that Yordle in Legends of Runeterra where you play him and he gets like +2 on the turn that you play him, something like that. Like the Yordles in Legends of Runeterra that are already there in the Kinku Order and in the Ionian region would serve as the foundation and inspiration for Kennen to make him less of just a generic pop culture ninja and more of an Ionian ninja. Like something that's closer in aesthetic to Akali, for example. All right. Kha'Zix. AKA, please don't sue me, James Cameron. AKA, definitely not the alien. AKA, you know. Nabori Blade Scout. Yes, that one. I'm gonna be annoying, but ninjas used to wear blue and indigo. Yes, this is true. Well, kiss with Y. If we want to get into that, there's no such thing as a ninja. Ninjas don't, like, they're not a real historical thing. At least not in the way that we understand them. And I don't want to get into it. You can read A Brief History of the Samurai by Jonathan Clements, where he goes into some of the detail about the historiography and the trouble with the ninja as a historical category. But basically, medieval Japan had lots of assassins and murderers and spies and saboteurs, lots of those, but they didn't really as such have a class of people who were called the ninja and who existed in like secret ninja clans living in the woods or having secret fortresses, or indeed having mystical ninja powers. It's a name that has sort of been misapplied posthumously to a really large group of people who did all kinds of different sabotage and espionage and assassination missions and spying. And the more accurate term to use would be shinobi, because shinobi specifically means subterfuge. Like, it specifically means doing stuff which is, like, dishonorable. So ninjas are like a modern invention. They emerge in Japanese popular culture sometime around the 60s. Like, they don't really show up in the sources, in the historical sources before then. They are kind of invented in the 60s in pop culture. So this is just... Anyway... We were talking about Kha'Zix, weren't we? Yes, let's talk about space alien bad guy Bugman. So Kha'Zix is kind of an important character in the development of the Void in League of Legends. Because he is sort of like... Previous to him, we had Kog'Maw and Cho'Gath, I believe. They were pretty much the two only ones. And Kog'Maw and Cho'Gath look absolutely nothing alike. And also, Cho'Gath looks like the Violator from Spawn. They don't really have a clean aesthetic for what the hell they want the Void to be. With Kha'Zix, that's the first time they sort of start to zero in on what will eventually become the modern Void aesthetic. Oh, Naxeri, thank you very much for that super chat. You didn't say anything, but thank you. Kha'Zix is the first time they start to zero in on that kind of sleekness and the idea of the Void as an evolving enemy. Specifically, Kha'Zix is an enemy like who, if I remember his lore correctly, and I think it's not canon anymore, but his lore as it is that he comes to Runeterra and he begins to hunt and consume the various animals there and evolves a shape to fit the environment that he's in. Specifically, that used to be the Kumungu jungle. That I don't think that exists anymore, or if it does, it's an Ishtal. And so the reason why he looks like this bug praying mantis creature is because he's taken on the characteristics of the environment that he enters into when he comes to Runeterra. And this is something that then gets repurposed and recycled and reiterated upon in the modern conception of the Void. The Void still, like, tries to consume and absorb and shapes itself and its creatures into something that approximates the creatures that live in Runeterra. And Kha'Zix is like an important evolutionary step on that ladder. But from a modern perspective, he also doesn't look like a Void creature that much anymore. Like, he just looks like a big, evil purple bug man who lives in the jungle. Not so much an extra-dimensional cosmic horror come to Runeterra to destroy everything. So, he's an important evolutionary step, but he's kind of fallen out of step with what the Void is supposed to be nowadays. Still, as an alien monster design, he's fairly solid. Like, there's a lot of Zerg in there, there's a lot of Tyrannid, there's a lot of James Cameron's Alien, but it's mixed together in a fairly compelling way, and I really like the praying mantis claws that he runs around with. I really like the bug-like aspect of him. Ah yes, the Nekrit song, also known as Tarik's theme. Which leads us on to furry bait, the Kindred, which are... Well, I mean, I might as well get this out of the way right away. Fantastic. I love the Kindred. The Kindred are a great character design. So, as far as I can make out from some of the stuff that I've seen around, the Kindred is kind of a complex thing. Kindred are the lamb and the wolf, who are two aspects of death on Runeterra. They're not as such gods of death in the sense that we might understand it, but they are spirits of death. They are manifestations of death that appear under certain circumstances. For example, the Noxians worship the wolf. They crave the wolf because when death comes for them, they want to flee it. Like, they want to fight it with all their strength, and eventually the wolf will chase them down and get them on the hunt, but they don't, like, sit down and lay down and wait for Kindred to come and finish them off with arrows. They go on the chase and the hunt. The Demacians, on the other hand, tend to favor the lamb. They tend to favor going gracefully into that good night and accepting your death with dignity and grace, rather than struggling wildly against it. And so, various aspects of Runeterran culture responds to this spirit of death, the lamb and the wolf, in different ways. And so, for example, in the Freljord, you'll often see representations of the wolf. But in Shurima, I believe they have more of an affinity for the lamb. And then there's... It seems to me, this is me guessing, but it seems to me that Riot is working towards, and I think this is something that they're probably going to do in like Legends of Runeterra or something, that the lamb and the wolf are only one form of the same spirit, and that you'll find many other spirits of death who are also kindred, but who have different character designs depending on the cultures that they're interacting with. Like that everybody has a different view on what death is, what it looks like, what it represents, and so everyone sees them differently. I think that's what they're going for. It's been very vague, but Kindred is a fantastic character design. I love the contrasting, like the black mask on the white lamb, which is the mask of the wolf, and then the mask of the lamb on the wolf. It's that this duality of spirits that represent two different aspects of how to approach and conceptualize death. So that's, like, they're just really good. And unique. Like, I have never seen anything like them in another video game before. I know there's a little bit of a controversy-ish thing that someone else had designed Lamb and Wolf spirits that look sort of like Lamb and Wolf, and there was a whole thing about whether had Riot known about that and ripped them off, where I think it's more a case of convergent evolution, because a Lamb and Wolf combo is not, like, the most unusual thing in folklore that I've ever heard of. But the aesthetic design of Kindred, especially in their splash art, is unique to League of Legends, and I really like it. What about the Grey Man? Well, the Grey Man isn't in the video game, so we're not going to talk about him too much. Anyway, another S tier, Kled. And he's S tier, not necessarily because his character design is that amazing, but just because I fucking love his personality. I love his personality. He's just like... he's just so fun. It's not Jim Cameron, it's Ridley Scott's Alien. Blah, blah, blah. Good point, K-Black. I got my things mixed up with the Terminator there. Eric Alejandrino, Terry Pratchett, Kindred when? Terry Pratchett is dead, dude. He's dead, so I don't know. Anyway, Kled is good. Kled is an ornery, cantankerous old man and a hillbilly who's like, who thinks everything is his property, and he's got all the military ranks, and he wants you to get off his land! And Kled is amazing. Kled is fucking awesome. Now, the one complaint I have about Kled is that his outfit is really understated. Like, he's got this, like, this teal with a little bit of red and brown, like, where I feel like his outfit could stand to be a little bit more, like, I feel like he should have medals hanging on his chest, like, just lots of medals that he's made out of bottle caps and, like, old pieces of tin that he's beaten into shapes, just medals that he's given himself hanging all over the place because he's so obsessed with rank. Like, I feel there should be a little bit more extravagance to him, but I love, like, Kled as this cantankerous, ornery, old hillbilly asshole, and then his stupid idiot lizard that he also loves more than anything because it's the one thing that he can never kill or destroy, but is also like just dumb as a bag of rocks that's been set on fire. Very good, and his voice acting is great. And Kled is also like Kha'Zix. Kled was kind of an important moment in the development of Yordles, to the point where they are now, like getting them to the point where they become these fairy creatures that kind of take on the characteristics of the land that they occupy, that where Kled is becoming basically kind of a parody of Noxus itself, like a parody of Noxus's expansionism and Noxus's like might makes right aesthetics. Like Kled is kind of a funny parody of what Noxus is, and therefore like the perfect patron saint of soldiers who are always irreverent about the country that they are defending. And so, yeah, it's like, Kled is just good. I like Kled a lot. Someone I like less well is Kog'Maw. So, Kog'Maw is a void creature also, and he has the Cho'Gath problem that he doesn't look like one. Like, everything we know about the void, everything that's been done with the void in recent times, doesn't look anything like this. This is a circling aesthetic. Like, this is very much something that's drawing from the aesthetics of circlings and Tyranids and, like, Warhammer 40k and stuff like that. But it's all combined into this weird, misshapen little lump of a thing that is a fairly interesting monster design. Like, I'm kind of cool with Kog'Maw as a monster, but which doesn't look anything like a void creature at all. He's a little bit better in his splash art, where, like, they've taken away all this weird, spiky roughness and given him more of a sleek, kind of worm-like, maggot-like aesthetic, which makes more sense with him being, like, a consuming little thing that just wants to eat and eat and eat and eat and eat, and spits, like, corrosive vomit over everything to make it easier to eat, and also makes him adorable and cute, like a void puppy. But he doesn't look like a void creature. He doesn't look like the thing that he's supposed to be. Really, he desperately needs a visual update. And I hope he gets one soon, but until then, he's C tier at best. Because, like, he's not a terrible design the same way that Kai'Sa is, he just doesn't look like what he's supposed to be. Moving us on to LeBlanc, yet another titty babe. Now, again with LeBlanc, excuse me, I feel like I have some annoyance with the whole, like, she's titty out thing, where she's, like, hot just for the sake of being hot, mostly. Which is, like, that kind of bothers me, but on the other hand, LeBlanc's whole aesthetic, like, everything about her presentation, everything about her character design, is magician. She's a stage illusionist. She is, like, literally what she harkens back to is, like, the pageantry of magic shows of the 1950s and 60s in Las Vegas. She's a Vegas act, right? And so the whole point of her is to look dazzling and gaudy and, like, excessive and completely too much in every single possible way to act as a distraction, to act as, you know, a misdirection, while what she's actually doing is cloning herself and running off. Now, the one thing that that kind of bothers me about that is that I really, really, really wish that LeBlanc, when she was in her, like, when she was invisible, when she's invisible or when she's doing her clone thing, that she has a different character design to you, the player. Like, that you see LeBlanc as she actually is, which is, who knows what she actually looks like, but which is something that's much more understated and much more utilitarian and sensible. But everybody else sees her wearing this completely ridiculous glamour outfit that is a complete distraction. I really wish they would implement something like that where it's made clear that what you're looking at, the look that she is giving you, is just an illusion that's convenient for a purpose, but not actually what the person underneath looks like. Because that's kind of what they're going for, but because she's a very old champion, it's not something that they were ever actually able to, like, fully implement. And so because of that, like, LeBlanc is another one of those that goes into C tier for me, because, like, I can see the idea, but I don't think it's very well executed on, ultimately. Because, like, if this whole, this is only a distraction thing, this is only a fake appearance thing is going to work, then you also need to have a concept of what does the real appearance look like for contrast. Otherwise, it kind of falls flat for me. Lee Sin. By the way, am I the only one who thinks it's ironic that a guy who's blind is called Listen? Listen. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Anyway, Lee Sin is a Shaolin monk. That's it. That's the character design. He's a Shaolin monk. There's nothing else. He's a Shaolin monk. That's it. That's all there is to him, is that he's a Shaolin monk who's also blind, and he has a long ponytail. That's it. And I wish I could say something more about him, but he's just so painfully generic and nothing. That is like, yeah, he's with the thing. So, He goes into C tier because there's nothing interesting. The problem that League of Legends has with Lee Sin is that he's so iconic to the game, especially through esports, but he's so iconic and important to the game that they kind of can't change him. Like, they can't make him more interesting because everyone would hate that. Everyone likes Lee Sin as the iconic character that he is. And so we're kind of stuck with this guy who really desperately needs a character model update and some animation updates. But yeah, he's just a Shaolin monk, and that's that. Which leads us on to my girl, Leona. One of my first mains, and someone I'm very fond of playing, but also someone for whom I have a critical word or two about her character design, because Leona's armor is stupid. And I feel not too bad about saying that, because I happen to know that her character designer, Iron Stylus, who used to work at Riot, feels exactly the same way about her. He has spoken publicly and at length about how he really isn't happy with Leona's design. Like, he really loves the character, but he doesn't think he did a very good job on her character design and wishes that he could kind of go back and redo her. And yeah, because remember how with Irelia, I talked about how she and Kale, I talked about how they had this armor design that looks like they can't bend over or even really move at all. Where is this thing going to stab her if she bends over? Like, it's gonna stab her right in the frickin' vagina. And like, it's these streamers of hard metal down along her body with these spiky sides on it. Is like, how is she supposed to move in that? And then there's the boob plate. Like, God, this is the worst example of boob plate in the whole game. Because this is supposed to do what exactly? All it does is creates a point here in the center where if someone hits her right there, it's just gonna drive directly into her ribcage. Like, it's as armor, it's not very effective. And with all this decoration and stuff on it, it looks completely ceremonial. Which, like, okay, she's the aspect of the sun. Maybe she's wearing, like, a ceremonial Targonian battle armor. Okay, I can kind of see that. Like, okay, sorta. But she's also supposed to be a warrior, right? Like, she's supposed to be someone who stands on the front line and actually fights. So why design her with a purely ceremonial armor that doesn't work? Now, there are good things about Leona's design as well. I like this right here. Like, this little spiky front lace thing, front plate thing she's got hanging down. You have this sun and then the solar rays that extend into the design itself. This is something that gets copied and reused a lot in Shuriman aesthetics. Like, the entirety of Shurima basically revolves around that solar radiation aesthetic. And that works really well for her. I also like the spikes being used as rays of the sun around the circle on her sword and around, like, the shield. Like, you have these radiating sunbeams. And it's the same thing with, like, the earpieces, whatever the hell it is, then the thing that she's got in her forehead. All of that's sort of supposed to emphasize the radiant rays of the sun. That works well for me. Like, that works okay. I feel like that has a cool aesthetic conceit. I think it should be less bulky than it is, but that's, again, an artifact of her being a fairly old character. And I actually like the armored skirt. Like, I like this long skirt of streamers down around her legs, giving her proper thigh protection. As, like, that's a really cool design. And again, with the long golden streamers, it again evokes the rays of the sun itself. I just wish that she had, like, an actual fucking chest plate of some kind. Like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this purple stuff is that she's wearing underneath. Is it leather? It's got this metal collar on it, so I guess it's like a hardened leather plate or something. I don't know what the fuck it is, and I wish her torso armor design was just clarified so that it looks like remotely like something you would be able to wear into battle. Anyway, Leona is a lesbian and she's in love with Diana, and they have a tragic star-crossed lovers romance. It's canon. Deal with it. So let's place her. She's like, I like her too much to put her in B tier. Because she's my first main, but she's bad. But she's my main, but she's bad. But she was my main, but she's bad. But she was my main, but she's bad. I really want to put her higher, but... Yeah, make her naked solves the pointy armor issue. Yes! As ever, if she was naked, straight to S tier. This is true of all the champions. Every single one. Well, except the ones that are already naked. Moving on to Lissandra. I'm very fond of Lissandra. Like, I like Lissandra a lot. Of course, I have nitpicks. You know me. I have lots of nitpicks. I could nitpick her all day, but I just really like her. Like, the one thing I, again, kind of wish is that there wasn't the titty. Like, especially with Lissandra, I really would prefer if she didn't have the cleavage, which she does have, because that sexualization, again, I don't think it does anything for the character. I think it works better for the character to have her be completely covered up in this black suit and have her be surrounded by blackened, corrupted true eyes. Like I think that ultimately works better. But other than that, like, this is just like such a gothy, over-the-top, like, really just power, like He-Man almost-esque Masters of the Universe, over-the-top villain design with this cool-ass helmet. And she looks like a convincing Ice Witch. Like, she looks like a terrifying Ice Witch of the kind, like, you see her gliding towards you over the tundra and you just know you're gonna be a fucking frozen thrall before long. Lissandra is really good, and she has some of the most compelling lore in the game. She really genuinely does. If you read up on some of the Freljord stories that were published, especially the one about Lissandra working to contain the horrors of the Howling Abyss. Like, the lore with Lissandra is that she was one of the 3 sisters of the Freljord. One of the 3 legendary sisters who once guided the Freljord out of domination by the gods and into, like, an age of domination by the human. And that's all very cool. And she's the one surviving sister who struck a deal with the Void, who struck a bargain with the Void that she would let them into Runeterra if they would only spare her, let her live, because she had seen the Void in her dreams because she's a seer. And it had terrified her so much that she would do anything to avoid its terrible grasp. But then once the Void did arrive, Lissandra betrayed it. She used the magic of True Eyes to seal them in the Howling Abyss, killing almost everyone in a massive, epic battle that we've never seen anything about, but which Riot promises us was super cool when it happened. And now she spends all of her time just living in absolute abject terror of when the Void comes back again, because she knows that the... Okay, hang on, I need to ban a guy. Sorry, ANS, but that's a little bit too much. She knows the Void is coming, and every part of her life, everything that she does is about trying to delay the day that the Void consumes Runeterra, which is why she does all the skullduggery and evil stuff that she does, is all in service of that, trying to survive as long as humanly possible. And she has a really cool character design that goes along with it, and for me, she's S tier. I could see if someone wanted to put her in A tier because she's a little generic, but, yeah. Moving on to Lucian, the Purifier. One of the first black men in League of Legends, and he has 2 guns. I think a lot of people have commented on that before, but yeah, it's a thing. But let's not dwell on that particularly. Let's look at his actual character design itself. And Lucian is fucking cool. He's a really cool character design. I believe when they originally designed him, he was known internally as the Gun Templar. Like, so they had this idea of like a Paladin/Templar character, but who uses magical guns instead of like swords and stuff. And honestly, they managed to pull that off really well. Like, Lucian has a little bit of over-design about him, in the sense that like this coat that he's wearing is like the weird... Let's see if I can zoom in on him. This coat that he's wearing with all these weird details and like it's overlapping on itself, and it has these shoulder pauldrons and like there's kind of too much detail going on with him, where I feel like he'd be a stronger design if he was simplified a little bit, made a little bit more sleek, a little bit less detailed, and like more stark and severe. But that's kind of my only real nitpick with him, is like, if you wanted to design a Gun Templar, this is pretty much the perfect way to do that. Like, this is a really cool character design. I love the long dreads that he's got, like, on the top of his head that flow around with him, emphasizing the speed of his movements. He's a really good design. I don't think he's S tier, at least not for me. but he's definitely an A-tier character design. And he becomes better with the addition of Senna, who we'll be talking about, I don't know, in an hour and a half maybe? Who knows? It's gonna be a while. Leading us on to Lulu, who is like... I don't know how much there's to say. Like, Lulu is another one of the Yordles from before Riot knew what the fuck they were doing with the Yordles. So she very much just looks like a tiny purple human, rather than like a furry creature of any kind. And she's been retconned recently into being more of like looking like an actual Yordle. She has a great story with Tristana, where they take on Draven and really fuck with him and a bunch of Noxian soldiers. But Lulu herself is like, she's a really old character. You can tell by the character model that it's like really ancient, and she's just kind of in desperate need of an update. And outside of that, there's not much to say about it. It's just like I don't think she's necessarily an F tier, because there's an interesting idea in her hat and the long hair of like her like practically being dwarfed by her own hat, and like sort of being this little munchkin creature that kind of swiggles around on the, like, the kind of shuffles around on the ground and makes mischief. Like, that works for me okay. So it's like, it's not terrible, it's just, it's very old. It's so old, and it desperately needs an update. Fabio Dantes, ever gonna do a video on your favorite skins or skin lines and lore around them? Maybe. Like I've said previously, anytime you ask me, will you ever do a video about X, the answer is probably maybe. I don't know. Maybe. If I have time and space and motivation, maybe. Anyway, moving on to the Lady of Luminosity with, like, the second worst boob plates in the game. Not quite as bad as Leona's, but nonetheless. Say hello to Lux, one of the most popular characters in League of Legends, and yeah, I mean, she's another one of those where it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess, sure, as a light mage, yeah, I can see that. Where, like, I wonder about why she's wearing this, like, I like her design better in the splash art, where she has armor plating on her waists, and here she just kind of has this cloth that hangs around her waist for whatever reason. But, like, outside of a full redesign from the ground up to start emphasizing, like, Spell Thief Lux is sort of more... Let me see if I can find it. Can I get to look at that splash art, please? Thank you. I kind of would like Lux's base model. Like, I would like Spell Thief to be more like Lux's base model. Like, I kind of like that better because her whole story is about, or at least currently after the events of the Silence coming, her whole story is about, like, keeping her light in secret, like being this secret mage who, like, sneaks out of the town to practice with her magic and tries to keep her powers from her parents and stuff like that. Like, so this aesthetic for me works a little bit better for that, like with the hood and with the obvious, like, trying to remain inconspicuous kind of thing. But this is the design that she kind of has to have to fit the Demacian aesthetic. Again, Demacia's aesthetic has moved on from where Lux and Garen were at the time, so she looks kind of cartoonish and silly next to the modern, very sparse, very stark Demacian aesthetic. But outside of that, I wouldn't know what to do with her. Like, she's fine. She's fine. Like, somewhere between B and C tier. And I'm going to put it in B just to be generous. Oh yeah, her base model... Let's look at Lux's original character model if I can find it. Aw, there doesn't seem to be one on the online, but here's her original splash art. Which is just fucking wretched, isn't it? It's very bad. I'm glad they changed it to this. This is at least not as bad and awful. Oh yes, Finales funkeln, ja. Ja, es was Finales funkeln, ja, jeder. Anyway. Let's move on to Rockman. Let's move on to Malphite. Now, Malphite has one of my favorite splash arts in League of Legends. Specifically because of this. This right here. Because of this. This is so fucking funny to me. You have this living mountain charging at you, and you have these two motherfuckers with this tiny little rope like, yeah, I got him, we got him, he's getting tired, Bobby, I got him, just hold on one more second, we've got him almost, shit's dragging him down, he's gonna get tired soon, it's like riding the hogs back on the farm. I love their enthusiasm. It's like, they think... They think it's gonna work. They're holding on. They're trying. And I love this. It's something about that is just so fucking funny to me. And also this moron with his fire arrow, like that's gonna do anything. But I just love those two idiots, like holding on to his arm, like that's gonna do anything. That's lovely. Anyway, Malphite himself kind of sucks. No, it's not Tedric. Tedric is a Demacian soldier. These guys are Noxians. But Malphite himself kind of sucks. Like, he's like, oh, it's a rock golem man who rock spikes. It's like, he's incredibly generic. And the problem with that, like, they've actually done some really interesting stuff with Malphite's lore. Recently, where he's become the shard of the monolith. He's like this shard of sentient rock that broke off from an Ishtal construct that was created to fight the void but failed. And so he's become this sentient mountain, essentially, that moves around underground and tries to crush out the void wherever he finds it. He's on this mission to defend Runeterra from the void. Lots of interesting stuff in his lore. None of that comes across in his character design. And so, like, for me, he's like, yeah, he's probably more of an F tier, really, because it's just, like, he's just a rock dude. Like, is so painfully generic, and there's nothing to him. There's nothing interesting about him at all. And that kind of sucks. And it sucks because he's got one of the best splash art moments in the entire goddamn game, but yeah, that's the way it goes. All right, then. Malzahar, another rather old champion who became a lot more interesting with the passage of time. So Malzahar, Prophet of the Void, I don't remember his original lore. In fact, I'm not even sure I remember his current lore. He's had a few. Let me see if I can find it just to give myself a refresher. But basically, he's a dude who gets called into the desert in Shurima and goes to Ikathia, I believe, more or less, and finds the void and goes into the void, which is something that you're not normally supposed to survive, but he manages to survive, and he has his third eye on his forehead here opened and becomes the prophet of the void, summoning voidlings all over the place and just generally being a fucking terror while preaching this weird quasi-religious mysticism about how the void will set us all free and the void is salvation and blah, blah, blah. And there are parts of his character design that I find weird. Like, why does he have a dagger? Why does he have these gauntlets on his hands? Like, the robes themselves are, like, fine. But he has this character design that sort of seems to be modeled after ideas of jinn and genies that kind of just doesn't work for me. Like, it's fine, but it doesn't... The whole thing about being the Void Prophet, like, the herald of the Void itself... There really isn't very much of that. The only thing that's really there that showcases him as a prophet of the void is the glowing eyes and the eyes on his hood. Now, in his splash art, they've done the really clever thing where this is actually a hole in his hood into his head where you can see the third eye glowing in there. On the character model, that's not really represented because it's an old character model that was created before they came up with this visual conceit. So he's like, he's another one of those that is just like I kind of, I don't know if to make it B, C tier, actually. Like, he's much more cool, he's cooler in concept than he is in execution. Basically. Would it help if I apologized? For what? I don't know. Will you cut up the live stream and upload them? Probably, maybe. I mean, if I do that, it's going to be over on my second channel. So head on over there and subscribe. We'll talk about that at the end of the stream if you're still around. Moving on to Maokai. I like Maokai. I say that with uncertainty in my voice, because he's kind of a weird one. In the sense that Maokai is this haunted treant that lives on the Shadow Isles. And in the current state of his lore, He's a treant, like he existed on the Blessed Isles long before the Shadow Isles happened, the Ruination. Oh, it's a Lux reference. Oh, that, I get it. I don't play Lux. How would I know? He lives on the Shadow Isles. He's a Twisted Treant. And he was introduced with the Twisted Treant, something along those lines. But the current state of his lore is that he was the master of a grove of trees on the Blessed Isles that had a spring of magical, life-giving water. And when the Ruination happened, Maokai saw the corruption spreading across the Shadow Isles and absorbed as much of that water as possible at the very last second before the Ruination swept over the entire islands. And that kept him safe and let him remain twisted and scarred by the Ruination, but still alive and a guardian of life on the Shadow Isles. And so now he spends his time wandering the Shadow Isles, trying to protect what little life lives there. Not human life. He doesn't care about humans, but he cares about plant life especially. And that's like kind of a cool idea, and his character design is fine for that. I wish he looked a little bit more like an actual tree rather than like a tree golem of some kind, but like I like him a lot, but I don't feel like I have like a character design justification for liking him. He's a B tier for me, but I couldn't really point to anything that makes him especially good. And then we have Master Yi, another very old champion in League of Legends who for some fucking reason still has swords strapped to his legs. He never uses them! He only ever uses the big sword with the rings on it, so why does he have sword? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Captain Wuju style. Master Yi is not great, in my opinion. He does not look anything like an Ionian, for one thing, at least not to me. Maybe the Wuju village had this sort of vaguely weird, heavy, futuristic armor thing going on with the Sam Fisher goggles that allow him to see Wuju or whatever. But Master Yi to me is not a great character design. Like, he doesn't look like an especially compelling swordmaster as such. And he wears the, like, he has all this heavy armor on him, but then he's also supposed to be this agile, fragile dude. And his character model doesn't look anything really like his splash art. And it's like, I don't have a lot of positive feelings about him. At least he doesn't have pizza feet anymore, but, you know. And so we get to Misfortune. Now, Misfortune is a character that, like many other characters we've covered before, I have some conflicting feelings about. Because I like hot, sexy, flirty, like, oversexed, titty bae, bounty hunter, pirate girl Misfortune. I like this original version of her. I like that there is this flirty, sexual redhead in the game who like just walks around with giant cannons and blasts people and who wants to fuck everyone and everything, and especially herself. Like, I like that. I think there's room for that in League of Legends. I like that as a concept and as an idea, not just because I'm horny, but also like, I think there's room for that, for the lusty pirate maid in there. But if I had to choose, I'd rather have Captain Fortune. Like, if I had to choose between the two, I'd rather have Captain Fortune, because she's much cooler. There's much more of a narrative arc with her, like with her conflict with Gangplank, and her struggling as, like, she has killed Gangplank, or at least she has taken him out of the game, and taken over Bilgewater as its primary pirate lord. But now, being thrust into the position of power that Gangplank used to occupy, her story has become about how the pressures of trying to maintain power and order in Bilgewater is tempting her to become like Gangplank was, to become as brutal, as ruthless, as cruel as he was in order to maintain her power, because, well, that's what she's been working for her entire life. That's what all this revenge was for. That, to me, is a much more compelling story than horny pirate girl wants to fuck and or collect your bounty. There's much more story there. There's much more narrative. There's much more character there. And so for me, I wish they would just replace Misfortune with Captain Fortune and make that final. But then maybe after that, they could invent a new hot, sexy pirate girl who can take up the role of being that part of, like, the pirate fantasy, that sexy part of the pirate fantasy. That Misfortune used to be, but which she has kind of transitioned out of being. Because I think there's room for both. But in this particular instance, if I had to choose between them, I have to choose Captain Fortune. And I really wish they just give her a voice line update, make Captain Fortune the base skin, make this traditional misfortune instead, and let her keep being horny in that one. And it's just finally pull the trigger on it, because between the Tales of Runeterra short that came out fairly recently, between the Burning Tides and Shadow of and Fortune, between the fucking Ruined King game that's going to be taking place at least partly in Bilgewater, all of that stuff, there's no fucking reason to have her be this in the game anymore. Like, there's no reason to keep doing this when it's clearly not who the character is supposed to be. Anyway, Miss Fortune, if she was Captain Fortune, I would put her in A or S. But so long as she's Miss Fortune, she's only B tier at best. And that's only because I like the big titty pirate lady. Anyway, Mordekaiser, aka League of Legends Sauron. I mean, that's kind of it. Mordekaiser is League of Legends Sauron, and that's sort of the start and end of his character conception. Well, he's Sauron, but specifically a little bit more of a barbarian warlord Sauron, rather than scheming flaming eye on top of a tower Sauron. One thing I do like about Mordekaiser's design is that he takes some of his design cues with his aesthetic, and especially with his armor design, especially his helmet, from Noxus and the Immortal Bastion itself, because of course that used to be his fortress before he was kicked out by uncertain circumstances and decided to become a Lord of the Dead instead. Or decided to, I say, but... And so I like that as a little bit of world-building detail in his character design. I really like his animations, too. I talked about this when he first came out, when the rework first came out, that his new animations, and especially his new walk animation, emphasizing the fact that he's essentially an empty, haunted suit of armor, work really well, and I really quite like them. But outside of that, he's just like a perfectly competent Dreadlord character. Like, he's armored Dreadlord, fantasy bad guy villain dude. Perfectly competently executed, but also, like, not that different or exceptional. And to me, that's like a B tier, because, like, he is kind of generic and boring, all things considered. He is League of Legends Sauron, but there's nothing wrong with him as such either. Moving us on to Morgana. So I like Morgana a lot better than Kayle. Specifically because where Kayle represents this kind of enforced asceticism, and like this complete, I don't want to be human, I don't want to have anything to do with my humanity, I want to shed all humanity, I want to, like, transition out of blah, blah, blah. That stuff. Morgana instead represents an embrace of her human nature, an embrace of, like, the complexities and the sensuality of life. And I like that. Like, I like that you can see on her that she wears this big, comfortable dress with fur lining, and there's a little bit more, like, a sense of her as someone who kind of enjoys being alive, unlike her sister, who is just fucking uptight all the time. Now, the criticism I have, though, is that between Kayle and Morgana, there's not nearly enough character design contrast when it comes to the design of their bodies. Like, again, how we talked about with Karma, is like, okay, so Morgana is the opposite of Kayle in all things, so wouldn't it make sense that Kayle is all obsessed with martial purity and physical purity and, like, training all the time and doesn't eat anything and blah, blah, blah. But Morgana, on the other hand, is a hedonist. Like, she enjoys life, she eats a little bit more, maybe she has a little bit of a belly, like, maybe she's a little bit thicker. Like, something that indicates that she lives a different kind of lifestyle that Kayle does, that is reflected in her body. Rather than just being purple and gold, you also have, like, a physicality to it. Like, there's stuff there that I kind of wish they'd gone harder on it. And rather than just have, again, Morgana be yet another titty babe, because she is. Like, and I don't mind her being sexualized. I really don't, because, again, she's more of a hedonist than her sister. She's more of a life enjoyer. Being sexualized is fine there. I just wish they'd gone harder, like, done more with it. Anyway, Tic Tac. Morgana is generic, but deserves A at least. I don't know, I'm gonna put her in B, I think. Because, like, it's there was so much untapped potential with her, like to go way harder on making her a contrast to her sister, which is what the whole relationship between the two is about, is that they're polar opposites from each other, but they don't really look like polar opposites. They look like kinda opposites. Anyway, Yulin Farabjorn, meant to type the first time, my bad. Please be gentle with my boy Scion, he tries his best. Scion is a good design, don't worry. Riley Etchison? I see Mordekaiser as the perfect form of old Noxus values that Swain will have to defeat to create a greater Noxus. Yeah, that might be the way that they're gonna go with him. S rank if needed, of course, as always. Moving us on to Nami, who's a mermaid. She's a mermaid. Like, Nami is a mermaid. I'm out of things to say now, because she's a mermaid. And that's kind of the trouble with her. Like, Nami was conceived and created before they really understood what they were doing with the Vestaya. But she's a natural fit for the Vestaya, because, again, that's a combination of human and fish characteristics. But, like, she has some cool design on, like, this sort of seashell-like armoring that she's got around her sides, but I question why she has this plating at all when she's not really meant to be a warrior. She has this abyssal, like, this sea crown thing that doesn't really work with her character. Like, the crown makes me think that she's supposed to be some kind of sea queen. Like, it is a crown, and that's the royalty is the kind of the thing that it evokes, but she's not really supposed to be that. She's supposed to be a herald. She's supposed to be like a messenger between the depths of the sea and the people on land. She's supposed to exchange a moon pearl, I think, with the aspect of the moon in order to bring back down to the depths to protect her people and the village from the influence of the void and maintain the balance of the world, yada, yada, yada. But because Diana hasn't shown up, everything's gone all straight fuck to hell, and now Nami has to go looking for her and using the power of this special messenger scepter thing in order to do that. But I don't get the sense from her of the culture of the Mirai, the people that she belongs to down there deep in the sea. I don't get a sense of, like, what are they like? What are their priorities like? It's just this kind of generic undersea Atlantis thing with some influence and stuff, and then she wears a crown and she has some jewels. She's just generic. Like, she's not bad. She's not a bad design at all. It's just, she's just a mermaid. And again, like, because she's just a mermaid, we have the fish titties thing, right? Like, where you have kind of the sense that her skin is breaking open and revealing that she's got human titties underneath all the fish scales. And that sexualization, again, like, because she's just a mermaid, yeah, that's fine, because mermaids are sexual creatures. Like, that's what they've always been right from the start, is that they're sexy things that sailors want to fuck. But it's also, like, but what does that have to do with her character? Like, being the messenger of the Mirai and trying to save her people? Nothing. It's not a terrible thing, it's just, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't change her, it doesn't inform her character. So it's like, she's fine. But I'm gonna put her in B tier, because she's fine. Like, she's not C tier, she's fine. It's just, I wish she was more interesting, mostly. Anyway, will you counter the retcon on the Shurima Ascended becoming darkened as part of your grading? I mean, sorta. I did that with Aatrox, but probably not going to influence my grading on Varus, because he's bad. Speaking of Ascended, by the way, hello, Nasus. Nasus is Anubis from Egyptian mythology. Yeah, that's it. He's Anubis from Egyptian mythology, which is his problem in a lot of ways. Is that's kind of, and that's very much how they designed him to be when they first added him to the game. Is he was literally in the same way that Renekton is it Sobek, who's the crocodile god? I think so. In the same way that Renekton is that, Nasus is just Anubis. And, like, literally unaltered, unedited Anubis, just put him in the game because summoning from some alternate dimension, blah, 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 summoners, etc., etc. And so he arrived in Runeterra as an outsider to Runeterra. As someone who was literally summoned from Egyptian mythology to fight in the League of Legends, which created a problem for him when he needed to be integrated into the League of Legends universe better with the 2014 lore retcon, when the summoners weren't there anymore to justify having literal Anubis show up in the game. And so what Riot did was they couched him very, very deeply in the aesthetic that they had been inventing for Shurima itself. A lot of that sun disk imagery, and giving him this big upper, I don't know, helmet thing, plate thing on the armor thing, like tying him really deeply into their particular take on that Egyptian aesthetic. And for my money, it works pretty good. Like, he's a pretty good character design. He's pretty compelling. He's pretty unique. He looks very uniquely like he belongs in League of Legends, even though he's also like literally just Anubis. And we're gonna have the same conversation. I might as well just get that over with right now. Where is Renbot? Scion, Timo. There's Renekton. Renekton kind of goes in the same boat, because, like, they're fine. They're fine. And they're fairly unique to League of Legends, but they're also just... It's just so big in Anubis. So, anyway, Nautilus. Hang on. Could you comment on the brutality of Nasus in his stories? There was mention that he melted someone's face on a heated sun disk, faking being the ruler. I mean, yeah, he's a warrior. Like, he was an ascended god warrior. That's kind of the whole point. Anyway, Legends of Runeterra Nautilus over LoL Nautilus. Yes, Drew Molyneux, I completely agree with you. That's completely true. Nautilus, though, is a very old character in League of Legends. Actually, let me check exactly when he was added, because I think he is... Yeah, he's from 2012. He's 8 years old. But he's one of the characters from that time that has aged the best. And that comes down partly to the aesthetics of his character design, like this big, bulky suit of armor that can be reasonably constructed from some relatively simple shapes that can be rendered on lower-end hardware from, 2008. And so he's one of the characters that has survived the transition into the modern era of League of Legends better than most, especially with his texture updates. That being said, you can see that old aesthetic still in his character design in the way that his size is constructed. When you look at champions like Scion, or indeed Volibear, like the new Volibear, the way that their bodies are constructed to make them look huge and imposing is very different than this kind of chibi-looking aesthetic that classic Nautilus has got going on. So when he gets an update, I want to see him have his enormous scale of size emphasized, that this guy is the titan of the depths, like that he's literally like rises out of the sea like a fucking island, that he's the size of small leviathans, that like hammerhead sharks swim around him at about the same size that a fly is to the rest of us. Like, that's what I really want to see as a character design that emphasizes that. But outside of that, I really wouldn't change much about him. Like, maybe give him more of a diving helmet rather than this black void with glowing eyes on it. But I really wouldn't change much about him. Nautilus is a really solid character design for the character that he's supposed to be. And to me, like, with making allowances for the fact that he's really old, for the time that he was produced, to me, he's an A-tier character. Like, because I can't think of a way to do this much better. Like, maybe update the aesthetic a little bit to be more bilge-watery, give him more of a diving suit thing, like with a closed helmet, maybe? But other than that, he's great. Like, he's exactly what he needs to be for the thing that he's supposed to be in the story. So, Nico, first lesbian of League of Legends, or at least the first official one, the first one that they were allowed to make official on Twitter after she was released, and they never put in any of her stories or in any of the media surrounding her whatsoever. They just said it on Twitter that, oh yeah, no, technically she's gay. Riot. Anyway, Nico. I like Nico as a character design. Like, I have my main criticism of Nico is that she's supposed to be like a primal Vestayan, like a Vestayer Shirei or something along this line, like an ancient Vestayan who's even more Vestayan than most other Vestayan. And the thing that I think immediately upon seeing something like that is, okay, but then why does she look so human? Like, I would have liked her to look even more animal. Like, I would like her to be a much more even mix of animal and human characteristics, like to look even more like the chameleon that she's supposed to be. But that's not really a strong criticism so much as it's a series of nitpicks. Because, like, she has the lizard tail. She has, like, the long, like, the unnaturally long neck and the big, like, I think her model looks better than her splash art, actually, because she's got these much more lizard-like eyes on her character model. And I like her animation. I like the way that she, the way she runs, the way that she animates, the way that she behaves. Really does emphasize a lot of, like, the more animal nature of her as the Vestayer Shirei, or whatever the hell it's called. So, like, she's, yeah, like, I kind of want to put her in B tier, but she's honestly, like, yes, if you absolutely must make her a cute girl, if you absolutely must, rather than make her something more monstrous, which is what I would like, under those circumstances, she's an A tier character design. With qualifications, but yeah. Someone who's not an A-tier character design, Nidalee. So I've got a video about this on the channel, but there's some fairly heavy discussions to be had about Nidalee, specifically about the places that she draws her aesthetic from. Because Nidalee is a cartoon of an indigenous person. She's like a 1980s cartoon version of what an indigenous person who lives on some tropical island looks like, with the bones used for earrings and for belt and for the necklace, wearing these fucking leg warmers for some reason. Why the fuck is she wearing leg warmers but then absolutely fucking nothing around her midriff, with the titties out, hypersexualized, hypersexual, like drawing from a lot of really ugly colonialist archetypes, which is not to say that Nidalee herself is like meant to be a racist caricature or anything, but like the aesthetic space that she draws so much of her design from just isn't very good. Fortunately, Riot already seem to have cottoned on to that particular problem, and they seem to have decided to do something about it, at least partly. This is a story called Human Blood, and here we get a different Nidalee. A Nidalee who has been updated to look much more like a person and less like a jungle-themed stripper, wearing like some proper crafted clothing and looking like someone who could be a warrior. She has some nice upper arms. She's helping a Vestayan patch up his tail. This seems like a much better version of the character design that they started from. I don't like Nidalee as she is right now, though. Like, once they update her and give her a character design more like that, maybe we can talk about it, but for now, Nidalee is just like, if I'm looking at a hot, sexy titty babe, I don't want to have in the back of my mind, like, ooh, oh boy, there sure are some racial stereotypes in that character. Like, I just want to be able to enjoy it. I don't want to have to worry about the problematic aspects. Just don't do stuff like this. Anyway, moving on to another unfortunate soul in League of Legends. Nocturne... Nocturne... Well, he had his lunch money stolen by Fiddlesticks, didn't he? Like, Fiddlesticks came out, and, like, what the fuck's the point of Nocturne now? Like, what's the point of him? What's he supposed... He's supposed to be a fear demon? Oh, yeah, ooh, wow, scary compared to Fiddlesticks. Oh, yeah, this is like a fart with, like, scissors on his arms. Ooh. Nocturne is unfortunate. Like, he's really unfortunate that Fiddlesticks has come out and just completely taken over his entire place in the game. Because Nocturne used to be the fear demon, but he can't really be that anymore now that Fiddlesticks is here. And that's kind of not Nocturne's fault, but the way that Riot, like the way that the writers have talked about Nocturne, the way that they want to push him is, and rather than being like a demon of like abject, horrifying, like a jump scare terror, which is what Fiddlesticks is, he's like the jump scare embodied. They want Nocturne to be a sleep demon, like a psychological horror that creeps into your mind at night and tortures you with all of your worst horrors. Like every worst fear that you've ever had, every nightmare scenario you've ever imagined, that's what Nocturne is. That's what he feeds on. Except that's not his character design, though. His character design is, I have giant red blades on my arms and I'm gonna stab you. Like, that's not subtle psychological horror exactly, is it? It's just monster stab, go kill you. And that's like Nocturne being a victim of another champion's success. I'm gonna put him in F tier because he has no space in League of Legends. He has no role, and the role that he's supposed to fill, he just doesn't. And even outside of the fact that Fiddlesticks has taken all of his lunch money and pantsed him and given him a swirly, he also just isn't a very compelling character design, like just on his own, because it's just like Ghost with blades for arms. Like, what's the point of, like, well, oh, Ghost with, he's got sword arms and he's dark. He's just kind of a bad design, even without Fiddlesticks being better at everything he does all of the time. So yeah. Moving on to something that is going straight into the S tier category. Nunu and Willump. I love these two. Nunu and Willump are good. They're so good, you guys. They're adorable. They're wonderful. I love them. Like, Nunu himself has become adorable. Like, I like him now. I don't hate him. I don't despise every living second of his existence the way I did with old Nunu. Because he's cute. He's an adorable little kid who's having a snow adventure with his big Yeti best friend. And Willump is such a clever little bit of character design. Because Willump, when Nunu meets Willump, Willump is a wild, horrifying Yeti. Like, he's a Legends of Runeterra Yeti. Let me see if I can find one. Like, Nunu finds Willump. Oh, shit. No, that's the wrong card. God damn it. Basically looking like this. This is more or less like the kind of thing that Willump was when Nunu found him. But because Yetis are magical creatures, because they are magically influenced creatures, creatures that are vulnerable to the power of imagination, and Nunu is a completely pure-hearted, deeply imaginative, and magically gifted little boy, Willump, through Nunu's eyes, becomes this. He softens, he turns into a big, cartoony, fluffy bear friend, and Willump recognizes in Nunu someone who can save the Yeti from what they have become. The Yeti were turned into the feral, horrible monsters that they are, partly by the trauma of Lyssandra's betrayal at the Howling Abyss, partly by the trauma of being, like, consumed in the cataclysm that almost consumed all of the Freljord. Nunu has the power to save them from that, to turn them back into something, well, cute, but also something that has, like, a dignity and a purpose in life, and, like, to make them a people once again, which is why Willump decides to travel with Nunu and help him. And I really like that. Like, there's something so sappy and wholesome and adorable about the idea that the thing that has the power to save the Freljord is just the pure-hearted imagination of a child. Like, I like that as a concept, especially in League of Legends where everything is so fucking bleak all the time, and there's horrors from the void, and there's war, and there's killing and death, and everyone's parents are gone, and it's like, in League of Legends where everything tends to go to shit so often, it's just not, it's just like a little oasis, just like, oh, thank God, like, oh, I don't have to, oh, we can relax now, things can be nice. We can have fun snow adventures with Nunu and his Willump Yeti friend and we can just be happy for 2 seconds instead of being all depressed about everything all the time. So that's nice. I really, really like Nunu and Willem. And I love Willem's, like, he's a complete Ghibli character design. Like, he really is. Like, with the spirals and the horns and the big mouth, a complete My Neighbor Totoro. It's adorable. It's good, it's lovely, and I'll defend it to the death. Anyway, Scott Turner, I'd like to see grown-up Willem. What does he look like when Nunu gets older and their relationship changes? No longer an imaginary friend, but maybe a brother or father figure. That would be a great place for Riot to take the lore for these two characters, if they ever do anything with them ever again. I'm not sure they will, because Riot generally tends to not follow up on things ever. They make all these cool characters and then they never do anything with them. Anyway, moving on to Olaf. He's pretty easy to place. He's C tier. No, actually, you know what? Fuck him. I'm going to put him in F tier. Let me tell you why. It's the horns on the helmet. Oh, I'd be happy to put Olaf in C tier, if not for the fucking horns on the helmet. So Olaf, like Nami is a mermaid, Olaf is a Viking. He's just like the most painfully generic berserker Viking I have ever seen in my entire goddamn life. Looking absolutely nothing like a real Viking would. And even him, by the way, like, he's got the exposed thighs and the exposed chest and the exposed upper arms. He doesn't wear a lot of clothes because he's Iceborne, whatever. But even he still wears leather and metal plates and fur. Ash. Even Olaf still wears leather, fur, and metal. Ash. Anyway, horns on helmets doesn't make any goddamn sense because it's just a handlebar that your opponent can use to drag you to the ground and kill you, or to take off your helmet and hit you in the head and kill you. Handlebars on helmets are not a thing. They don't exist. Vikings never used them. They don't exist on any helmets that have ever been found that weren't strictly ceremonial. They're stupid and I hate them, and I'm putting Olaf in F because of it. If not, he would be a C tier because he's just a fucking Viking. He's just a fucking Viking. Not even a very historically accurate one, but who cares? Anyway. Oriana. She's kind of a difficult one for me. So, Oriana's original lore, way the hell back in the days of the original League of Legends, Oriana's original lore was that she was the last creation of a brilliant inventor, whose one regret in life was that he never had a daughter, he never had a family. And so his very final creation was to make a clockwork daughter for himself, a wind-up doll daughter, protected by this ball, which was sort of vaguely implied to contain the consciousness of her dead father. But they then enter the League of Legends and become champions through the fighting, etc. And part of what Oriana was originally was that she was this creepy little doll creature with a mechanical mind that didn't seem to understand things like empathy and, morality and kindness, and like who would cold-bloodedly murder someone and watch them bleed and go, this is fun. Because she didn't really have the clockwork mind to understand the human heart or stuff like don't murder people because it's bad. So she was kind of a horror character in that sense. She was kind of a terrifying thing. And I kind of liked that. I really liked this idea of this terrifying robot daughter that was built by a despairing scientist who probably should have known better than to try and build a mechanical consciousness. I kind of liked that. That has changed. Oriana's new lore, at least as far as I remember, is that she's a girl who used to live in Son, and who was the daughter of a brilliant inventor who spent his life trying to help people not die from all the pollution in Son. And Oriana, after her father died from all the work that he was doing, Oriana took up his work, and in order to survive the work of trying to help people, more and more of her, she replaced parts of her body with mechanical pieces, more and more and more and more, until one day, finally, her heart couldn't take it anymore, and she had to replace the last bit of her that was human with something mechanical. And now her story, rather than being this horrifying, scary robot girl, is more a thing of someone who has been turned into a machine, looking for a way to feel human again. Which I think is a really interesting story conceit. that they just kind of haven't done anything with at all, and it kind of makes it... I don't know how to conceptualize of the ball in Oriana's new lore state, because it's not the consciousness of her father anymore, for sure, so... I don't know. I like the concept of her. I like the concept of a little mechanical ballerina character being a champion. So I feel like, as a character design, she's a B tier, but... in terms of the lore and how that ties into the character design, I don't know what to make of it. I really don't. Okay, guys. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 28, 42, 58, 9, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65 champions left. We're almost there. Oh boy. Anyway, Big Daddy Ornn, and he is talk about your furry bait. Like, even not quite as much as Volibear perhaps, but good lord, a lot of people got thirsty for this boy when he first came out. Yeah, I see it in chat. My boy Ornn. I like Ornn a lot. Like, Ornn was sort of the point when they finally started really building into the Norse mythology inspired and just the general mythology of the Freljord as a place that has this rich history of gods and demigods creating the place. All of like, it has these deities that are still walking the land, essentially. And that's... Ornn was kind of the first time they really started to lean into that, building out the relationships between Volibear, Ornn, and Anivia. And you can kind of see that in his character design as well, that he's a forge god, but he's also a goat, which are like, because goats are famously quite stubborn, which is also very much Ornn's personality. He's this kind of dour, so, like, a man of few words. He's, what's it called, laconic. He's a creature of few words who only really cares about doing good work and recognizing good work. But who also, like, obviously has a massive soft heart once you get underneath the gruff exterior, but who's also very focused on their work and doesn't want to, like, talk too much, and is, like, stubborn and kind of grumpy. And all of that comes across brilliantly in his character design, especially, like, in a splash art, yeah, he seems kind of menacing, but in his character model, you can really kind of see that big, kind of gruff, emotionally repressed father, like... well, daddy, a daddy without a daughter, you know, a father without a child, kind of feeling that he's got to him, where he's really consumed by his work. He's a craftsman. You can see that from the leather apron that he wears and the tools that he carries around. He's just a really solid character design. Like, all around, just a really... this is what a god would look like, I think. And so for me, he's like somewhere between A and S tier. I don't feel quite like S, because he's not remarkable. Like, he's not like, oh, he's not like a wow, a revelation, but he's cool. He's great. Are ya forging, son? Please remember to drink some tea. Yes, that's a good reminder, actually. I'm gonna go get myself some tea, and we'll be right back. Please enjoy the music in the meantime. All right, I have tea. We're ready to move on. Now, how's that for a snack to go with the tea? Mantheon, also known as Pantheon to some. Put the Pantheon theme on. Let's see if I have it. I'm not sure if I have it in my playlist. I can add it. There we go. There we go. Compressor on. Turn the audio down a little bit. Anyway, just enjoy that view for a little while. So Pantheon is a really great character update. He's really fantastic, because if you remember, old Pantheon was literally just an extra from 300. That's it. He was an extra from 300. That was the only thing about him, is he was a Spartan from 300. And there was fuck all else to him whatsoever, which sucked. Like, he was a really terrible character design. So, when Riot decided to update him, I was very curious exactly how they were going to go about doing that, because, well, like, there weren't that much to work with exactly, was there? What they did was something very, very clever. They conceptualized old Pantheon as essentially an embodiment of the aspect of war, and Pantheon now is Atreus, the man who was possessed by that particular aspect. He was defeated and slain in battle by Aatrox, completely destroyed. But while the aspect of war was wiped out, Atreus himself managed to hold on, and in his determination to stay alive, his complete refusal to die, he was able to call on some measure of the aspect's power. And, well, basically, I'm a lesbian, but God, fictional men are really cool. Yes, Hatsune Cat, that is a common sentiment. He is able to win back some of his strength, defeat Aatrox, and, well, become a new aspect of war, but a man rather than a god. And he has a little bit of mesotheism, in the sense that he is actually very, very resentful of the aspects. He's very resentful of the gods and the divine powers that rule over Targon and much of Runeterra, because, well, they control people's lives and they bring death and destruction and ruin everything. So Pantheon now stands for the power of man above all else, the power of human beings who suffer and die and go through pain and misery in order to live their lives with dignity and some level of kindness and empathy. And that makes him a very interesting character, and his character design is brilliantly designed to express it. First of all, he's one of the very few male characters in League of Legends who I would genuinely say is sexualized. And I know for some people, like, well, Set is one of them also, but he's one of the few that, like, decisively his character design is created to be sexually appealing. Not just to look powerful or cool or badass, but to be like, I want to lick this kind of hot, you know, get my hands on those titties, that kind of thing. And specifically, I believe he's sexualized for the queer male gaze, which is nice. It's nice that there is such a thing, which of course also tends to be quite appealing to the straight female gaze or the bisexual male gaze, and etc. So gaze theory is always kind of problematic to talk about, but that's nice. Like, that's, again, much like how I've talked about with, like, Illaoi and Callista and Jinx being nice just because of the fucking variety, just because they express something different, a different kind of fantasy, a different kind of thing. The same thing goes with Pantheon, a genuinely sexualized bara hunk of meat for people to thirst over. Hey, that's nice. It's nice that that's there for people. Because, like, so often that's something that you kind of have to go, oh, yeah, Graves pool party skin, I guess. That's the one you get. So there's more. Like, there's more stuff for people to enjoy. That alone is good. Then there's the second part of it, because Pantheon, one of the oh, there's a super chat. I'll deal with that in a second. One of the primary features of his character design is this big scar across his chest. And that kind of clues us into some of the other stuff about the way that his character is designed, because the whole conceit of his story, remember, is that he's not a god. He's a man. He's a person. He's a human being. He's vulnerable. He can be hurt. He can die. And that's part of his story, is like he fights for that vulnerability. He fights for the fragility of humanity. That's part of what he believes in. And that is exemplified by the scar across his chest. And it's emphasized even more by the fact that he still walks around naked, pretty much without armor, like an idiot. I needed to deal with the thing in chat. It's emphasized like he is vulnerable. He looks vulnerable. He looks human. He looks fallible. He looks to a certain extent, he's built like a brick shithouse, but there's an extent to which he looks like he can be killed, like he can be hurt. And I like that. Like, I like that a lot. It's a very effective set of character design decisions. On top of which, he's also heavily sexualized. Which, like, again, if every single goddamn character in League of Legends, like, if all the dudes were sexualized in this kind of way, if it was just over and over and over again, I would be annoyed by it. I'd be like, oh, fucking hell, one more, another one, Jesus Christ. Like, that would bore the fuck out of me. But because he's pretty much the only one who's sexualized in this way among the men in League of Legends, it makes him interesting. It makes it a point of variety. Of, dare I say, the dreaded word, diversity. So anyway, Pantheon goes in the S tier because that's one of the best recontextualizations of a pre-existing character that the game has. Okay, Fume Knight said almost 5 hours in. Yes, I know. Going strong. Yes, I am. I can handle it. Those 10-hour Final Fantasy VII Remake streams prepared me for this. Amanda J, thank you for going into all of these. Love bioluminescence. It's a very cool phenomenon. Thank you for that super chat. And Eric Alejandrino said it's hot, yeah, but Pantheon can get it. Yeah, a lot of people expressed that general sentiment. So, moving on to someone who's, like, less sexy. God, I hope so. Which is Poppy. Poppy is one of the first sort of major Yordle reworks that we got, because Poppy used to look, as you may remember, somewhat like a different character. Let me see if I can find a version of her splash art that I'm allowed to see. Google. 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 I don't want to see Poppy the internet star. I want to see Poppy's splash art, you jerk. Come on. No? Okay. Why? Why is this so hard? Okay. Apparently there's also a character in the Trolls movie called Poppy. Fucking finally. There she is. That is old Poppy. Now, like I've talked about many times before during this stream, we don't want it, please don't. I didn't show you Lollipoppy. You're fine, babies. As I've talked about multiple times before on the stream, in the early days of League of Legends, Riot didn't know what the fuck they were doing with the Yordles. Like, they didn't know what the Yordles were, what they were supposed to be. They didn't know how to conceptualize them or especially think about them. And so you have this wide variety, like you have Rumble, and you have Ziggs, and you have Heimerdinger, and you also have Poppy, who's like just a fucking gnome from World of Warcraft. It was just like in the game, and they're all random, and nobody knows what the fuck any of them are supposed to be. And that's sort of the place that the Poppy rework has to start from, is to take this character who's a complete fucking mess along every possible axis and make something remotely sensible out of her, which is a tough ask, to be honest. Cower! Cower in fear! Gaze upon the horrors of early League of Legends. Gaze upon it! Gaze upon it and be afraid. Anyway, that's what League of Legends used to be like back in the day. Just be glad you're living in the modern era. They had to take this character who was kind of a fucking mess with no real place and no real conception
in League of Legends who really didn't have much of a history. She used to be like a blacksmith, vaguely, but also an ambassador, sort of. And those things didn't fit together, like, at all. They just didn't work. Like, there was no story there. So with Poppy, they pretty much reset her completely back to zero and created what I think is one of the most compelling characters in League of Legends. Like, in terms of looking at her story and the story and, like, the ways that can be told to use to create media, she's one of the characters that I'm most frustrated that Riot have never properly followed up on. Because Poppy now is essentially a founding father or founding mother of Demacia itself. She's a Yordle who comes to the people who will eventually found Demacia, like the tribe of people who are fleeing the Rune Wars who will eventually come to found Demacia. And she falls in with their leader and follows him around and like strikes up a strong, long friendship with him. And by the time that he finally passes on, he bequeaths to her this magical hammer and tells her, go out into the world and find the hero who's truly worthy of wielding this hammer in the name of, you know, truth and justice and defending Demacia, etc., etc. And Poppy does that. And for hundreds of years, because she is Yordle, she can live as long as she wants. For hundreds and hundreds of years, she searches all over the world trying to find this one worthy hero who can wield the hammer, trying to do right by her dead friend who, like, entrusted this thing to her. And what becomes clear to the people who read her story, but not ever to Poppy herself, is that she's that hero. She's the one who is worthy to wield the hammer. She's the one that magic belongs to, but she never can get herself to realize it because she's so humble and so, like, determined to do right by her friend, like to honor his last wishes, and she doesn't think of herself ever, which is what makes her worthy of the hammer, is that she's not conceited, she's not self-obsessed, she's willing to, like, go to great lengths to save and help and protect others. And that's what makes her worthy of the hammer, and that's also the reason why she'll never realize that she's the one who's worthy of the hammer, which is a fucking fantastic story conceit. Like, that's a brilliant conceit for stories. You could make an animated series about that. You could write books about that. Riot fucking haven't. And I don't think they will. But it's a great conceit. I love this version of Poppy. I love this version of the character. It has nothing to do with the original version of the character. Like, is Poppy... The new Poppy is about as different from old Poppy as new Galio is from old Galio. It's a complete replacement of the character. But God, what a great replacement. And Poppy's character design also is fantastic. I really like it because Poppy is a traveler, fundamentally. She's someone who travels across the world, looking for someone who's worthy to wield the hammer, doing some fighting herself, obviously, because, you know, can't travel across the world without doing the fighting. And so her character design is designed to reflect that. She wears incredibly sensible clothing, like sensible travel boots, big padded pants, like a nice padded leather armor with like these metal bits on the chest, big gloves, and a sensible like targe that she just carries around, all of which emphasizes her role as someone who is humble, who is not particularly flashy or gaudy, and who is a traveler. And the one super exceptional thing about her, like the one thing that makes her stand out more than anything else, is that giant oversized hammer that looks like it should be too big for her, but which is actually perfect for her. She wields it with ease and confidence and grace. Kind of like how she doesn't see that she's worthy of the hammer, that the hammer actually belongs to her. It seems like it should be an awkward fit, but it's actually a perfect fit. Like, it's just good design. It's really good design. Anyway, for me, Poppy is an S tier champion. Like, just such a good character design, such a good story. Plus, she's adorable, which is always a bonus. Anyway, I'm going to take a sip of tea now. Anyway, thanks for traumatizing us. You're welcome. Please, Daddy Sky, no lollipoppy, please, my eyes! You're welcome, Wing of Shu. I am happy to expand your horizons. I don't know anymore. Wish Riot would follow up on Poppy's story. She deserves to be happy. Yes, she does. AUCL2247, if they keep adding champions to each region, I'd love to see Poppy and Legends of Runeterra. Yes.
Yes, I want Poppy as a Demacian champion, I really do. But that'll be it's gonna have to be way after they do the Targon update. Because right now, it doesn't seem like there's any plans for it. Anyway, Pike. Pike is another champion with a really cool story conceit. Like, I really love the story conceit of this guy, that he's a fisherman on a fishing vessel, as one of the people who dive into the depths to carve. Like, there's a certain... Is it a jawfish, I think they're called? A huge sea monster deep underground who creates a certain... something, like an oil or something that's incredibly valuable. And so there's this group of incredibly daring fishermen, this profession of fishermen, hooksmen, who dive literally into the mouth of the creature, carve out the thing that they need, and then get the fuck out of there, getting dragged up by their lines so that they can survive and make a profit. Pike is one of these carvers. Pike is one of these harpoon men, and he is betrayed by his captain, who leaves him in the depths to die and be consumed. But Pike doesn't quite die. Well, he does die, but he doesn't quite die. He is absorbed into something else. Something deep down. Not Nakakeborus, as many people sometimes seem to think, but something in the depths finds him and transforms him and allows him to, air quotes, live. And so he returns to Bilgewater after years and years of being trapped in the depths as a vengeful ghost with a list of all the people on that ship who betrayed him. And he's going to find every last one of them, and he's going to carve them up like he used to carve the fish. Except, no matter how many people he kills, there always seems to be just one more name on the list. There always seems to be just one more that he's forgotten about. One more person that he meets and all of a sudden remembers, you were there when they cut my line. And what's clear to us as readers is that Pike is, well, he's insane, first of all, but also that the list is unending. It is just a constant cycle of never-ending vengeance against everyone and everything. There's no end to the number of people that he wants to carve up for leaving him behind. And it creates this fractured, unstable, kind of psychotic character who's like constantly in the midst of this relentless, vengeful psychosis where he doesn't quite realize that like he's not right in the head, like that he's not actually killing people out of vengeance anymore. He's just killing people because he thinks he deserves to kill everything and everyone. It's a very cool story conceit. It makes him a great boogeyman, which is also how he has been used, especially in the Legends of Bilgewater audio plays that they released for him when he was first released. Essentially a boogeyman of Bilgewater, this stalking Jack the Ripper-esque serial killer who just murders people completely apparently at random for no reason, and murders them in absolutely brutal and horrifying ways, scaring the crap out of everyone in Bilgewater and creating lots of mystery. It makes him a great antagonist in stories, potentially, albeit, again, Riot has done exactly 0.none things with him since they released him, so... you know, take your odds. I mean, I'm hoping that he's going to turn up in the Ruined King game, because that's going to be set in Bilgewater. I'm hoping that Pike is going to be there and be part of it, maybe as an enemy. So yeah, that's very cool. In terms of his character design, I think he's a little... I mean, look at this collar that he wears. This shark bone collar with all the teeth pointing inward, essentially mimicking the moment when he was swallowed by the jawfish and betrayed by his crew, is very cool. I also think it's like kind of way the hell extra. Like, it's so over the top. It's a little bit silly. I still think it's very cool, but it's like, did he just wear that for work? Like, is that just how he dressed normally? Or is that something that the depths did to him? Who knows? It's impossible to say. His character design generally is fairly simplistic. Like, he wears a normal, like, sort of vaguely fantasy piratey looking outfit. He's got one bad eye and one good eye, at least in his character model. And he's got this long hooked knife that I really like. Like, this sawtooth, shark tooth design on the knife is really cool. He's very basic. Like, outside of that very extra collar, he's a really basic character. He's a very basic cutthroat kind of standard character. Not terrible. Not amazing, but just, like, good. Like, for what he's supposed to be, that's a great little bit of character design. Nothing to get worked up over, though. Which leads us on... Okay, Kiana, yeah. Which gets us to Kiana. Kiana, huh? When she came out, I released a video that was simply titled, like, that, where the thumbnail was just, like, Kiana splash art, and the word meh next to her. And I mostly still feel that way. Because Kiana is like, this is another hot girl. She's another hot girl. She's supposed to be like essentially a princess of a sort, like a part of the nobility of Ishtal, who's fighting a deadly political conflict using her exceptional magical powers in order to take power over the city and have her genius recognized by all those around us because she has massive ego issues. It's just like a hot girl. She looks... I mean, part of it is that she looks too contemporary, like with the top, which is like this little dress, and the leggings and the sandals. She looks like someone who could be walking down the street right now. Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's terrible as such. She's just another hot girl. And like, her costuming especially is so... It's weirdly understated for how extra her personality is, like for how flashy and show-offy and like self-obsessed her personality is. Her outfit is just like it's a dress and some leggings. So I don't know. I would have liked her to be more gaudy, more elaborate, if you absolutely must. There's more you could do with this. But I also know for a fact that, like, for a lot of people of Latinx heritage, this to them was representation. Like, it represented a certain kind of character archetype that's very important to them. And I don't want to denigrate that. It's just, for me, I don't really... It's just... There's nothing for me to latch on to. There's really nothing... There's no storytelling or anything. It's just a thing. Yeah, mobile game advert tier. Yeah, it feels like a mobile... Like, yeah... It feels kind of like on that level, which bothers me. Now, true damage Kiana is pretty cool, but that's a matter for another day. Anyway, Quinn. So, Quinn looks a lot better in Legends of Runeterra. Let me see if I can find it. Can I find a full splash art for her? Yes. And it's not because there's been a massive change to her character design in Legends of Runeterra, just a few minor adjustments. So the major thing that they changed about Quinn in Legends of Runeterra is they made her less bulky. Quinn, as she is in League of Legends, is kind of a bulky character, with like the big cloak over her shoulders and then these pauldrons, or whatever it is, that protecting her thighs. As well as like that big arm rest thing that Valor sits upon. All of that was sleeked down a lot and made a lot lighter in Legends of Runeterra, which I think creates a better character design for her. Oh, there's some super chats I need to deal with. Just a second. Which I think creates a better character design for her because she's supposed to be this light, agile scout character, like who scouts out enemy territory, who like runs over mountains and climbs things and like goes over terrain and stuff like that. Where this version of her has always, to me, been a little bit too bulky. Like it's felt a little bit static and staid, and just kind of didn't work for me as much. I also feel like Valor as a bird, they could do more with him, like making him a fantasy bird rather than just a weird eagle-looking thing, but it's a thing for another time. Outside of that, though, outside of these little nitpicks, though, I think she's like a cool character design. Like, I think she's a good character, but she doesn't look remarkable. Like, to me, she doesn't really have the look of a champion. She looks more like an NPC. Like, she looks more like a rank-and-file soldier than like an exceptional standout commander or leader of scouts or something like that. And part of that comes down to, again, remember how we talked about with Garen and Lux, how Demasia's aesthetic has kind of moved on around them? It's the same thing for Quinn a little bit, that she has, like, the world has kind of moved on around them, but they've never really kept up, so they don't really look like Demasian officers They look like rank and file, which might be a part of the point. It just makes her not an especially interesting character design. Not bad, just eh. Anyway, there were some super chats. Give me a second. Do you think the thing that took Pike is the same thing that infected Nautilus? No, it's not. Nautilus is a servant of the bearded lady, Nagakeboros, and he was... I'm not sure if he was necessarily taken over by her, but like he's very much there. Pike seems to be in the service of something completely different. A drowned city of sorts. And I believe the writers that I talked to about him, they didn't tell me exactly what was going on with him, but they intimated that there's something special going on with Pike, which is not quite the same thing as Nagakeboros and not quite the same thing as Nautilus, because the sea is deep and dark and hides many dangers. Anyway, Fidel Robles? Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that correctly. That's really unfair of you. I feel, as a Latino, I feel Kiana has a very different bone structure that accurately represents Hispanic indigenous mix. Also, her makeup and personality is an ode to this culture. Yeah, like I said, I don't really know much about that. I've heard from people that they feel represented by her. I think that's fine. I just think that as a character design, she's not very interesting. Not bad, just not interesting. Quin it to win it. All's vel that ends val. Anyway, let's talk about Rakan. I think until Rakan came along, Ezreal was the primo fuckboy of League of Legends. With Rakan, that position was decisively overturned. Rakan is fuckboy number 1 of the entire game. The fuckiest of all the fuckboys. The himboest of all the himbos. And I like him. I like him a lot. I think Rakan is a great character and a great character design. Xayah is... well, we'll get to Xayah once we get to her, but Rakan is great. He's based, at least in part, both him and Xayah are, on Birds of Paradise, which are famous for their absolutely ridiculously gaudy displays of feathers and dances and courtship rituals that they display to their partners in order to, to find a mate. And that works really well. Like, you can see that in the gaudy color expression of Rakan, like the big, bright, feathery hairdo he's got going on there, as well as his cape and his general aesthetics. Like, that works really well. I like that he has a few of Xayah's feathers attached to his cloak as well, as a reminder of, well, his lady love. And he's just like, he just generally does look like that kind of well-intentioned, fun, charming moron. Who cares more about, like, dancing and partying, but who's also super, just crazy, absolutely devotedly in love with his lovely lady lover. And so, like, yes, he's a pretty damn good character, and I'd put him in the A tier. Ah, Rabis, yes, well, that one's pretty easy. Anyway, moving on. Ah, right, Rek'Sai. Ah, gee. So, a lot of the time when I talk about lack of diversity in female characters in League of Legends, people go, oh, but what about Rek'Sai? Isn't Rek'Sai a female character? And so, apparently, it is necessary for me to explain that Rek'Sai is not a woman. Rek'Sai is a void monster that happens to apparently be female. But Rek'Sai is not a woman for the same reason that a female dog is not a woman. And for the same reason that, like, a ship, even though ships are referred to as she and her, are not women, because they're not women. I'm struggling to explain this, but Rek'Sai is not a woman. So when I talk about diversity in female character design in League of Legends, I'm talking about the women, the women in, and not the things that are not women. I don't know. Am I making any sense here? Because I feel like a fucking crazy person when people bring up Rek'Sai all the fucking time when I talk about women. Because, anyway, maybe you have had different girlfriends than I have. So Rek'Sai is a good character design. I like Rek'Sai. Like, she's, again, you can see that those stages of evolution as they try to figure out what the Void is even supposed to be in League of Legends, where you can see the influences from someone like Kha'Zix, like the kind of bug-like aspects of her character design, especially with the legs and the claws and the mouth bits. You can see those influences present in Rek'Sai, but also that she's evolving more and more towards the sort of cosmic horror aspect of the Void, that she looks much more like an alien rather than looking like some kind of corrupted version of like a normal world creature. And so that's, like, it just makes for a good character design. There's not that much to say about it. Like, I like the emphasis on her big front claw arms, because she's like, she digs underground. I like the whole land shark idea with, like, the fin on her back. But outside of that, it's like, there's not much to say about her. She's just really decent monster design. Probably A tier, actually, come to think of it, because the land shark thing is really cool. Rek'Sai and Malzahar would make a cute couple, don't you think? Just like Ezreal and Taric. I don't think Malzahar has any sexuality anymore. I think he's just void. Like, he just cares about the Void. Anyway, Renekton. We've already dealt with Renekton. It's the same story as with Nasus. He's Sobek. He's literally Sobek. He's got a nice aesthetic that places him in the League of Legends universe, but he is Sobek, and we've already put him in exactly the same tier as Nasus. Moving us on to Rengar. The first furry of the League of Legends games. Well, no, Nasus was technically the first furry, wasn't he? But Rengar is, like, more. It's, like, even more so. And Rengar is a character of some frustration to me, because he's a Vastaya. And we know from, like, the picture of Nidalee that we looked at previously, like, with her new character design, that Vastaya can be, like, complete animal people, like full-on furries or scalies or whatever. They can be, but consistently, Riot, especially when it comes to female Vastaya, don't do that. They seem to prefer to turn the female Vastaya just into, like, fuckable ladies all the time. Ahri, Xayah, and indeed Nico, rather than leaning into the mixing of animal and human characteristics. And Rengar, for me, is kind of the exemplar of that, because this is what Vastaya can be, clearly. They can be actual full-on fucking furries. That's canonical in the game. But apparently only the dudes get to be that. Like, that bullshit fantasy sexual dimorphism thing that World of Warcraft used to do really, really a lot of, where, like, the male orcs are, like, these big, giant fucking brick shithouse hulking things, and then the lady orcs, oh yeah, all titty and ass. Like, that sexual dimorphism bullshit, which kind of gets on my nerves, because it's so overplayed. Like, oh god, do something different. Anyway, Rengar himself is, like, fine. He's fine. Like, yeah, he was a hunter with the thing and the knife, and he likes to hunt things, and he's got claws, and he's also a tiger, leopard, cougar, thing, animal, whatever. And he's got the eye patch because he's got a scar over his eye because he lost his eye to Kha'Zix, and he's got hunting trophies on his pauldron. He's, like, fine. I don't know that there's much to say about him as such, that he's just fine. He's a perfectly fine B-tier champion. Oh, right, Riven. I almost forgot about her. So Riven is one of those characters who is immensely popular, but I just kind of can't get behind her character design very much, and it's partly not really her fault, because like a lot of the other champions we've talked about, she was put into the game at a point in time when the aesthetics of Noxus and Ionia were not really very well defined at all. Like, there wasn't really a Noxian look the same way that there is nowadays. And so Riven looks kind of like a mess. Like, it's what's she wearing? Where's she supposed to be from? Like, the green of the rune magic in her rune blade. Green used to be very heavily associated with Noxus. You can see that, for example, in the old version of Swain, but it isn't anymore. Noxus is all about red and black now. And so the green has kind of fallen out. So this doesn't look like a Noxian blade anymore at all. It looks like some kind of Ionian thing, except it couldn't possibly be. The same thing goes for like the green of her pauldron and like all the browns and purples. That used to be more associated with Noxus, but it isn't anymore. So Riven, who's a former Noxian soldier and a really dedicated Noxian soldier who decided to turn on the Empire eventually, doesn't really look like she's from there. Which leaves her with only one other opportunity, which is that she looks like maybe she's from Ionia. And you can kinda see that, like with the ridiculous anime hair and like the robes and stuff. But even that, with the big giant metal plates and the huge gauntlet for some reason, no. So she's another one of those characters that has kind of been left behind by the game, ultimately. Where she used to fit in a lot better, but because the game has changed around her while she hasn't, she's become a bit of a misfit now. Which is a bit of a pity, because she has a fascinating story, like the whole story about how she might probably have been the one who murdered Yasuo's master, and Yasuo found her and then forgave her for the thing that happened and helped her kind of get out of being prosecuted for it, and forgiveness, self-forgiveness stuff, etc., etc. And apparently, going by some of the voice lines that were data mined, I think Riven is going to be in Legends of Runeterra. I think? Am I remembering that wrong? No, there were some hunters in this thing. Yeah, I think so. And I think she's being retooled to be more of an Ionian champion, specifically like a former Noxian who now lives in Ionia and fights for it. And presumably that'll be the direction they go in when they do the character design update. But as for Riven herself, she's like a C tier right now. Not really her own fault, but just because the game has moved on so much around her that she just doesn't look like anything anymore. Oh, Rumble. Oh, Rumble. So Rumble is another one of those Yordles that helped define what Yordles would eventually become across the board. Because he was the first Yordle to be added who was, at least to my memory, like genuinely looked like a little tiny furry creature. Like such, which most of the Yordles have now been retconned. Or was that Teemo? Was he a Yordle when he was first added? Or was he something else? Like Tristana was a Mechling? I do not remember. Anyway, he's one of the Yordles that became sort of the base model for what Yordles became when they started retconning them into what they are now. I disagree. Targ and Braum would be way better. Shadowcatting, okay. Who's the hottest League boy? Choose right for money. Oh, well, hottest from what perspective, though? Like fuck, marry, kill. What are you looking for here? Because, like, Aphelios is probably the most beautiful. But that's not the same as being hot, necessarily. It's like, because Set is probably like the most fucky. Like, he's like the one, like, but he's also such a fucking virgin, like, because he's a mama's boy. Like, he could probably fuck, but I don't think he ever has. Which, like, kind of makes him not that hot, really, because, like, he's such a fucking mama's boy. And Pantheon definitely doesn't fuck. Like, he doesn't fuck at all. He's way too busy being a, like, a tragic warrior figure kind of guy. So he's just hot, but, like, not in a really accessible way. There's lots of different ways to be hot. Like, I don't know. Anyway, Rumble. We were supposed to talk about Rumble. I see I have activated the horniness in chat. Anyway, Rumble. His character design is like... So we have this idea of a Yordle riding a mecha, which is a good idea because you have these tiny little Yordles and they can build big machines and ride around them and break things. So the conceit of Rumble's bot is that it's a scrap bot. It's like it's a complete like, junkyard creation that he's just kind of cobbled together from what the hell ever he could get his hands on. And it's always kind of shaking and threatening to fall apart and barely holding together. He's got a flamethrower and a big spiky ball arm on it and stuff like that. And that's kind of like, okay. And you can kind of see that in the design of the thing as like with some stuff that's kind of seemed duct taped on. But as a junk bot, partly because the game just didn't have the fidelity to support it. Yeah, a lot of people find Silas the absolute hottest boy in League of Legends, probably because he's like traumatized and smelly and you can fix him. But like as a junk bot, like it kind of needs higher fidelity to really like be cobbled together from all kinds of little bits and pieces. And that's just like a matter of having higher detail on the character model, I think. I also think his feet, like these like suction cup feet-ish things, just look terrible. Like, I would like him to have 2 mismatched legs instead of this weird saw blade thing and these harpoon spikes. Like, a lot of it is just kind of messy in a way that doesn't really add to the character design. It's not terrible, but it's not great. Now, Rise, the most reworked champion in the history of the game. Poor Rise, who took so long to find any kind of a role in the game. So, Rise's lore, as I understand it nowadays, is that he's a mage who survived the Rune Wars and saw that, hey, runes are probably bad and world runes are probably even worse. We probably shouldn't mess around with those. And so he's decided to make his entire quest for his entire life to gather and protect the world runes and make sure that nobody can ever use them again to start rune wars. To that end, he's used a lot of magic, he's become very long-lived, he's been exposed to a hell of a lot of magic, and he's sort of this wandering sage character, like, who goes everywhere and seeks out runes wherever he can find them, and like, but doesn't really have a home or a home identity. As such, Rise is the main character of League of Legends, the protagonist. No, I don't think he is, but you can see how you can make that argument. I disagree with it. And he's actually kind of a good character design. Weirdly. Like, he's not a remarkable one. Like, he's actually kind of boring. Like, he's a purple dude. Like, the most interesting thing about him is that he's purple, but other than that, he's just like a dude who doesn't wear a shirt, but he's got these thatched up leather pants that have been patched multiple times, sensible travel boots, and a big scroll on his back. And that's kind of it. He's incredibly simple as a character design. And that works. Like, that works for what his character is supposed to be. This traveler who has no home and who isn't really interested in his own comfort or his own anything, really, but who is just doing a job over and over and over again, constantly working towards a particular end with no rest in sight. And yeah, that works for that, but it's also not that interesting. It's a perfectly solid, well-crafted, put-together character design. I think the purple is probably going a little, like, I don't know. Like, I kind of want to make him a higher tier, just because it's a really solidly put-together character design and extremely simple, but I just also don't feel excited by him ever. I don't find myself interested in him ever, which I feel like is a mark against it. Sejuani, who, with her update, for me at least, is an A-tier champion. And this is, again, just to fucking keep bashing on Ashe. Sejuani, the leader of the Winter's Claw, the war mother of the Winter's Claw, like the tough lady, tough warrior who toughs things out toughly, still wears fucking furs and leather, Ashe. Still wears big, like, there's people who sometimes talk about, well, Ashe is an Iceborn, so wouldn't it make more sense that she's trying to prove her mettle and her strength by resisting the elements by not wearing too many clothes? And I go, okay, sure, but then why the fuck isn't Sejuani doing that? Like, why is she, like, the tough lady warrior lady who's obsessed with proving her toughness? Why isn't she doing that? The answer, of course, being that Sejuani is a sensible person who's not stupid enough to ride into battle without armor or into a blizzard without protection, unlike Ashe. And also, this, like, there's the boot plates. Like, she has the biggest boot plate in all of League of Legends. Like, Sejuani is a gifted girl. She's well stacked. Which, like, you know, I wish she wasn't designed that way, but whatever. But for me, at least, this, like, a fully armored warrior, like, with fur pointing out all over the place, clad in metal plates, swinging this giant flail around, this, to me, is scarier and more intimidating and more indicative of power than if she was traditional Sejuani. Let me see if I can find her. Then traditional Sejuani, who still rides around in the same chainmail bikini and fucking nothing that her original character design was based around. Like, this to me is a lot less intimidating because it looks like it just plant an arrow between, like, right in her unprotected stomach or in her thighs and bleed her out pretty easily. This looks like an unstoppable fucking freight train that I can't do a goddamn thing against. So yeah, outside of the boob plate, which kind of bothers me. Now, actually, the boob plate on Sejuani specifically, I'm actually kind of more okay with it. Like, it's a dumb thing, but the Freljord is matriarchal. The Freljord reveres mothers and women as war leaders, as sources and fonts of strength, as foundations of their communities. They revere females and femaleness, womanness. And so in that sense, yes, within the confines of that particular culture, you can make the argument that having boob plates, like emphasizing the female shape, emphasizing female fertility and stuff like that, can be a symbol of martial power as well. You can make that point. I don't think I would, but you can. Like, I think you could reasonably make that point so long as you don't look at the rest of League of Legends and see, oh, hey, look at Lux with her boob plate, and look at Leona with her boob plate, and look at all the other dumb boob plate that's all over the goddamn game. It's like, if it was an idea that was only used here and you could see there was a clear intent behind it, yes, you could make that argument. But so long as there's a stupid boob plate everywhere else, I'm not willing to accept it. Anyway, let's see, there's some super chats I missed. Wings of Shu. Actually, if my early League history is right, at first female Yordles were a different race than the male Yordles. Yeah, we'll get to that when we get to Tristana, because there's some stuff about that we could probably talk about. Hedge Knight, I'm more interested in why Rumble is the only Yordle who wants to stay in Bandle City. Yeah, I don't know if that's canon anymore. Rumble really needs a lore update, so I'm actually not sure about that one. Necrit would probably know. Stop, Skyen, you roasted the Iceborne so much she's just ashes now. Ahaha, ahaha. Games for the win. Finally, I can support one of my favorite creators. That's very kind of you. Thank you for that super chat. But anyway, Sejuani is good. I like Sejuani a lot. I like that she rides a giant boar into battle. That's badass as hell. And she's a solid character design all around. Moving on to Senna. Senna, for me, is like somewhere between B and A. And I want to go A just because I like her. But she's somewhere in the between space of those two. So Senna came out of fucking nowhere for me. I saw the leaked skin for like the true damage Senna, and I was like, I mean, it's probably a new champion, but they're surely they're not gonna bring Lucian's wife back from the dead. Like, he's been like, it's the whole character. His whole character is that he's sad and angry because his wife is gone. Like, that's literally all Lucian has ever been about. So if you brought her back, what would Lucian even be? How would he even have a story without Senna to be sad and angry about? Turns out they found a way to make it happen. Senna is kind of an interesting character design, because, well, we can't really see this on her character model, but because of her cloak. Her cloak is this tattered, ghostly thing that follows her around as she runs, and the cloak is also the main visual connection that she has to the aesthetics of the Purifiers, to the aesthetics of Lucian specifically. Because that's the thing that most explicitly looks like the kinds of clothes that he wears. As for the rest of her, again, we have this champion who's weirdly contemporary, like who wears leather leggings, or freaking some kind of latex pants, maybe? Something along those lines. And some really contemporary-looking shoes, and this, like, leather chest plate, with just even more booby-boob armor in her character model than it is her. Anyway, like, this weirdly contemporary character mixed with that sense of traditionalism that kind of comes from the cloak and the Purifier outfit that I kind of don't know what to make of, because, like, it always kind of bothers me a little bit. Like, Piltover, it's fine, because that's the futuristic future city that's most close to, like, what would look a modern industrialized society. But it's weird to me when the rest of, like, the fantasy world has these distinctly modern aesthetic influences that I don't think they clash necessarily. I just feel weird about them. Like, it's like, I don't know exactly how to parse it. Do I need to parse this as streetwear? Should I parse this as street fashion? Or should I parse it as, like, the official outfit of an ancient order of undead hunters. Because as that, it doesn't make a goddamn lick of sense, but as streetwear, it makes a lot of sense. So, I don't know. I like her big fucking cannon. I like her giant ass, just huge, enormous, just massive penis replacement. Like, just giant. I love that. I love that Lucian has these two dinky little guns, and then his wife has this giant fuck-off cannon that she just lugs around. Like, that's just a lovely subversion of dynamic. And I like there's the black and white split, obviously, which is present in much of her design. You can see that, like, that's with the leggings and the shirt thing that she's wearing, where you have this contrast between black and white all the time, which again emphasizes the difference between her human and her wraith-like nature, that she's, like, still kind of undead-ish from her time in Thresh's Lantern. Senna pegs Lucian. Oh, yeah, no, definitely, she wears the strap. You cannot, absolutely no doubt about that. Definitely. So, yeah, I mean, I think she's fine. She's an A tier. Like, she's a good character design. I have things about her that I don't know how to parse, but that's more on me, I think, than the design itself. Moving on to, well, the husbando. After the waifu, we move on to the husbando. A lot of people got real thirsty for Set in a real hurry, especially this lady over here who's genuinely having a good time touching his biceps right now. Set the boss, who is a fucking virgin, and I will not hear a word to the contrary. And I've spoken at length about Set in What's the Deal with Set, that, like, I don't think there's anything wrong. I like the sort of modern, like, here's where the modern aesthetic influence makes some kind of sense for him, because he's essentially supposed to be a Yakuza. Like, that's basically the kind of style that they're going for, is that he's this gaudy playboy dressing Yakuza who's, like, obsessed with wearing symbols of his wealth, because, like, wealth for him and the wealth that he gains by being the owner of the fighting pits is security for him and his mama. D for daddy issues. Oh, he's got daddy issues aplenty. Oh, yes. No, Set isn't an incel. Set drinks that respect women juice. Like, he chucks that shit down. But the problem is he respects women so much that he never, like, he just can't get himself to fuck them. He just can't get himself to fuck. Because he keeps thinking of what his mama would say. Anyway, that's my headcanon. That's not actually true. So my main problem with Set is the problem, again, with that I have with the Vestaya in general, is that Riot just biases so hard towards human and just don't want to go for the animal. And for Set especially, that kind of, like, that contrast between human and animal nature is kind of important, because it's his rage, his anger, his power, his willingness to fight all the time that defines him a lot as a character. So I would have loved for there to be more than just, like, this fur collar thing to emphasize the fact that he's supposed to be a Wolverine. He's supposed to be a Wolverine. Like, that's the idea of him. The B in TBSkyen is bad taste in boys. I don't have any taste in boys. Give me a man. You'll never know if I was serious about that. Like, I would like it to be more, like, the animalistic nature of Set to be more emphasized. Like, I'd like that to be more on display. And also, like, if you're gonna make him horny, why doesn't he have chest hair? Like, he's a Vestaya and he's a Wolverine. Why didn't you give him chest hair? Like, that seems like the most obvious horny character design trait to put in there. But yeah, like, outside of that, he's fine. Like, I like the modernist Yakuza influences of the character. I like that he looks like a gangster, like, he looks like a brawler, and he looks like what he's supposed to be, which is like a gang boss who runs a fighting pit. So he's a solid character design. I think somewhere in the A-B tier-ish. And I gotta put him in A, just because I want to be nice. And then there's Shaco. Right, Shaco. He goes straight into uncategorizable, because, like, yeah, he's just a murder clown, but he doesn't have lore. Well, he does, but it's not canon. There's no, why is he a murder clown? Why does he look like a court jester? What's he supposed to do? What's he about? Is he a demon? Is he not a demon? He doesn't have any lore. Like, he just doesn't. So it's impossible to really assess his character design because there's nothing to base an assessment on. He was added to the game as the not the Joker random murder clown that every game had to have back then, and then nothing ever happened to him. He's never had any lore ever in the history of the game. So we're not going to waste any more time with him. He's uncategorizable. I think a cool, subtle way to make Set look slightly inhuman would be if his hair was short enough to show that he doesn't have human ears. Yeah, something like that. He's a toy, says Black Star Angel. No, he's not. Again, well, maybe he is. We don't know because his lore isn't canon. The lore that he has is not canon. Anyway, let's talk about Shen. So, Shen is a ninja. That's it. Shen is a ninja. And that's kind of my problem with him, is that he's just a ninja? This is it. It's just a ninja. And there's no... I don't feel like there's anything unique or compelling or interesting about him. I don't think there's anything... Like, the only thing that's interesting about him is his gameplay, in that he's a tank rather than being an assassin. And, like, you can kind of see that in that he's a big, bulky lad in his character design, but it's just, like, he's just a ninja. Like, he's supposed to be the Eye of Twilight, like the bridge between the human realm and the spirit realm, and like all his quasi-mystical nonsense stuff, but is ninja. By the way, I'm gonna have much the same conversation about Zed once we get to him, because Zed is also just a ninja. Anyway, Shyvana. My girl Shyvana. I am very fond of her. Why did the music stop? Oh, that's why. I'm very fond of Shyvana. I like her a lot as a character. Like, I like the whole half-human, half-dragon thing. I don't know that I like her character design very much. Because it's like, again, it's a character design where you can see the influences from Warcraft 3, like, plain as day on the character, with these hugely oversized gauntlet weapons and this horned helmet and, like, the blue skin contrasted with the red armor and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a Warcraft 3 character that wandered into League of Legends and got stuck there. I like her better in her splash art update, where she looks fucking menacing as hell and built like a tank, but her character design isn't great, and I'm glad she's getting a rework. Like, after Volibear, Shyvana, I think theoretically is supposed to be next. They'll tell us more about that in the next roadmap they publish, I'm sure. But Shyvana is going to get herself a rework, and she desperately needs it, because nothing about this looks like half-dragon to me. She just looks like lady with some dragon-themed armor on her. But she doesn't look like a half-dragon. Like, she doesn't look like she's some kind of mixture or half-breed. And, like, she just looks like a hot lady with dragon armor. And I'd really like to... I'd like them to push her a lot harder. I mean, knowing Riot, they're still... Like, they're never gonna make her not hot. Because she just kind of has to be hot for them. Because, fucking... cowardice. But I really hope they push her harder to be more monstrous. Like, to be less human-looking. Or at least to be a kind of inhuman where you can, like, cover it up with clothes and uniforms and stuff. Anyway. Shyvana X Jarman is the best ship, though. It's a pretty good one. It's a pretty damn good one. Like, you know, if you had a chance to get with a half-dragon, surely you'd take it. No, I fucking would. Moving on to Singed, one of the last ugly champions in League of Legends, and I love him for it. Do you play League of Legends, or are you only interested in lore and characters? I played League of Legends up until Season 8. I think I played regularly, and then I kind of fell out of love with it, and now I play Legends of Runeterra and TFT. TBSkyen wants a furry waifu. Excuse me. Well, actually, dragons aren't furries. Dragons are scalies. I just to get your terminology straight. Anyway, Singed, the last ugly champion in League of Legends. One of the last ones, at least after Swain and Urgot got reworked from their ugly forms into their extremely fuckable forms, apparently. Singed is sort of the last of the unappealing, ugly champions from League of Legends past. And what I mean by that is that Singed is a character who, like, he is kind of cool, in a manner of speaking, but he's not supposed to be appealing. You're not supposed to look at him and go, oh yeah, I want to be that. Oh yeah, cool. Oh, that's like a peak performance, ideal male body. None of that is in there. He is unappealing. He's lanky. He's thin. He's balding. He's wrinkled. He's visibly decaying. He's like not nice at all to think about and look at. Kind of like old Urgot was this shambling mass of flesh on legs that just kind of all over the battlefield and like poison at people, like ugly and grim and unappealing. This implies that Twitch is fuckable and I do not support this. Oh, you should don't go on the internet, my friend. Just don't ever. You should not be online. It's probably a bad idea for you, because, oh boy. Anyway, Singed. He is not a great character design as such, I don't think, because like, he's supposed. There's a couple of conflicting things going on about him. First of all, Singed is a tank, which you look at his body and you go, no, he's not. This guy looks like he could be knocked over by a stiff breeze. How the hell is he supposed to be a tank? He does have a big shield, but is that it looks like if you punch him, he's gonna break in half, right? Because he's this thin, spindly thing. He's also supposed to be an alchemist, which the character designers chose to show by having him just literally carry a giant bottle of alchemy on his back and like having bottles and stuff of it with him all the time. Which is, like, not super subtle, where, like, normally where you want to portray an alchemist, like, you'll give them some kind of medieval science-y, like, outfit. Maybe a plague doctor outfit, something along those lines. Like, there's lots of stuff you can do to make them look like they are alchemisty. Usually robes. Usually something along those lines. Singed looks like he wandered in from, like, some kind of cyberpunk fantasy hybrid universe somewhere next door. He really doesn't look like he belongs in League of Legends, especially not the modern state of Legends of League of Legends and Runeterra. And that's because he has never changed his look even once since he was added to the game. They've only ever updated his textures. So I like Singed that he is one of the last ugly one of the last unappealing champions in the game. I'm really glad that there still is one, but I don't think he's a great design. Moving on to Scion, another character, like, who used to be ugly and unappealing. Like, old Scion, like, the zombie thing where, like, the arrow in his head and, like, looked really kind of ugly and disgusting, was also reworked into something that looks much more badass and appealing. And, like, yeah, there's a power fantasy kind of thing. Which isn't really a bad thing, because old Scion was garbage. Like, he was terrible. The old Scion had the voice like he's a terrible Arnold impression. Which it wasn't great. And new Scion is better along every possible metric. And I really do like the concept of him as this great Noxian warrior who was sewn back together and just sent back into battle to fight again and again and again as a kind of automaton, almost a robot with a furnace in his belly that keeps him going. And my favorite detail about Scion, like, I do like the idea of his jaw being the bone of a King Jarvan that he killed, but my favorite thing about Scion is the knife that's stuck in his head that creates this long little ponytail that follows him around. Because that seems like such a necromantic detail. Like, that seems like such a thing of, like, if you pulled the dagger out, he would stop working, or something along those lines. That looks like some kind of blood magic ritual kind of marker thing that really lends an air of mysticism to what's otherwise just a kind of standard big tanky warrior design. Like, where you get that little bit of weird magical mysticism just from that dagger that's stuck in his skull. Anyway, Scion is a perfectly solid character design. It's like an A/B kind of, I think more of a B, because he's ultimately not that interesting. He's just good. And then there's Sivir. Ah, Sivir. Yet another one of those splash arts where there was a tiny little bit of a cosmetic imperfection on her splash art once upon a time, and then the League of Legends community threw a fit about it, and then they changed that to remove the cosmetic imperfection. Specifically with Sivir, she used to have a gap between her front teeth, and the League of Legends subreddit freaked out so fucking hard. Like, holy shit, it was like thousands of upvotes and just people upon like, oh god, how could it possibly, oh no, you can't even, like, how dare you give her a gap between her fucking front teeth, which is like a normal thing that people have. Anyway, that's my salt out of the way. So Sivir the Battle Mistress is supposed to be a mercenary who makes her living in the desert, like, just murdering people. Also, she's Sina the Warrior Princess. Like, she's both of those things at the same time. And I don't really mind her character design that much. Like, I would like her to wear, like, a chest armor. Like, instead of those straps around her titties, maybe have, like, a leather vest or something. Some kind of armor, anything. And the same thing around her, like her midriff. I don't mind the thighs so much because of the desert, whatever. But she does look kind of pale for someone who spends all day, every day living in Shurima. I don't really mind her character design that much. The big thing for me, though, the big thing about Sivir that bothers me is that she has no scars. Which, like, okay, so, like, mercenary for her entire life, a hard-bitten, heart-fighting, desert mercenary who fights people and kills people for money. But she doesn't have any scars? No battle damage? At all? What? Like, ugh. Even if you want to argue that she's the best warrior who has ever existed in the history of all things forever, it's like, yeah, but at some point she still had to be a learner, right? Like, at some point she wasn't the best warrior ever. To give, like... And it's the thing of, like, you tell me that she lives this hard life of desert mercenary, like, living paycheck to paycheck and slitting people's throats for money. But then her character design just says, no, she's an Instagram model who poses in cosplay for big dollars on OnlyFans. Like, what lifestyle is she living, game? Where's her, like, So anyway, yeah, she's, like, mostly fine, but it's that aspect of her life just not being reflected in her character design at all that bothers me. Skarner. Yeah, that one's a pretty simple C for me as well, and not really Skarner's fault, unfortunately. Skarner runs the misfortune. He was released originally, way the hell back, along with Dominion, for the Crystal Scar. The Crystal Scar was essentially supposed to be, well, where they found him, where they dug him up. And in his lore, he's a member of a race of crystal scorpions that live below the deserts of Shurima, something, hex, something, blah, blah, blah. But Riot have never, ever done anything with him, ever. Ever. At all. Even a little bit. Just, he's never had any lore or story, he's never had anything whatsoever. And because of that, Shurima has kind of moved on around him, and he doesn't have the Crystal Scar anymore to call home, and because he has nothing to relate to, like, there's nothing in League of Legends that relates to him, there's nothing else, no other crystal creatures, there's no other, like, thing that relates to sort of mineralogy and mineral scorpion or whatever. He's so alone aesthetically and visually, and he has no lore to speak of whatsoever. And so he goes in C tier, because there's fucking nothing to him. Like, there's nothing to grab onto, ironically, for a character whose whole thing is grabbing onto you. Which sucks. I used to main Skarner for a while, so... but, oh well. Oh well. Skarner has no boobs! Oh, that's okay, wow. I think that's how you pronounce that name. Here's something that has boobs. Here's something that has lots of boobs. Hello, Sona. Hello, you Hatsune Miku-ass looking... I don't have a lot of antipathy towards Sona. In fact, I really like her concept. I like the concept of a mute musician who floats around and, like, creates magic by playing music. I think that's a really fucking cool concept. But once again, Sona is let down by the fact that Riot have just never, ever done anything with her at all. They've never clarified her. Is she Ionian or Demacian? Well, she lives in Demacia, I think, unless her lore isn't canon anymore. We don't know. But her instrument is from Ionia, and so are her clothes, for some reason. What does she do with her life? Nobody knows, because she doesn't have any lore anymore. So it's again this case of, like, I would probably be more forgiving of her being such a blatant Hatsune Miku ripoff and having the giant titties, like the obvious fan service thing, if there was an actual lore to back it up. Like, oh, maybe she's a performer and like she's a stage persona with the showing off and the like, is that the thing? No, because she doesn't have any lore. Okay, and so I don't have any antipathy towards Asuna as like not quite an F. But so, no, she's an F. Like, she's not quite as bad as your Kaisas or your Ashes, but it's like she's so, like, blah. Oh, Sona invented Minecraft. Yes, this is true. But Hatsune Miku programmed League of Legends. Moving on to Soraka. I like her. Like, she embodies some of the bad stuff about League of Legends that I dislike, which is like the let's just turn it into a hot girl thing that the game tends to do more than it really should. But I still like I like the concept of this sort of unicorn horned heel goat character. I like the concept of the Star Child. I like her goat legs. Like, it's nice to see that they actually have the guts to pull the trigger on something like that. I like the long ears. I like that she's kind of lanky and a little bit off-putting. Like, there's lots of good stuff there. I like that she's connected to the stars and the moon, and you can see that in her scepter. Lots of good stuff about her. That's kind of fine. The one thing that kind of bothers me is that, again, it's that just make her a hot girl thing, where Soraka, of all characters, especially with the lore that she has, is so perfectly set up to be much more of a much more of a mama, like, specifically, like, much more of a mother figure, someone, like, who has, like, a plump, round figure, who had, like, more the classic fertility symbol kind of thing. Because her whole thing is nurturing others. Her whole thing is, like, giving guidance and comfort the way that a mother would. And so having her look like this tiny, wispy little nothing of a girl, it kind of misses out on the whole, like, she's the primary healer of the game, the primary caretaker. Whereas, like, okay, so then why not make her a plump, like, fat, happy mother character instead? Not necessarily a MILF, although that's certainly where everybody in chat went immediately, and you can do that. But, like, no, not necessarily sexualized, but just, like, motherly. You know, maternal. Maternal, that's the word I was looking for this whole goddamn time. Which, hang on, let me think for a second. I think there was a piece of art that was created around that. But do I have it saved anywhere? I don't think I do. No. Oh, well, there's one of my followers on my Discord actually did a version of Soraka who was, like, made into much more of a mother-like figure, and it actually looks really fucking great on the character. I wish I had it around so I could show you, but it was there. Soraka is, like, I like her enough to put her in the B tier, but I don't think she's a great character design. And then there's Swain. Like, Swain, again, is a pretty easy one for me. He goes into the A tier. And I'll forever, like I said with Singed, I'm kind of annoyed that League of Legends has been systemically eradicating their ugly characters, which Swain very much used to be. He used to be this hook-nosed, off-putting man, like covering up his face and kind of wobbling around and looking all weird and hoary, kind of. And I really liked that there was that. And then with the update, they turned him into basically like Lucius Malfoy with the daddy factor turned up to 50. And like, certainly chat seems to be very fond of that. And I don't blame you. Like, he's certainly turned into like a Silver Fox type character that a lot of people find extremely appealing. I just kind of grieve a little bit. Snape? No, he's not Snape. He's Lucius Malfoy. I just kind of grieve a little bit for the loss of ugliness as a character fantasy, which, you know, this is just me. Anyway, as a character design, there's two interesting things about Swain to me. First of all, there's the coat. This big military-looking overcoat thing. that he wears, which really gives him the air of like a modern Banana Republic dictator kind of thing. There's a great production of Richard III, starring Ian McKellen, where he plays like a modernized dictator version of Richard III. And one of the things that he's got going on is like this really fashy coat that he wears over top of his sort of SS-looking uniform, because that's kind of the story they're trying to tell there. You have this kind of modernist, stark, almost a little bit like sort of Soviet or Nazi aesthetic with the big overcoat that he wears over his shoulders, which I find is not explicit enough to be problematic, fortunately, but it's like a cool modernist reference to something that is kind of outside the scope of Noxus. The second thing that's cool about Swain, obviously, is the demon arm that he's got going on now, which is a new addition to the character, which gives him, like, old Swain always had the demon problem that, like, his base form just looked like some dude. Like, it was just some crippled dude, like, walking around. Maybe I shouldn't say crippled. I don't remember. Is that one offensive? Because isn't that like a specific type of injury, specifically with the leg? You know, I don't know. A disabled person walking around. He just looked like someone. With Swain, because you have the demon arm, you get a character who's much more like, okay, there's something going on with this guy. Something demonic. Something bad. And you get this much more explicit connection with the demon birds that fly around him and the demon of secrets and that whole thing. So Swain is like a solid A character design for me, because like it's very good character design. Wish we still had ugly champions, but anyway, moving on to the reprehensible ratman of Demacia, Silas. Silas is also right, by the way. Demacia is a unjust genocidal state that is like Demacia is literally committing genocide. Like under all the definitions of the UN conventions on genocide, Demacia is committing genocide. A lot. So Silas is right, and everything he does is pretty much justified. He has never done anything wrong in his entire life, ever. And he's like a pretty decent character design. The thing I said when he first came out is like, I think it's weird that he's so well fed. Like, the thing I would have liked with Silas is, rather than having him be this full beefed up dude, like especially because he's fucking jacked, having him be someone who's been chronically underfed, but who has been like relentlessly exercising in prison, waiting for the day that he can escape and start his revolution. Like someone who is not really beefy, but who is like really wiry and like has lots of muscle, but isn't large about it. Like someone who looks emaciated but also strong. That's kind of what I would have liked for Silas. But I do like that he is like a smelly, dirty rat man with like bare feet, basically, who's never washed his pants even once in his life. I enjoy that, and I like that he uses his chains as a weapon. Like that's a good way to get a prisoner character. I think it's weird that he still wears his collar, like a slightly odd detail that he keeps that on. But using the chains as a weapon is a brilliant detail. Like that's a great way to do a rebelling prisoner character. So Silas for me is an S tier, because like I couldn't really think of, like, outside of my little nitpicks, which I feel are more personal than objective, I feel like he's really solid. Plus, you can't underestimate the fact that people fucking love Silas, and they love fucking Silas too. Like, he became a monstrously popular character pretty much immediately upon being released. And that, I don't always take that into account, but I will. Let's see. If Scion would be an enemy, it would be Initial D along with Nunu and Willem as his rival. Both would be running in the 90s. Yeah. Hey, it's TBSkyen. That's Valpurgis a while ago, I think. Really glad to finally catch one of your streams. I love Shyvana, but I wish she had way more muscles. Yes, I do too. I don't think she will, but... Fruitsy. Yeah, Sivir should at least have a scar from her encounter where Cassiopeia almost killed her. Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't ya? And Alex Shiraki? Demacia and rats are very nutritious, Skyen. How do you know that? Anyway, Syndra. She's just a titty babe again. Like, it's another fucking one of them. So many. And with Syndra, it bothers me because, again, much like with Kai'Sa, her story isn't about that. Her personality isn't about that. Syndra is a mage of incredible power who was locked away in a shrine in Ionia because she was literally a threat to the world. And she was locked away for ages, like forced to dream forever. And then finally, she was freed by some very stupid people who did a dumb thing. And has managed to free herself, and now she's out in the world looking to extract her revenge and do stuff with her power, because power, magic power. And that's what her story is about. So this whole BDSM Dark Queen thing with the titties out and the leather gear and the whatever the fuck is going on with these straps, it doesn't do anything because her power isn't really sexual in nature. It's not like Evelyn. It's not like Elise, whose powers are explicitly sexual in nature. It's not even like old Misfortune, where sexuality was part of empowering the character. It's just disconnected from it. It has nothing to do with it. And so this ends up being a really weak fucking character design that I don't like at all, because it doesn't interact with her story in a meaningful way. Anyway, Tahm Kench is next, and I'm just going to put him right up in S tier where he belongs immediately, because that's where he belongs. So Tahm Kench is one of my favorite designs in League of Legends. As, like, not necessarily as a character design, but as a whole character. Old Two Coats, the River King, the Swindler on the riverboats, because there's, like, elements of Mark Twain in there. There's elements of, like, good old-fashioned folk tales of trickster gods that, like, scam people into, well, being consumed and dying. He's a really cool character, like, just on the whole. And he's also the King of War in League of Legends, which, again, is not really my kink, but I'm glad that it exists for people. Like, I'm glad that there's that variety, and hey, if you're into that kind of thing, well, here's your wank material. Pull down your pants and enjoy yourself. I like that there is that variety to it. And also, it's just nice to have a fat character in the game who isn't, like, fucking Gragas all the time. So yeah, I like Tahm Kench. I like the detail of his tiny little top hat. Like, this tiny little thing on top of his head is such a good thing, because it's so deceptively cute when it really shouldn't be. And I like the use of the catfish, like, to give him this big, huge, enormous grin. Like, just this massive, because he is a charmer. He's a scam artist. He's a con man. And that's his whole personality. He's like, why, sir, allow me to take you on a little ride down the river, if you do me kindly and just get into my mouth. Like, that's his whole personality, is this charming southern gentleman person who then, like, turns around and fucking murders you. Which is, like, it's just good character design. It's a good character. I love his theme, especially. Let's listen to it right now, actually, come to think of it. I think I have it somewhere. Yes. Let's see. Hecatiana. Personally, I think that with her new lore, Syndra's clothing has a bit more sense than before, at least in a psychological way, because of an abusive childhood. What's your opinion about it? Have a nice day. No, I don't. Unless you make some kind of BDSM theming explicit in her story, like some kind of being a glutton for punishment or being a femdom or something, I don't think it works. I can't go that deep. I can play it on guitar, though. That's about as far as I've gone with this. Anyway, Talia. My girl Talia. Remember how I talked about how I like variety? Yeah. Guess who is literally the only fucking female character in League of Legends to have thick eyebrows and a nose that looks like that? Yeah, it's her. There's only one. Every single goddamn hot lady in League of Legends has the same fucking eyebrows and the same fucking nose. Talia is the only one who dares to be even a little bit different. Which is nice. Like, I like Talia a lot, just because of the fucking variety. And that's something, this is just one of my bugbears with League of Legends. Like, fucking can't you just do more than 2 kinds of noses, League of Legends? There's more than 2 kinds of noses, you motherfuckers. But that's a story for another day. It has nothing to do with Talia herself. So, some of you may know the production history of Talia, that the creators of the character originally intended for her to be pitched as the first trans character in League of Legends. She was supposed to be basically have been raised as a boy, but through her discovery of her power as a rock magician, and through her discovery of her own identity, transition into a new identity as Talia, a girl. That never came to pass for a number of reasons. Part of it was suppression from Riot management, because of course, as always, but also just because the team themselves knew that they were never going to get approval for it, so they never really fought that hard for it. Because they just, they had the sense that, there's literally no way in hell this is ever going to be approved. We'll have it as our own headcanon, but we'll never actually push it. So that was there, which fucking sucks. It fucking sucks that the team at Riot were like, we have this creative vision for the character, but we just know that we're not going to be allowed to follow it. We just know we're not going to be allowed to be creative about this. We're going to have to conform. And they knew that ahead of time. It's just ugh. Fucking tedious. Anyway, Talia deserves more love, says Inamus. She has a great design and interesting lore with Yasuo, but due to her kit low play rate, she gets glossed over a lot. Yeah, that happens, unfortunately. But anyway, Talia, for me, because I like her, and because this is my list, she goes into the S tier. Just because, again, she might only be A tier, except that she has different eyebrows and a different nose. Right. Moving on to Talon, Mr. Assassin's Creed himself. Talon's kind of boring. I know he has fans. But for me, he just looks like an extra from some other video game that wandered over. Oh, Reggie DCH, no, it's not Tencent. Tencent doesn't give a damn. So long as they censor it in China, Tencent doesn't give a damn what the Riot Games puts in the game in the West. So it's not Tencent that are forcing them to do any goddamn thing. It's internal censorship, which is what every person I've talked to who has tried to get anything queer or LGBT through in the Riot design team, every time I've heard from them, the pressure comes from the American Riot team. It's from American management. It's not... Tencent doesn't give a damn outside of China. They don't give a damn. Anyway, yeah, he's Mr. Assassin's Creed. Essentially, he's got the same kind of cloak that Asir does, but his cloak is it's got spikes and knives on it, which, I don't know, sorta. He's just a very generic assassin dude, with a knife and spiky and knife and spiky stuff. So I don't know what to say about Talon, really. His story is about him being a relentless, obsessive perfectionist who's completely dedicated to getting every kill completely perfect and never making any kinds of mistakes ever. And that kind of doesn't come across in his character design very much. He doesn't really look like a fussy perfectionist as such. Certainly not in his character model. But, I mean, yeah, sure, alright, why not? He's not really my kind of character design. For me, he's a C tier. I just don't feel like there's anything to say about him. Moving on to Taric. Another character people like to cite at me when I say that male characters in League of Legends are not as sexualized as the women. People say, oh, but what about Taric? Which is have you ever seen a sexualized, have you ever seen the porn that women look at? Have you ever seen the porn that gay men, he has cleavage. You can find that hot, but that's not sexualized. It's not the same thing. Just because he's hot doesn't mean he's sexualized. Anyway, that's my particular bugbear out of the way in my soul. And by the way, I think a lot of people think that Taric is supposed to be bi or pansexual. Yeah, probably, but Riot have been very definite about never ever confirming it ever. One of the writers at the time when Taric was released said, oh, Taric loves everyone. But that's it. That's all they've ever said on the matter. And they've never allowed any confirmation of that he's maybe got a crush on Ezreal or anything like that. No, he's just, oh no, he's just a very loving man. Like, so take that as you will. I headcanon him as trans or queer or pansexual as anything. Fuck Riot on this one. But there's been no official confirmation of it. Oh, Dark Requiem, thank you. Anyway, Tarek. So, Tarek's original character design was a bit of a mouthful. Or a bit of a eyeful, perhaps, rather. No, you can't. Let's see if I can find the really, really original one from way back in the day. Well, I guess that's the best I can do. This is what Tarek used to look like. Way back in the day. He was a fully armored gem knight who, like, had a thing of, like, oh, I'm gems, and I do gem magic with the gems, and the gems are truly outrageous and stuff. And he was kind of dumb and terrible and a huge meme, which he deserved to be, because he was a silly character design. So Riot decided, okay, let's take this sort of vague idea of gems and turn that into crystals, sort of, instead. And then we make him an aspect of the... Wait, aspect of the... Is it the Wanderer? What's it called specifically? Hang on. Aspect of the Protector. There it is. And have him climb Mount Targon, become an aspect. Now he's the aspect of the Protector, and he sheds all of this armor, all of these official statures of rank of Demacia, and becomes instead this wandering symbol of protection. Which is sort of... Which makes him, at least in my opinion, he conflicts a little bit with Braum in that respect, because Braum's whole thing is that he is the #1 best protecting man who protects everybody in the protecting of the League of Legends thing. It kind of overlaps a little bit with that thematic, but because he's such a different realization of the concept, it kind of works, because rather than Braum, who's this, Braum is here, you can count on me, my friend. Tarek is a much more soft-spoken, quiet, sort of masculine protectiveness. That's kind of, it'll be all right, my friend. Everything will be, like, more kind of that calm, sort of soothing, masculine personality thing that's going on with him. And so that's, like, kind of nice. In terms of his character design, he's fairly simplistic character, really. He's got the pauldrons and he's got the crystals hovering above him, but outside of that, he wears, like, a very generic outfit, really, that emphasizes a simplicity and a humility of the character. And for my money, it works perfectly well for the character that he's supposed to be. It also means that he just doesn't get to be exceptional. Like, he doesn't really get to be, like, a wow character, or well, really that interesting once you get right down to it. Anyway, I can feel my voice is definitely starting to hurt a little bit now, so I'm gonna go get myself a bit more tea, and we'll be back to talk about the demon spawn from hell.
All right, let's get into it with this little piece of goddamn motherfucker. So, Teemo, then. I was actually lightening up on Teemo a little bit. Oh, hang on. Get up, girl. I was actually lightening up on Teemo a little bit. I was kind of mellowing out on him. I was kind of becoming okay with him. A little bit. Just a little bit. And then Legends of Runeterra came out. And then Teemo decks came out. And Teemo turned out to have Elusive. And he could double the number of mushrooms in your fucking deck. And so I stopped mellowing out on Teemo. Teemo is the worst. I hate Teemo. Teemo needs to go away and die forever. I want him removed from the game. All of the games. Always. God damn it. Anyway, Teemo as a character design is, again, one of the early Yordles that really kind of defined the idea that Yordles are small, fuzzy creatures, especially apparently the male ones. And insofar as he's supposed to be like the Swift Scout, he sorta lives up to that, kinda? Like, in the sense that he's got maps on his back and he's got goggles, I guess. He doesn't have a spyglass or any travel equipment that seems like it would be useful for actually scouting around or anything, but he does have the spyglass. What am I saying? He does have the spyglass, but he doesn't have any, like, camping equipment or anything that seems like it'd be useful for scouting. He's got a blow dart, of all things, a blowpipe, which is kind of weird. And Teemo isn't, like, a terrible design. He's just... I don't know. It feels hard to talk about Teemo because he's kind of been eclipsed by his status as a fucking meme. Teemo is a meme. Like, he's a meme in the League of Legends community, which is why he's never really going to be changed. He's way too iconic in League of Legends. They can't change him substantially, really. And we also really don't know where Teemo belongs anymore, because in Legends of Runeterra, he's associated with Piltover and Son. He hangs out there, he grows his mushrooms there, which I think he's still found in the Kumungu jungle ultimately, but then he's also, like, the Swift Scout of Bandle City. Like, that's the whole thing, is he's a scout for Bandle City, and is that still true in the current version of the lore? Unknown. He kind of needs a lore update to clarify where he exists, and he also needs a complete goddamn... Like, all the Yordles do. The Yordles themselves need a complete lore update. Bandle City needs a complete lore update to clarify what the hell it is and how we're supposed to think about it. I'm never going to stop being kind of salty about the way that the Yordles are still kept so deeply ambiguous. But anyway, that's Teemo. Let's get rid of him. Let's go over to Thresh, another character who was my main for a good long while. And Thresh is like... I have some mixed feelings about him, because there's two things I really fucking like about him. His hook and his lantern. Like, those two things are such a cool thing to base the champion around, as, like, he's this chain warden. So he's got this lantern that he carries with him, like, as though he's walking down the prison hallways, just monitoring for trouble. And then he's got the hook that he uses to capture people and entrap them. And those two things are really, really cool put together. And I really like the idea of the floating, flaming skull with even, like, hooks on the ends of its skull dreadlocks? I don't know what those are supposed to be, but, like, that's a very cool character design idea. The thing about Thresh that bothers me a little bit is that, well, it's all of this. Like, it's just all of this everything. There's, like, this bone collar and bone straps around his body, and then he's got these bone spikes coming out of these bone things with skulls and bones and skulls and bones and skulls and bones and skulls and bones and keys and skulls and bones and spikes and keys and skulls. He's very extra. Like, there's so much going on with Thresh. And it just feels like way too much, and none of all of this skull and bones undead nonsense feels like it really ties into the whole chain warden idea. Like, the whole idea of Thresh being this, like, cruel jailer who keeps people trapped and tortures them over time. All of this skull stuff is just like, he's undead, he's undead, he's undead, he's undead, he's undead. Do you get it? Do you get it? He's undead. Do you get it? He's undead. Do you get it? Do you get that he's undead? Because he's undead. He's an undead guy who's dead, who's undead. Which, like, it's just... It bothers me a bit, and so I keep him, like, in a B tier. Because, like,
if you had a more focused, sleek design, like something that was smoother and more clear in exactly what it wanted Thresh to be, I feel like it would be an A, but as it stands, is like, this just, to me, feels just like a mess. It feels messy, rather than, like, directed. Moving on to Tristana. Tristana, the Megling Gunner. So, it used to be in League of Legends for a very long time ago. I think it was very quickly retconned, but it used to be that Bandle City was occupied by two species, the Yordles and the Meglings. And the Meglings were basically gnomes, I think, and I think maybe Poppy was originally supposed to be one of them, but Tristana was the first and the only one that was ever named a Megling in the lore, to the best of my knowledge. And what was a Megling? I don't know, and neither did Riot, so they retconned them out of existence pretty quickly. But, like, yeah, basically gnomes, essentially, I think, was what they were supposed to be. And so we got Tristana out of that, who did not look anything like a Yordle once they started retconning that, hey, Yordles actually the furry ears and they're kind of fuzzy little creatures, Tristana ran into a problem because she just looked like a tiny gnome thing. And so she got her rework, which still, to this day, I feel like Tristana has some of the greatest animations. In fact, I need to show you some of them. I need to show you some. Timo.gg, model viewer. Give me the Tristana, because Tristana has some absolutely fantastic animations. Let's see if I can find... Yeah, there we go. Have a look at this. Where's the other one? No, it's the... It's her spell. Is it this one? No, but like Tristana is some of my favorite animation because her entire character is defined by her relationship to her gun, to her cannon. Why can't I find the one I'm looking for? There we go. Is defined by her relationship to the gun, to her cannon, as she's one of the first characters in League of Legends that used this extreme squash and stretch technique to really emphasize like the agility and the fun of this tiny little Yordle, because that's one of the problems that old Tristana had, if you remember, is like she was basically a head on legs. Like, there was basically all that was going on. She was a head on legs that kind of wobbled around the battlefield with a giant cannon, and the size relationship between the Yordle and the cannon was terrible. It made it impossible to animate her in any kind of an interesting way. And so new Tristana comes along, and they solve that problem by going, okay, let's be fucking Looney Tunes about it. Let's just go hard on getting... that was in... Let's just go hard on going completely cartoony with this tiny little thing that carries these enormous cannon around and just animate the hell out of it. It's just absolutely brilliant animations. Anyway, that doesn't have anything to do with the character design. The character design itself is also quite good because much like Poppy, they keep it pretty simple. She just wears this kind of blast suit with like a glove to protect her, and other than that, like very simple. With like, she's got some bullets because the main draw of attention with Tristana is her big face, which is one of the first faces that had full facial animation, by the way, on League of Legends characters, and the giant cannon that she carries around. And that simplicity works in her favor because that's kind of all you need to know about her, is that she is this enthusiastic, happy little cannon girl who's gonna blast you to Kingdom Come if she gets the opportunity to do it. And just because I love her animation so much, she's an S tier for me. Right, Trundle. He's one of the early, like, full, complete reworks of a champion in League of Legends history. And I remember at the time, the League of Legends community were very, very, very upset that they lost the original Trundle, who, like, those of you in the audience who are like a little bit older might remember, was a truly like brilliant, gorgeous, iconic, and very important part of the League of Legends visual universe. And I can't believe that they would take this brilliant masterpiece of a character away from us. I mean, I for one miss his cracked little toes. I just adore. Now, as I've said previously, I do lament that League of Legends moved away from having ugly characters, from having unpleasant characters, characters whose fantasy wasn't being badass or being cool. And Trundle is one of those, certainly. But also, I will not argue that the trash troll that Trundle used to be was a particularly compelling character. Like, even as an ugly, disgusting character, he wasn't very compelling or interesting to really look at. There wasn't a lot of good storytelling there. At least I didn't think so. Trundle, as an ice troll, as a member of like the Freljordian community, has a lot more story to him. He has some power structures to interact with. He gets to, oh, I see, traditional Trundle, is it? Frickin' horny chat. There you go. There you go. Traditional Trundle. There you go. Yeah, that got a lot of people very horned up when they revealed him. But yeah, he has, because the old Trundle had nothing to interact with. There were no other characters that interacted with his region of the world, that were part of his universe, that were really part of his story. New Trundle, because he's part of the Freljord, as people can stop thirsting over the forest troll, because he's part of the Freljord, has a lot more stuff to interact with. Like, there's a lot more story for him to be part of. There's like people who can manipulate him, antagonists that he can deal with, and etc., etc. So yeah, New Trundle is like a much better character design than the old one. That being said, he's also like just an ice troll. I don't feel like there's that much to him as such. Oh shit, I accidentally opened up Premiere Pro. Didn't mean to click on that. Go away. Go away. There we go. There's not that much interesting about him. Like, he's got the giant ice club, and I like that he's got red hair as a contrast to his blue body and the blueness of the entire rest of the character. But outside of that, it's like, yeah. And then there's Tryndamere. Yeah. He's got horns on his helmet. Like, why does he have horns on his helmet? Why would you do that? Well, obviously because you're doing a fantasy barbarian character. So Tryndamere kind of takes the same strategy as Braum, where the whole thing of him running around without his shirt on is supposed to be about he's impervious. Like, he's literally too angry to die at all times. So he's impervious to the cold. He doesn't give a damn about it. He will run around with his fucking biceps out and do this thing. But ultimately, Tryndamere is also just like, he's just every barbarian in every fantasy game. Like, he's all of them. He's got a skull on his belt because why? Because barbarian. He's got a horned helmet. Why? Because barbarian. He's got chest without clothes on because barbarian. And he's boring as hell, and I don't want to talk about him. Ashe deserves better. Although they do complement each other in how terrible their designs are. Moving on to Twisted Fate. He looks better, I think, in the new Tales of Runeterra short, where, like, the one where he's interacting with Misfortune, where they've eased back a little bit on, like, the golden pauldrons on the coat thing, and leaned more into the wandering gambler aesthetic with, like, the vest and the shirt and, like, the sort of well-polished demeanor and manner. But Twisted Fate is also the original cowboy character in League of Legends. He's the original, well, howdy there, ma'am. Like, he's the original that thing. The original fedora tipper. And that legacy still very much comes through. Let me see if I can find... Let's see if we can find his original splash art. Yeah, that looked something... I can't find a good size version of it, but... That's more or less what Twisted Fate was like in the early days. Like this, don't know what the fuck it was supposed to be, kind of weird mix between a toreador and a wrestler and a cowboy. And he looked terrible. And then there was his character model, which looked something like that. Which, like, I don't know what the fuck any of that was supposed to be. So it was an upgrade when eventually he got turned into something that looks vaguely human. And looks vaguely like it could justify the smarmy attitude that he comports himself with. But outside of all of that, Twisted Fate just isn't an interesting character design. Like, he's every goddamn Wandering Gambler design already. The Tales of Runeterra version of him is more like a B tier. But Twisted Fate to me is a C tier, because, like, yeah, I've seen a million of these characters before. There's really nothing unique or interesting about him as such. Right, Twitch. Now, as some of you may know, I keep rats as pets, and therefore I'm kind of inclined to be charitable towards dear Twitch, who is the only true rat in League of Legends other than Silas. Sip tea. But Twitch has kind of the same problem that some of the other characters have, in that he has no lore. The only lore he has is, like, he's a mutate, it's a sewers, rat, big, mutate, shoot things with crossbow. That's it. Like, that's literally all there is to Twitch. There's no story, there's no lore, there's no concept of what is he about, what does he want, what's his mission in the world, what's he trying to do? Is he trying to accomplish something? Is there anything that... No, he's just a rat who sewers shoot people. That's it. And, like, as such, like, he's a good character design for that. Like, he looks like that. But, again, he's also painfully generic in kind of the same way that Twisted Fate is. He's just a giant fantasy sewer rat who shoots things with a crossbow. He's like a Skaven. And I wish there was more to him. Like, I wish there was more of a sense of what is he, what does he want, what's he trying to do, how should we relate to him? Oh, his original model? Yeah. This is the original Twitch model. Kind of just not very good. And, like, I wish there was more to Twitch, because if there was, then I could probably put him in a higher tier, because his character design would have something to interact with, but as it stands, no, just frankly not so much. This just isn't a lot to him. Moving on to, speaking of old character models, hello, Udyr. You should really just be replaced with Spirit Guard at this point. But yeah, Udyr is another one of the awkward champions who has been kind of left behind by the state of the lore over time, because originally Udyr was like a wandering wild man, basically, like, who was able to channel spirits of animals and stuff, and then he ran into Master Yi and was unable to defeat him, like, wasn't able to land a single blow on him because Master Yi was super good at dodging and stuff, and then Master Yi taught Udyr to control his rage better, sorta, kinda, and then Udyr joined the League of Legends because of reasons. That has been retconned rather substantially in that Udyr, for one thing, he's Sejuani's father, which, that's a thing, and secondly, skin changers and berserkers and shamans have become part of the Freljord mythology. People who take on the characteristics of various animals, especially bears, in terms of the Ursine, who take on the characteristics of the Volibear. Oh, it was Lee Sin. It was not Master Yi, it was Lee Sin. You're right. They take on characteristics of bears, like moose, and like whatever other animals live in the Freljord. And that's part of the shamanistic tradition, which is something that Lysandra has... Yes, he is Sejuani's father. That was revealed in the short story that he got recently. Which is kind of a big deal that they never followed up on. And if you want to know about Sejuani's mother, you should read the Ashwarma, the comic, because it goes into detail about it. So that's Udyr is now from the Freljord. He's a shaman from the Freljord who left the Freljord and traveled to Ionia in the hopes of finding some peace and quiet from all of being a shaman apparently is a kind of powerful form of empathy where you become keenly, just painfully aware of all the thoughts and feelings of every other living thing around you, all of the animals, all of the people. And that was so painful for Udyr that he went to Ionia to try and learn to control himself. I think maybe he met Lee Sin before that. Lee Sin was traveling through. Something along those lines. He trains with Lee Sin, he learns to control himself more or less, returns to the Freljord, and joins up with the Winter's Claw to protect his daughter Sejuani, who has made the unfortunate decision to join up with the Ursine, hoping to call on the power of Volibear to help her in her battle against the Avarosans. And so Udyr, at least in that story, is preparing for a final confrontation with Volibear, essentially to protect the soul of Sejuani from being corrupted by the presence of Volibear's overwhelming godlike power. The trouble with that, of course, is that Udyr doesn't look like he's from the Freljord at all. He's wearing those ridiculous sandal shoes that are, very evocative of, Ionia in this case, but just, generally the kind of thing you associate with Asia. He's got prayer beads around his wrist. He's got, it's a gi. It's basically a martial arts gi that he's wearing, and then he's got this bear skin on his head. So nothing about him says Freljord. Everything about him says, I'm from Ionia, I've been living on Ionia, I'm an Ionian, Magic Asia kind of archetype character. And that again comes down to him just being a really old character design from long before any of those things I just said made any sense in the context of League of Legends, but it does mean he has a really weak character design, especially compared to the lore that he's supposed to embody. Plus, you have this wild berserker warrior man who's constantly being possessed by animal spirits and literally pressing shards of steel into his palms to try and control his overwhelming urge to turn into various animals. This doesn't look like that. This looks like someone who's in control, who's powerful, who knows exactly what they're doing. It doesn't look like a ragged lunatic who's just barely managing to hold it together with a combination of training and literal self-harm. 6 hours and 40 minutes, yeah. And we're still at Udyr. Well, how many have we left now? It's 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 more! And then we'll be done, my friends. Oh, Lord. Hello, Urgots! As we talked about previously, Urgot is one of those champions who used to be just ugly and deeply unappealing, and that was kind of part of his fantasy, who was then retconned into something way more badass and appealing as a power fantasy. In this instance, Urgot was the loyal executioner of Noxus, who something betrayed blah blah blah, decided Noxus was bad at doing strength and he was going to do strength way better, and became basically the bane of Son. And I mean bane in terms of the Batman character, he became the bane of Son. And he's obsessed with restoring strength. That kind of thing. He's obsessed with strength and restoring power and grabbing power, and has become a menace in the lower city of Son, fighting against Vi and Caitlyn at one point, actually. As a kind of cult leader of a cult of technology-obsessed lunatics who want to do a violent uprising against Piltover, which, frankly, I can't disagree with, because Piltover fucking sucks and Son deserves a lot better, but still, nonetheless, he's evil cult leader guy who has to be defeated and put in prison. As for his character design, I kind of like the mechanical spider thing. I think that's very appealing. It's definitely not something that you get in a lot of other games, and it's certainly not something that exists anywhere else in League of Legends. He doesn't look like derivative of anything. The arm cannon is a little bit silly, I think, rather than intimidating, but I do love the whole, I open up my stomach and fire out a harpoon, and then I grind you to pieces. That's a very cool ultimate, and a very cool part of the character design. So, for me, Urgot is a B. Because he's good for what he needs to be, even if some parts of him are a little much. Maybe an A? Maybe I should be generous, actually. Yeah, I think so. Because like he's a good character design. I just can't help but weep a little bit for the loss of old Urgot. Because I'm old and nostalgic and my opinions don't matter. And now Captain Demon Pants himself. Here's Varys. And get yourselves ready for another, well, resentful rant and riot. Oh, no, Giuliano, this stream isn't going anymore. I've stopped. I'm not streaming right now. This thing you're seeing, it's a complete illusion. Captain Demon Pants Varys. So, Varys was a lot better before his retcon update. He was a lot better before he was a Darkin. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Varys was retconned into being a Darkin. Before that, Varys was an Ionian archer and guardsman who was guarding an Ionian temple place, and then his family got murdered by Noxians, and so he went into the temple and was like, I'm gonna take this dangerous evil goop and use it as a weapon to kill Noxians with. And then it was a whole revenge thing for his dead family, and that was kind of Varys' whole deal. Then we get to the point where they decide to retcon him into a Darkin in order to kind of clean up the League of Legends universe a little bit. And one of the things Riot decides to do in conjunction with that is to also retcon who Varys is. Varys is the bow. Varys is the Darkin, but the body that you're looking at is the body of a man named Valmar. Valmar and Kai are lovers. Well, they're never ever called lovers. No one ever calls them that in the official lore. They're called Heartlights. Oh, they're Heartlights. Lovers? No, that's too gauche. We'll call them Heartlights because, you know, maybe Heartlights could also just be really good friends, you know? So anyway, they're two hunters in Ionia. Valmar gets critically wounded during a Noxian attack. And Kai takes him to a temple in Ionia that's otherwise defended, where it's rumored that there's a powerful artifact that can maybe help restore his lover to life. So they plunge both of them into the deep well where the bow, Varys, is stored. Varys immediately takes over Valmar's body, but Kai's spirit gets dragged into Valmar as well, creating this trio of spirits that are occupying the same space. The reason why Valmar is not instantly corrupted by Varys the bow is because Kai is there with him. They've got two spirits to resist the power of the Darkin. That is the only reason why they haven't been fully corrupted. And so the character itself is a tug of war between Valmar and Kai on one side, trying to hold on to their humanity, and Varys, who wants to be a Darkin and murder things. And of course, Valmar has a pretty heavy lust for revenge against the Noxians that Varys is constantly using to try and pull on him and get him to be more, you know, Darkin and demonic. On the one hand, it's nice to have a canonical gay male romance in the game. It's nice that that's theoretically there. What makes it less nice is that for all of this fucking update, they did a whole music video. They did like a whole song and dance production about this update to Varys. They didn't actually update Varys. They didn't change anything. They didn't add like the spirits of Valmar and Kai floating around him. They didn't add any new voice lines. They didn't do anything. Like there was nothing added to the game itself. They just said, "Oh yeah, two gay dudes are inside there and they're fighting with the Darkin." Maybe, or they're Heartlights. I don't know. We're not going to say gay. We're not going to say lovers. We're just going to say Heartlights. Because why name the thing that it's actually supposed to be? And so for me, that's always been bothersome. Now, if you look very carefully on the splash art here, you can maybe, and I don't even know where the hell they are, you can maybe see here, around here, that is apparently Valmar's face, screaming in the dust. So that's where we show that he's there. And I think supposedly Kai's face is somewhere in the dust clouds as well. But good fucking luck to you if you want to try and find it. So it's this update where they do make this whole song and dance production number about, oh yes, finally, this canonical gay male couple, yay! And then you can also see them, like, just desperately trying to do everything they can not to show anything anywhere where they would have to actually, like, do some censorship for it in countries that are, like, more homophobic. And it's that frustrating thing of, like, you can tell that the people, like, the creatives at Riot clearly wanted to. Like, they've been fighting for this, and, like, we can finally get something. It's not perfect, but we can finally get fucking something. But you can just tell the management structure of Riot and the business concerns of Riot, the company, interfering and going, yeah, couldn't we de-emphasize it a little bit? Couldn't we make it a little more subtle? Couldn't we just tone it down a little bit? Don't call them lovers, call them heartlights. Like, which is the frustrating thing, of course, because I don't have anything against the people, the creatives at Riot who came up with this and implemented it, because I know for a fact, by the way, the Varys update, the whole music video, all of that, it was done 2 years before they published it. And the reason why they didn't publish it for 2 years is because internally at Riot, there was a struggle between the management who just didn't want to publish the thing at all, and the people who had made it who were like, no, this fucking thing needs to be published. We spend a ton of money on it, and also we want to do this thing. Which is why I'm so fucking bitter at Riot about these things. It's like a bank, goddamn corporate coward assholes strangling their own creatives. Anyway, Varys, he's C tier. Like, yeah, fine, he's a Darkin with a bow and but that's the whole thing. Production history, you know. Moving on to Vayne, another character that I don't have a lot of positive feelings about. Like, I mostly have negative feelings about her splash art because her pose is dumb. But Vayne as a character is another one of those that's, like, fine. Like, I've never really had any strong feelings about her. Really. Because, like, she's got this kind of Blade-esque vampire hunter, you know, Mistress Maven of the Night thing with the... I don't know why she wears sunglasses at night. That seems like a bad idea. But, like, Hunter of the Darkness, sort of uncompromising, like, moral absolutist thing with the big bow gun. And, yeah, sure, why not? Like, she's mostly fine. She's a little bit generic and boring vampire hunter thing, but she's mostly fine, and she looks cool when she tumbles around, and yeah. I don't have strong opinions about her, really. Yeah, she's boring Bayonetta, she's a Batman ripoff, she's all of those things. There's nothing especially noteworthy about her. Moving on to Veigar, though. Veigar. I wish I could put him in a higher tier, because I really like his character concept. But I can't, because his character design is terrible, and he's just a fucking black mage. Like, he's a black mage from Final Fantasy. He literally just that. So, you know, there's that. Anyway, Veigar. His old lore kind of sucked a lot, but the modern lore that he has now is that he was a Yordle that was captured by Mordekaiser and tortured for, like, a long time. Like, a lot. He just many hundreds, a lot of torture, just a bunch of it. And then Mordekaiser let him go free. And Veigar had been completely and utterly corrupted by this torture. Like, it completely shattered his mind and ruined him as a person. And so he set out into the world obsessed with becoming the biggest, baddest, most evil overlord that has ever walked the planet. And he tries to do that. But the trouble is, Veigar, it always kind of seems, coincidentally, weirdly, that no matter how much he tries to do evil, he keeps accidentally doing good instead. For example, he'll show up in an area, he'll find the biggest, baddest evil wizard that lives there, and then he'll go to their tower or their lair and destroy them to prove his superior power. And then all the peasants roll up and go, hey, wait, hang on, did you just destroy the big evil wizard who lived in the tower here? And he'll be like, yes, because I am Veigar and I'm the most powerful mage alive. And they go, oh, thanks, good, nice. Oh, that was very kind of you. Thank you. Like, he ends up accidentally doing good all of the time. And the implication is, yeah, Veigar was tortured by loneliness. The implication is that it's his real personality isn't actually evil. His real personality isn't actually cruel or anything. And even though he sort of consciously tries to pursue evil, he always ends up doing good because that's who he really is. That's his real nature. I am evil, stop laughing! Yeah. That's his true nature. That's who he really is. And that's what shines through in his terrible, terrible decision-making in his attempts to become an evil overlord. And that's a lovely lore and a lovely story. But he's a fucking black mage. So it's the same thing as with Cho'Gath. Like, Veigar is literally a black mage from Final Fantasy with some more spikes on him. And that, like, he deserves a better character design than that. He deserves a way better character design than that. Plus, his animations are terrible. Like, he's just not... He's not a very well-crafted character, I think, in terms of his visuals. So, F tier is where he has to go, even though I would love to put him higher. No, because I look at his character design and I just go, yeah, but you literally do anything else, though. All right, time for tentacles, everyone. Assume the position. So Vel'Koz for me is immediately a B tier character, because there's a couple of things about him that are really, really good. Vel'Koz is a really nice representation of the Void as a thing. Like, he is this scouting entity from the Void that's been sent to Runeterra to gather information, and he gathers information by disintegrating things into their constituent particles. And he's like this obsessive, emotionless scientist personality that just floats around and tries to figure out absolutely everything. And I like that. Like, that lore conceit is really good, and the character design that they have for that works for those purposes. Like, he's literally just an eyeball. Like, he's an eyeball, an observer, a thing that exists to look at things, to gather information, with tentacles as appendages that it uses to gather that information, like, because it needs to manipulate the world. But it's also an incredibly simplistic design. And it's like, yeah, it's good, but there's not much to it, is there? It's like very simple. There's not a lot of stuff there really to talk about. He's like, everything with Vel'Koz is kind of out in the open and obvious. And so it's not an A tier for me, but it's not bad at all. It's good. Grayson says, assuming I wasn't in position all stream. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm glad you're having fun. Moving on to my girl, Vi. My girl, Vi. I love so much about her character design. I really do. I love so much about it. But I have two nitpicks that kind of ruin it for me a little bit. Nitpick number the first. She's wearing a corset. And that, okay. So Vi's dynamic with Caitlyn, as you may remember, is that Caitlyn is the stuffy, uptight, rules-abiding, law-following, like, oh, we shouldn't cause too much property damage, blah, blah, blah. And Vi is punch first, ask questions while punching. She's the one who charges in and smashes things, who breaks through all the limits, who doesn't give a damn. Like, she's the punk to Caitlyn's uptight, like, she's the punk part of the odd couple, right? So why does she wear a corset? Why does she wear a garment that is explicitly about being restrictive? About limitations, about not being excessive, about not doing too much. That's a nitpick that I have that kind of bothers me. The second one is, what is this? What is this noodle arm? What is this tiny little spaghetti thing? She's wearing like 150 pounds of pure mechanical punching power on the end of her arm? And what is this floppy little noodle thing? Like, I'm not saying she should have like Braum or Illaoi-sized arms, but she should at least have muscle definition? Like a little bit? Just to show that it's remotely possible that she can lift this thing? Like, yeah, so those are the nitpicks that I have that kind of, I still love Vi deeply, but for me, when I think about her character design, it just, in terms of ranking, it just knocks her down to a B, when she really should be up here somewhere, but yeah. But I love Vi. Like, I love the personality, I love the punk aesthetic. One thing I really love about her, let me say something positive, I love the little frilly skirt. I love that. I love that she has this little feminine frilly skirt, like, poking out of her side, so that it's not like you don't have this kind of tired stereotype that in order to be, like, a punchy, like, rebel kind of girl, you have to be masculine. No, you can be feminine. There's lots of feminine ways to also be punching people in the face and shouting at them. Like, I like that. I like that there's a femininity to her that's very deliberate and explicit. Moving on to Victor. Yes, glorious evolution, blah, blah, blah. And Victor is a character I don't like that much, really, because, like, the whole conceit of Victor, like, the whole point of him is that he's a transhumanist, essentially. He's someone who's replacing his own body parts with mechanical parts, and who's making himself into a emotionless machine person. Let me just find, and he's one of those situations where there's a skin that I feel like would actually work better as his base character design. Not necessarily massively better, because this one is a little bit silly, but prototype Victor, for me, feels a little bit closer to the thing that Victor is kind of... The thing that his lore says that he's kind of supposed to be, like, this person who's, like, clearly replacing large chunks of himself with mechanical bits in a way that's way more visible. Because the problem with this version of Victor is, like, he's just looks like he's wearing an Iron Man suit. Like, that's the thing, is, like, he just looks like he's wearing a suit. I can't see the cybernetic graftings. I can't see the melding of flesh and machine. I can't see that. And so it just looks like a dude in a really snazzy suit of armor, and that kind of bothers me about him. And the second thing is, like, I feel like if you were gonna do the mechanical arm thing, why not give him 2 or 3? Like, why just the one of them? Why not give him a couple, and then have them all blast the laser together and stuff like that? Like, there's lots of places where Victor's character design is just, like, it feels like it should have been pushed, like, 2 or 3 steps further. Like, just 2 or 3 steps further in the direction it was already going, in order to really get there and land. But because it isn't, it just, like, I've never really vibed with it. I've never felt like it was very good. It's very clear that the metal is designed into a ribcage. No, it's not. It looks like chest armor. Like, the ribcage isn't down here. This is his midriff. This is his guts. The ribcage is up here. And there's no ribcage there. So, no. Anyway, Vladimir, the Hemomancer. Be careful to pronounce that word correctly. So Vladimir is a character I've softened on. Like, his knife fingers are dumb. Like, the knife fingers are super stupid. And the knives on his coat are super dumb. Like, just, why does he have knives on the sleeves of his thing? I think that's dumb, but I have softened on it. And the reason why I have softened on it is, let's see if I can find what I'm looking for, is this. Legends of Runeterra did it. I've softened on Vladimir because of this, because of these ridiculous punk emo kids who, like, constitute his posse. His posse and his little group of followers. Because there's this gaudy sense of sort of punkish fashion aesthetic to them that, like, you know what, yeah, I can kind of see that Vladimir would put on this ridiculous costume of, like the most obvious vampire baron I've ever seen in my entire life, with the ridiculous onion hair, because it's part of that act, like, because it's part of that little cult that he's setting up, and he's being this ridiculous larger-than-life character. I can see that with the striped pants and the stupid coat. I can see that. Like, that kind of works for me. Like, that, yeah, you know what? Sure. The reason why I've been kind of sour on Vladimir for a long time is that like, in terms of his lore, he's supposed to be this ancient, like, basically functionally immortal blood sorcerer who learned his magic from a Darkin that he killed long ago, who's been, like, emerging in and out of Noxian history for centuries whenever it suits his particular needs and wants and wills, and this kind of Dracula figure. And that is with his dumbass fucking coat with his giant collar, and the thing is, it just never, I could never get sold on it, but if we reconceptualize him instead as much more of like a guy who's putting on a ridiculous, eccentric aristocrat act, yeah, you know what? That works for me. Like, I can put that in the B tier. And then we have Volibear, finally getting to the newest member of the League of Legends updated champion club. Dear old Volibear. And, I mean, yeah, outside of like, Ornaringa, like, this is the most obvious furry bait I have seen in a very long time. Like, good lord, they really want you to get horny for that one, furries. And apparently they have succeeded as well, going by how the internet responded to it. So, Volibear's update is miles better than his original version, and they usually are. Like, the original version of any champion that gets an update tends to be in need of an update. Fiddlesticks is a prime example of that, and it certainly is much better tied in with the current aesthetic of the Freljord, like with the heavy rune stones and like the braids and the true ice that he's got hanging out all over him. Yeah, all of that works way better with the current aesthetic of the Freljord. I don't think I have the Volibear theme, sorry. Yeah, the 1,000 pierced Volibear. Like, that's then my... That's my salt. Is the 1,000 pierced Volibear, who should have been the base goddamn skin. But because some people, I guess, who were Volibear mains, or whatever, the people who play him the most, or whatever, and who have the most investment in him, or whatever, decided that they didn't want a cool motherfucking badass Eldritch horror god Volibear for some reason. I don't know, guess they're weak or cowardly or something. Then you get stuck with this as an optional skin, and this thing is a base skin. Meh. Like, I'm kidding, mostly. I really wanted the horror version of Volibear, but this is fine too. So, my only criticism of the Volibear update is that, like, why does he have pecs? Like, they've leaned a little bit, for me, a little bit too hard into making him humanoid. And I would have liked them to keep him just a little bit more bear-like, rather than giving him, like, the rippling upper arms and things like that. I would like him a little bit more of a feral animal kind of feel to him. Specifically because that's kind of his whole deal. Is that he rejects humanity, he rejects, like, being domesticated, he wants to be wild, he wants to be the wild animal, the wild spirit of the Freljord. So, you know, but as I can tell from chat right now, the pecs have certainly served their purpose of being fan service for the horny people. So, you know, yeah, good, fine about that. I would just have liked him to be, like, more bear, like, actual animal bear-like, rather than, you know, hot, sexy bear-like. Well, as a character design, like, don't have the new icon for him here, but, I'll be happy to put him in A tier. Because, like, yes, it's a really good expression of exactly what it's supposed to be. Speaking of furries, let's talk about Warwick, who is simultaneously really good and kind of a bother for me. Anyway, the Dark Prince says the Vladimir needs a VGU or at least a voice update. His Legends of Runeterra voice is stunning. If it would push him towards Bloodlord. What do you think? Also, Daddy Vladdy, drink me dry, please let me join your cult. I love how horny you all are. Hey Sky, I love the stream. I've watched the entire time. Really? I'm not sure I have watched the entire time. Which F character do you think would need the fewest changes to become an S? We can tackle that one once we're done. But I'll get back to you on that one, John Funk. And Hatson Cat says, I've been here since the beginning, and God, this has been a trip. Hell yeah, it has. And also, chat is a hive mind, and I can't escape help. Anyway, Warwick. He's simultaneously a really cool design that I really like, and also kind of not as good as I feel like he should be. So Warwick's story, for those who don't know, is that he was a man named Warwick who was captured by Singed and used for absolutely horrifying biological experiments. Singed essentially tried to turn him into a chimera monster, a hybrid of man and bat and wolf, like a whole bunch of different animal characteristics thrown in there. Now, if I say bat and you are a little bit like, what? What do you mean bat? How is it bat? How? Well, there. It's the ears. And that's the thing about Warwick that's a little bit, like, it's a bit disappointing to me, is that he was supposed to be this chimera monster, like this fusion of multiple different animals, like, into this humanoid form. But the whole bat thing just really only comes across with his ears. Everything else is just pure werewolf thing. So it's a little bit like, okay, not quite living up to the advertisement there. But on the other hand, I love the werewolf thing with, like, the chemical tanks and stuff, like, on his back and all the mechanical stuff that's attached to him and grafted to him. This being both a werewolf and, like, a Frankenstein's monster kind of thing is a really cool combination. And Warwick's update to me is one of those that, like, easily goes into the A tier as well. Because, like, there's a little bit of disappointment in that it wasn't more of a chimera, but it's a really fucking cool werewolf. And then there's Wukong, who is, well, he's Wukong. Like, he's Wukong from Journey to the West. He's literally Wukong. And I'm kind of like with Vhagar and with Cho'Gath, I'm tempted to put him in the F tier, but I can't, because it's like he's like a mythology character. He's not directly ripped off from another intellectual property. He's not like ripped off from Spawn or Final Fantasy. He's just a monkey. He's just Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. And one of the weaknesses of his design that creates is that he's a Vastaya from Ionia, right? But he doesn't look like anything from anywhere else in Ionia, because most of Ionia tends to be stuck really hard in Korean and Japanese aesthetics much more than they ever seem to be stuck in Chinese aesthetics. And Wukong himself is based really, really heavily on a particular kind of Chinese medieval aesthetic. And that kind of just leaves him a kind of weak addition to the ranks of the Vastaya. And then the fact that he's also just like, they didn't even make any changes. He's just the fucking Monkey King from Journey to the West. Like, literally just the fucking Monkey King from Journey to the West. So, well, yeah, Glam Yon has a Chinese influence to his character design, which is something that only seems to exist in Legends of Runeterra, though. Anyway, here's Xayah. And Xayah is someone I have some... See, because here's the thing. I really like Rakan, as you know, if you were watching the stream earlier. I really like Rakan. I think Rakan is great. But the whole point of Rakan is that he's a bird of paradise, right? And birds of paradise are famous for the males being incredibly extravagant versus the females who tend to just be like small brown birds with absolutely no extravagance about them whatsoever. Rakan is really loud and bright and colorful and extravagant, but then Xayah is also bright and colorful and kind of extravagant. Like, she's got more muted colors, sure, it's like more like dark blues and reds and purples, but she's still also that. And what I would have really liked from the couple, like the thing that my pie in the sky dream that was never gonna happen, is that rather than having her be just another fucking Ahri, and I mean literally, let me see if I can find that face. It's a particular piece of promotional artwork for Xayah. Yeah, there it is. Like, it's literally just Ahri. It's literally Ahri with like a nose ring. That's it. Anyway, the thing I would have wanted, really wanted, if I could have my way, is that Rakan stays exactly the way he is. Like, charming, big, loud, bird of paradise dude. But then Xayah is much, much more like a bird. Like, they really act, like, give her, like, a fucking beak, or, like, big, like, make her look, comparatively to Rakan, like, ugly, kind of scary, actually, because that's kind of their dynamic, is that Rakan is the, hey, let's all have a dance and have some fun, woohoo! And then Xayah is the one, I'm gonna fucking murder every single Noxian in the world. Like, she's the one who's the radical terrorist character, essentially. Like, the one who wants to murder all the Noxians and throw them out of Stygian land. She's the extremist. And that extremism is not really reflected in her character design. She just looks like Rakan, where I feel like you could push that in terms of the character design way harder and make her look like almost ugly, and play into that like dimorphism that you're working with, like sexual dimorphism between birds of paradise, where the male birds are all bright and colorful and cheerful looking and the female birds are not. Like, there's so much more you could have done with the contrast to really create this horrifying odd couple dynamic thing going on with them, but instead they went with a different thing. And it's not like, yeah, like a harpy, like much more like a harpy. And it's like, what they went with instead, though, was that Xayah and Rakan are that completely insufferable, like super attractive couple who just love each other so fucking much and who can't stop making out all the goddamn time. And who are like always like two seconds away from just jumping on each other and humping. Which, like, this kind of obnoxious, but you also kind of envy them that they're so fucking horny for each other all the time. Like, that's kind of more what they went with. Like, this yuppie couple that you kind of love to hate, which I think is okay. Like, it's all right. But it just, I can't, Xayah is just another hot girl. Like, again, because League of Legends has so many fucking hot girls already, having yet another one with Xayah is frustrating, and I'm less willing to forgive it for that. So, Rakan stays where he is, but Xayah unfortunately goes down to the C tier for me. Then we have Xerath. He's like fine. My one complaint about Xerath, actually, my one complaint, and it's kind of a major one, is that he doesn't look like he's from Shurima. Specifically, like, what Xerath is the former grand advisor person to Azir, who was a slave, and Azir was kind of slow to free the slaves, even though he promised to free the slaves. And so Xerath eventually grew resentful and plotted against Azir, and then right at the last minute when Xerath was about to spring his trap, Azir was like, hey, actually, I've decided to free the slaves, and Xerath was like, well, fuck. Too late now! And then he starts doing the bad thing and tries to ascend, which doesn't go so well for him. And Renekton and Nasus show up with a coffin, that's a magical coffin that can contain things, and they lock Xerath inside it, and then they lock him away in a tomb, along with Renekton, who's then driven completely insane by Xerath being a fucking dickhead all the time. The trouble I have is that this shattered coffin that's sort of still barely holding Xerath in check doesn't really look Shuriman. Like, it doesn't really look like it's from Shurima, and that again is because Xerath is a lot older than all of that. Which is like, this is a bother and a half, but that's my major criticism. Outside of that, he's just like, well, he's just a power elemental mage guy. And like, I'm kind of wavering between C and B, C tier, because he's kind of boring. Like, he's just lightning with hands, and which is like, there's not much interest in him. He's just like, how do we embody power? Oh, I guess we'll use electricity, and it's fine, but it's not great or interesting to me. And then we have one of the big contrasts between Splashheart. Because Splashheart, he's like sexy spearman, and then you look at his actual character model, and he's like this fucking old dude. Poor Xin Xiao. Anyway, Xin Xiao is another very boring character design. Because he's like, he's a Chinese spear guy. That's it. Like, he's a Chinese spear guy. Like, specifically his aesthetic is like Chinese military history inspired, and he has a spear. And he does things with the spear. And again, he has the same problem that Garen and Lux share, that Demacia's aesthetics have kind of moved on around him, like, a lot. And he really doesn't look like he's a high officer of the Demacian army anymore. He just looks like some rando with a spear and a blue banner on it. And so Xin Shao, for me, again, is also, like, a C tier, because, like, he's not necessarily F. Because, like, hey, at least he's an Ionian in Demacia. There's a mixture of the two styles, slightly, kinda-ish, maybe. But it's not a very good one. It's, like, just... Which leads us on to another Ionian. Hello, Yasuo. So the trouble with Yasuo is that there's only two places I can possibly put him. I can put him in S tier, or I can put him all the way down in F tier. Those are the only two places that Yasuo can occupy. He can be the best thing in the entire fucking world, or he can be the worst trash that anyone has ever seen. There's the only two options with Yasuo. But in reality, he's an A-tier character design. What I like about Yasuo, what I really quite like, is that he has that wandering samurai Ronin aesthetic down pat. Like, that's completely down and very well integrated into him, down to, like, the bottle of alcohol that he keeps with him all the time. I like the big, puffy, sort of, samurai Champloo hair a little bit that he's got going on there. I like the wind as an aesthetic and sort of the wings on his ridiculous shoulder piece, which doesn't make any goddamn lick of sense, but it looks cool, so rule of cool on that one. I like the cloak. I like that he's topless. Like, I like that that's a thing, like, sort of showing him as a kind of free spirit. And he is a very solid character design. It's just that, boy, howdy, the people who play him are probably very nice to their parents. So, moving on to Corpse Daddy. So, Corpse Daddy Yorick, for me, wavers between a B and an A tier. And probably more like a B tier, really, because he is just, like... He's a gravedigger monk dude who... Monk, gravedigger. But the thing that kind of pushes him towards the A tier for me is that he looks like a monk gravedigger guy, but he doesn't look like a monk gravedigger guy from anywhere else. Like, he looks like he's very familiar, like, specific to Runeterra. And then the thing that pushes him back down again is that he looks kind of vaguely Pan-Asian-ish. He really doesn't look like much of the aesthetic of the rest of the Blessed Isles. Which sort of, like, so I'm kind of all over the place with Yorick exactly where to put him. But as a character design, he is, he's actually kind of, he's kind of an interesting character in that the necklace that he's wearing around his neck is a bottle of the same waters of life that Maokai, I believe, absorbed out of the ground that helped him survive the ruination and just become a twisted tree ant. This is his source of life. This is the reason why he hasn't been completely taken over by the Black Mist. It's the reason he's able to summon ghouls and the Maiden of the Black Mist to do his bidding. That water of life is the only thing that keeps him safe. And I like that as a character concept, that he has this tiny little thing hanging around his neck, which is the only thing that keeps him safe from anything in the world. From everything in the world of the Shadow Isles. I like that he's a gravedigger. Like, I like that as a character concept, to have a gravedigger and an undertaker as a champion. That's a cool idea, and having him be like a ghoul master. Yeah, sure. But I also don't look at him and feel like, oh, wow, what a cool, that's such a cool, I never thought of that myself. He just wears kind of pants and a shirt and his belt, and he's got this thing on his back that I don't know what it is, but maybe it means something. So he's like, yeah, he's fine. He's fine. It's fine. And then we get to Yumi, who's a literal cat. She's a cat. It's meow, meow, kitty cat, meow, cat. There's a couple of things about Yumi, though, that are relatively unique. You've got the big golden whispers and the golden eyebrows and the little gold, whatever the hell thing she's wearing. And of course, the fact that she's riding around on Book. And I really, like, Yumi on her own wouldn't be that interesting to me. I guess it's just a fucking cat, like, who gives a shit? But Yumi and Book, that's a good comp. I love that Book seems to have a personality and talks to Yumi and kind of admonishes her and tells her, like, stop chasing this thing around and let's move on. Like, they have this odd couple dynamic where Yumi is the ridiculous... She's literally a cat. Like, she's a fun-loving, incredibly easily distracted, kind of silly, dumb, and adorable. And Book is more serious and kind of careful-minded. I like that the book itself is a portal to different dimensions that Yumi can kind of jump into and go to different places. Like, there's a lot of good stuff there. I won't say that Yumi is like an S-tier character design, but because of Book, I want to put her in A-tier. Because they have such a cute dynamic, it's good. My headcanon is Lulu is Nora with amnesia. I mean, that's not impossible. Not impossible, I guess. Anyway, let's move on to the Goo Man, to Zack. I used to play him a lot in the jungle for a while. I really like him. I really like his design. I like his character animation. I like the concept that he is this... Essentially, he's like 6 years old, or something along those lines. That he was created as a bioweapon, and then the scientists who created him decided instead to take him home and raise him essentially as a child, as they began to realize that he was actually sentient. And as he finally grew up, now they retconned it. It used to be that his parents were still alive and perfectly happy and living in Son, and he would go home and visit them every once in a while. But then Riot, for some unknown reason that I don't understand at all, retconned it so that Zack's parents were actually murdered. They're dead now, and Zack is Batman, or Goo, slimy Batman. He's got a Batman backstory, where he has trouble controlling his anger and his emotions, and he always explodes, partly because he doesn't have the grounding influence of his parents around any longer, which is... I don't really agree with that particular retcon. But anyway, Zack is a cool character design. He is not 100%... Like, we have seen slime characters in many video games before, but he is somewhat unique to League of Legends, partly because of that huge lower jaw that he's got, which is a detail about him that I really like in his splash art. It doesn't come across so well in the character model, but I love because it gives him this permanent grin. Like, he's almost permanently got this shit-eating grin on him. This confident, like, yeah. Like, which ties in very well to his kind of bratty teenage personality, backed up by the fact that he's like a brick shithouse of a thing. Still, he's not the most unique thing, so he's a kind of a B-tier character for me as well. And speaking of B-tier characters... let's put Zed next to Shen, just for the neatness of it. So, Zed is the fucking Shredder. Like, he's the Shredder. Like, he's every generic evil ninja master guy. He's all of them. And he's cool. Like, he's a cool character design. I'm not saying he's not, like, rad and stuff. But Zed is, like, he's just a ninja guy. He's just a ninja guy. Like, he's literally just a ninja guy. And I don't know what else to say about him, because, like, it's just, yeah, he's a good contrast to Shen, I suppose. Like, they're two different versions, like blue ninja, red ninja. Yes. Okay. I guess that works. That's fine. So, moving on to Ziggs. Another one of the Yordles that defined the Yordles ultimately as a furry little species. Ziggs is kind of... I'm mixed on him, because, like, on the one hand, the point of Ziggs is that he, like, his personality is explosions. It's bombs and explosions. That's everything that he's about, is bombs and explosions. And to that end, it makes perfect sense that he's got a giant bomb on his back and he's always carrying bombs around in his hands. And the bombs are the colorful thing about him. The big, bright, colorful thing that you look at. And it also makes sense that he's wearing like a blast suit, essentially, to protect himself from the blasts that come from his bombs, which is why he can do bomb jumps and stuff like that. But on the other hand, it also just kind of leaves, like, outside of the bombs themselves... is really kind of boring and just has that giant Cheshire cat grin as the only thing to really recommend him. And it kind of makes him hard to talk about. I do like that he had a comic where he essentially had a brief romance with Jinx, because they both love explosions so much that they bonded and almost kind of fell in love over it. Fortunately, they didn't fuck, but yeah, they probably got close. And the consequences of that happening, I don't even want to imagine. So yeah, there's not much to say about him. And then there's Cillian, who's, I'm sorry, I'm gonna put him in uncategorizable to be charitable. Because, well, he's so fucking old. Not just because he's an old man, but he's from the very beginning of League of Legends, and he has never been updated ever. And nothing about his character design right now, nothing, chimes at all. He's clock chimes. Jives or chimes at all with what his state of the lore is. Like the whole thing about Ikathia and Zillion being unstuck in time. It's like, he's just the most generic time wizard I have ever seen in my life, and he desperately needs an update. And until then, I'm going to call him uncategorizable. But, like, if I didn't, then he would be F tier, because it's just not good at all. It's so bland and generic, like, painfully so. Which leads us on to Zoe, everyone's favorite character that we love. Zoe, dear Zoe, aspect of Twilight. Zoe. I like Zoe a lot. I think Zoe is good. Like, in terms of, if you want to have a trickster god, instead of doing a fucking Loki, yeah, you know what? Like, a 14-year-old overexcited girl who likes lol so random humor, you know what? That's a good mix. That's a good match for that, because that makes her exactly the right kind of fucking annoying, but also kind of adorable, so that you hate her, but you can't hate her too much. In terms of her character design, she's kind of the halfway point between a Disney princess and a Steven Universe character. And I don't know to what extent that's a good thing. Like, the one thing that bothers me a little bit about her is that her clothes are way, like, I don't know what to make of them, basically. You got this Shuriman aesthetic jewelry that she's got going on, which makes sense because she's from Targon, and Targon and Shurima share a common aesthetic heritage, which is something that's explored in the lore, which makes a certain degree of sense. But then it's like the neck warmer, but also a crop top and hot pants. Sorry, I just don't really know what to make of it. It does make her look like playful and young and like always comfortable wherever she is, but I don't know. I like the long hair. I like the long hair that contains stars and stardust and that spins into this purple thing over the course of the thing, because again, that kind of shows the changeable, chaotic nature of her character, that she leaves a trail of stardust wherever she goes. Like, that's all very good. So for me, Zoe is like an easy A tier, because it's a character design that I wouldn't know how to improve, really. Because it occupies a unique space, it brings something new to the table, it's different from other women in League of Legends, other girls in this case. And yeah, it does the job. And also, I think it's a testament to the success of the character that so many people find her so fucking annoying. I think that's good. Anyway, hello, Poison Ivy. I didn't know you were licensed to appear in League of Legends. Anyway, Syra's an F tier. Syra is, she's Poison Ivy. It's Poison Ivy. It's a Poison Ivy cosplay. It's like some Elseworlds, alternate universe Poison Ivy thing that managed to show up and be in League of Legends. And there is a much better version of her. Let me see if I can find it. Did they happen to post it? No? We have to... Okay. Excuse me. So this is a video from Subjectively, which is quite a good channel. You should subscribe to them. They did a redesign of Syra, where they turned her into actually the thing her lore says she is. Because the lore says that Syra is a sentient plant who sort of absorbed some aspects of humanity into herself and then began traveling across the world trying to spread herself and consume all life on the planet. Having a carnivorous plant with like a plant face and this like completely plant-covered body. Like that looks like a plant monster that wants to eat the world. This looks like a this looks like a Poison Ivy cosplayer who's gonna take first prize at your favorite anime convention. Cause it's I can't. There's nothing to say about it. She's just fucking Poison Ivy. That's all. It's just Poison Ivy, and there's no way around it. Like there's no way around it because it's so obvious. So she's an F tier. Anyway, there was a question from John Funk about which one of the F tier characters would need the fewest changes to become an S tier. And I honestly gotta say that that's Kai'Sa. Because, like, literally just give her battle damage, stop having her wear makeup, give her, like, actually, let me see, Kai'Sa concept art. I can actually show you some of this with concept art that Riot Games themselves developed. If I can just find the picture I'm thinking of. Where are you, you little bastard? Because there are some early explorations of Kai'Sa that are absolutely brilliant. Like, that really do capture this sense of, like, desperate survivor character. Specifically, okay, there's some concept art that shows her specifically, like, having these wild, unkempt dreadlocks. Like, just kind of falling all over her face, completely unkempt. And you've got stuff like, for instance, this right here. This one over on the right, where you can see her eyes are completely black in black, right? So you can see that there's something alien about her, that she's, like, she has, on some level, merged with a symbiote from some other world, like, that makes her look inhuman and kind of scary and dangerous. And it's little changes like that, like, if they had just actually made the character that they said that she was, give her a little bit of muscle definition, a little bit of battle damage, stop having her wear makeup, and stop trying to make her hot all the fucking time, that would have been an S character. Easily. To me. And that's definitely Kai'Sa is the easy, like, the one that requires the fewest changes. Because she doesn't need a full remake. She doesn't need a full rework. You just need to change some of the details that they fucking fit her. But, yeah. That's it. Any other things? We've been going for 7.5 hours. So, you know what? Let's keep... anything else? Questions? Something you want to know? Something you want to ask about any of the champions? Because I don't have anywhere else to be. Compared to last year's, I don't have last year's. I'd have to load up the video and see. I guess we could do that, though. But, oh boy, we managed to get through it. Somehow. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Let's compare. See how hypocritical I've been in changing my mind about absolutely everything. Where are you? That will have been September, August, June, July. Where's May? There you are. Hello. Let's see. Finished list. I can see that here, I think. Yes, there we go. Okay, let's see. We've got Azir, Bard, Camille, Echo, Gnar, Ivern, Jhin, Jinx. I put Karthus in S tier? Really? Huh. Well, he got bumped down, didn't he? Okay, no, this would take... There's 150 of them. It would take a million years to compare that. You can do that for yourselves, you guys. Here's 2 hours, $2 for 8 hours of work. Thank you very much. That's a nice hourly wage for a freelancer. All right, you have to face facts and give us a guaranteed best boy for League of Legends, an SSS plus boy. Who is it? You dodged earlier, not this time. No, but there's, like, different things. There's not one of them that's the best. They're good at different stuff. What character types do you want to see represented? Give us an old witch! I don't understand why there isn't an old witch in the game yet. I don't understand that. Like, why isn't there an old witch? Like, that's the most obvious fantasy archetype. What champion remake would excite you the most? Oh. That's I really like Annie to get a proper rework. I think that one would be the most exciting. Thank you for rating Fiddlesticks so kindly. You're welcome, Lepus. Good work, man. Thanks for a great time. Thank you, Johnny. That's kind of you. Let me... Oh, God, I'm gonna try and keep up with chat here, which is not easy. Hang on. There. Slow mode enabled, I think. So that I can keep up with this. Any chance of doing a tier list for all the legendary skins? Like, that might be an idea for a future stream. But I don't, like... I've earned quite a bit of money, to be transparent, from... Oh, God, from the super chats during this live stream. And it would feel a little wrong to me to just do, like, a bunch of these streams just to cash in on it. So... like, one a year, maybe, for stuff like tier lists like this. Maybe every 6 months, something like that. Maybe. Just not to, like, over-exploit it too much. Also, just to save my voice, Jesus Christ. The monkey's paw finger curls. You get a 500-year-old witch, but she looks 18, has makeup, and a giant hat and a bikini. Oh, God, don't. It's gonna be true now, calling Bluebird. I love how most of the champs I made it to S tier. Well, you've got good taste. Who would you say you have the most disappointing lore story potential? Oh, that's different from character design. The most disappointing story. That's a different thing. Who do you think needs a rework right now? Everything in F tier and uncategorizable? The most disappointing story. That's actually a little, because, like, some of the ones up here... Like, because the thing about... Most of the champions have really disappointing stories. Because Riot doesn't do anything with them ever. So, you know, it's like Diana and Leona not being girlfriends, like not being star-crossed lovers is a big one. Like, that's a huge fucking missed mark. Varys, well, no, the whole Darken thing, kind of, like, they did such a lot of good content for that, and then they just kind of dropped it like a ball. And I don't, you know, it's like, there's lots of bad things that are just not followed up on ever. That I really wish they'd do a better job of. Let's see. Do it, content deserves pay, T ain't free. Yeah, but I want to make videos, though. I don't want to stream all the time. Let's see. Have you seen Twisted Fate Level Up Animation Legends? Yes, of course I have. Many times. It's very good. Would you ever do a redesign? I don't know. Like, if it takes a lot of work. And, like, I have so many other things to do. Like, when people ask me, would you ever do X or a video about Y? The answer is almost always, yeah, I would like to. If I had the time and, like, I didn't have to pay my rent and stuff like that, you do a million things, but there's only so much time and I have to prioritize things. For example, I really want to finish Dark Souls 2 soon. Why'd you just kind of gloss over Rammus and just drop him in S tier? Just for the meme? I mean, plus, he obviously belongs there. Where else would you put him? He can't be anywhere else. Rammus is perfect. And anyone who disagrees is an enemy who must be destroyed. Have you any non-FromSoft games you're interested in streaming? Yeah, tons of them. Like, I streamed Final Fantasy VII Remake for like 40 hours when it came out. So, yes. Am I single? Yes. What do you think makes Teemo worse than Rammus as a meme champ? Just curious. Rammus is fun, Teemo is fucking annoying. And they're both good memes, but, like, Rammus is fun. Would you do a redesign along with Subjectively? I mean, that's kind of up to them. Would they want to? I don't think they know who I am, so... And I don't know them either. Like, I've never talked to them. So, I don't know how... Heck, if I know, I'd have to talk to them to find out whether I would. What's more important, reworking old champions or adding new ones? Reworking old ones. Like, just fucking follow up on something. Like, they need to add new champions to the game because blah blah monetization etc. But God, I just want them to follow up. I just want them to write stories about the champions we already have. There's 150 motherfucking these assholes, and there's gonna be even more by the end of next year. So, no, just rework the old ones. Write more stories for the ones we already have. Stop making new champions. What's the best lore with the worst character design? Oh, I mean, that's Kai'Sa. Like, just because her character design is so shitty. At least to me. Like, again, all of this is opinions. It's not objective, it's opinions. Hey, TBSkyen, been a fan for years now. Love your content. What's your favorite piece of fiction that Riot has released so far? What else would you like to see added to the developing universe? I've already talked about that. It's Echo's short story Lullaby. That's my favorite fiction. You should look it up. It's amazing. Would you ever do something similar to Nakrit's video on the champion themes? Like the music? No, I'm not a musician. Well, I am a musician, that's a lie, but I'm not a music theorist. I don't know anything about music theory at all. I know how to play chords on a guitar and piano and stuff, but so I don't know music analysis. Which champion do you think has the best connection between their gameplay and character story? Gameplay and character, probably Fiddlesticks, really. At what point would the game collapse due to over 200 plus champions? Yeah. Like, at some point, you can't put any more champions in League of Legends. At some point, they kind of have to stop, I think. Favorite region? Freljord? My favorite piece of music from League? I don't know. I don't know. I'm really bad at picking favorites. Like, it's rare that I have a clear answer. Like, I know Freljord in Runeterra, but that's only because of Braum and Yordles. What characters would you like to see in Legends of Runeterra, as they probably get a mini update? I mean, all of them? Like, I don't think there's any character I don't want to see in Legends. Well, Kai'Sa. I don't want to see Kai'Sa in Legends of Runeterra. But any of them, all of them. I don't know how to pick a favorite there. Like, I rarely do. Asking me questions about picking favorites usually just gets a very non-committal, vague answer from me. What is Yi's story-wise if design is C? I guess it's like a C or a B also. Like, I don't find him very compelling. He's like, oh, my village was destroyed and now I am sad about it. That's not really... Would you think old Soraka is better than new? Not in terms of quality, but I did like she was a more compelling aesthetic, I think, because she was less obvious hot girl and more like weird goat person. Were you disappointed that Evelyn and the other demons aren't the 10 that Fiddles was talking about? Yeah, a little bit, because like it just kind of seems to indicate to me that they're planning to do 10 more fucking demons. And as I've mentioned before, I don't want them to add more stuff to League of Legends. I don't want them to add more characters. I want them to just develop the ones that you have. But that's me. What deck am I playing in Legends of Runeterra right now? I recently played a Karma deck that was all about replicating spells to trigger Puffcap Peddler. And I could never get it to work. Like, I could never get the Puffcap Peddler to really go off. But I did manage to, like, kill someone by casting, like, 3 Mystic shots in a row with a leveled up Karma on the board. It's just smashing his Nexus. That was very funny. That's going to be up on my second channel in not too very long, if you want to watch that. Yeah, Kenji, that I don't know how to pick favorites, especially, like, I just don't. I'm bad at it. I get into my head and start thinking too hard about it. Do you want a full Poro hero? Yes. Yes. That I would accept that as a new character, a Poro champion. What about reworking Nocturne into a demon of the 10? I don't know. We don't know what the fuck the 10 are, so I don't know how you would do that. I'd rather rework Nocturne into a sleep demon who's actually a sleep demon. To repeat the question of Chat Hivemind, what champion would you most like to bed? Oh, I have to pick? There's so many good ones. It also depends on the manner of being bedded, you know. There's many ways to have fun with someone. Late here, how is Tristana S? She's just a Yordle with a cannon and a go-getter attitude. Because she's a really good version of a Yordle with a cannon and a go-getter attitude. Oh, this chat is horny. TBSkyen wants an orgy. Well, you can't prove that. You can't prove that. You don't know that. If you could vacation to a region in Runeterra, where would it be? No. Nope. 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 Not. No. Absolutely not. I'd die. No matter where I went, I would die immediately. I wish we knew more about Ishtal, Blessed Isles, and Icathia. We'll know more about the Blessed Isles with the Ruined King game, I'm pretty sure. Like, once that one comes out, we'll know a lot more about the Blessed Isles. But Icathia and Ishtal, yeah, are very underdeveloped. Can you think of an archetype off the top of your head that you would like to see in League? An old witch. I've answered that one already. An old... old witch. Why isn't there an old witch? I don't get it. Kill, marry, fuck with a twist. You can only choose from S-tier champions. I absolutely kill Fiddlesticks, because I don't want that to exist. Marry? I'm really not the marrying kind, but if I absolutely had to... I guess I'd marry Poppy, because she seems like she probably wouldn't murder me. And as for the last one, well... Oh, there's so many to choose from. Elusive is an unfun mechanic, yes or no? No, it's not. It's a fun mechanic. You just have to actually account for it. Any skins that make characters S tier? Ooh. No, I don't think so. I don't think there's a character who would, like, get bumped all the way up there by a skin. Like, Misfortune, maybe? But even then, no. Why did you not compare Jinx to her obvious Harley Joker origin? Because she doesn't have an obvious Harley Joker origin at all. For one thing, we don't know her origins. That's one thing. For another thing, she's Vi's long-lost sister, which we'll find out when we get to the Arcane animated series. And we don't know why she went crazy. So, like, there's no obvious Harley Joker origin there at all. She's just a, like... Every smiling sociopath is not a Joker, you know. My favorite skin line lore-wise... Oh, Star Guardians. Easily. Star Guardians. That one I know. Just because it's the one that has the most potential to be an actual fucking ongoing standalone story, but Riot hasn't pulled the trigger on making an anime yet for some reason. Wouldn't Kale's Iron Inquisitor bump her to an S rank? No. A, maybe. Who do you want to have their character arc pushed forward? All of them. Every single... All of them. Like, there's no champion whose story I don't want to see developed. If I had to pick one that I really, really, really want to develop more on, I Poppy, because she has such a compelling narrative. Thoughts on Omega Squad, Vigor? Nope. What League champion fits in Dark Souls the most? I mean... Probably Karthus, really. Like, I could imagine a Dark Souls boss like the Death Singer. Seems like a sensible thing. People have been connecting Echo, Jinx, Vi, and Warwick because of their in-game dialogue. Opinions? I don't know about Echo or Warwick. Like, Jinx and Vi are sisters. We know this for sure. Warwick, we don't really know much about his backstory or background, so... Which champion would benefit from a sex change? Oh, that's actually a very good one. Because there's certain champions where... Like, this is a question you should always ask of character design. Is, like, if you make a champion one gender or another, ask yourself, could I gender flip this character? And would they still work just as well? And if so, why not do that? Like, would that be more unexpected? Would that be more variety? Would that be more interesting? And if not, you know, obviously don't do it, but if it is, you know, do. And that's an interesting question. Like, for example, I would not mind a male Evelyn. Gender swapping Evelyn would make Evelyn very interesting all of a sudden, because that's such a rare fucking thing to have a male succubus, like, or an incubus as they would technically be known, but like a male character who embodies that kind of erotic seduction. That would be extremely interesting. End the Space? No, haven't played that. Anyway, I feel like we probably wound down the questions at this point. And we've been going, yeah, let's go until we've gone 8 hours. Let's go 8 hours, just for the round number. Boy. Thank you. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's still 1,000 people here. I cannot believe that. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Like, so many of you are here, and it's been so much fun watching chat get horny about every other character that we talk about. And I've had a lot of, like, my voice is hurting a little bit, but it's been a lot of fun. And I'm really glad that you all tuned in and you indulge me in this ridiculousness. That's very kind of you. And also thank you very much for all the super chats. Like, genuinely, you may have paid like a month's rent for me with the super chats this time around, which is very nice, because the channel was like, after I went to the hospital, videos slowed down and my ad revenue kind of tanked. So this has been helpful, besides being funny and fun. Thoughts on Eldritch Horror Volley? He's better than Baseskin. He should have been the one we got, but we didn't get him because, I don't know, Volibear mains. Bleh. Who do you think is a himbo amongst the male champions? Oh, Rakan, obviously. Massive himbo energy coming off him. What makes Janna more appealing than the likes of Kaisa? I feel like she's one champ that needs a visual redesign other than Kale. Yeah, Janna could definitely do... Like, make her naked. Just do it. God damn it. Or make her into a proper wind spirit. Yeah, Frederick the Catfish. I went to the hospital. It was fine. It was a false alarm. Everything was cool. I'm totally okay. But it took me some days to recover. Which male champion has the biggest... I mean, Hecarim, probably, statistically. How would you improve Ahri? I would have her character design reflect more her current state of lore, where she's kind of horrified by the things that she does to people. Like, she's been sucking people dry of life force for a long time. And she doesn't like that. Like, she's struggling with guilt and fear and pain about it. And I'd like to see that reflected in her character design more than her seductiveness. Favorite League ship, as in potential couple? Braum and Ilaoi? That would be funny. And kind of cool. Kayn should be deleted and replaced by Rost alone. This is not a question. I just want you to read it out loud. Well, I mean, Kayn has his place. He's there so that you can be very happy when Rost finally takes over. Super chat, stop me buying my fast food. You help me. Okay. Oh, yeah, cook some food. It's good for you. Do you think Riot should kill off characters? Yes. Yes, because there's 150 of these motherfuckers and we don't need all of them. Like, Gragas would be a good candidate to get killed off, just to get rid of him. Like maybe Shaco, Xin Zhao. Like, kill off Garen, like, to give Lux's storyline some drama and tragedy. Because he's a guy with a sword, we can replace him. Any thoughts on Garen and Katarina in Legends of Runeterra, since they pretty much... Garen and Katarina has been confirmed for ages and ages and ages. That's not new. Let's kill Gangplank again, yeah. Kassadin could be killed and affect nothing. Yeah, that's one of the weaknesses of the character, is that he has no connections to anyone or anything else. Sona Main here, kind of sad to see her in F, but it's understandable, and I wish she got a rework. If you got to be the director of the rework, how would you rework her appearance, lore, abilities? I mean, I'd make her not be a Hatsune Miku clone anymore, in terms of her visuals, first of all. I would give her a more elaborate instrument, something that's not just like 6 strings nailed to a board. I probably wouldn't have her floating, because that's kind of weird and random and doesn't make sense when she lives in Demacia. Probably would decrease the bust size. Like, I would probably make her more of a petite character. Like, to have a small stature, but then she makes big noise. Would probably be the kind of thing that I'd do. Which is probably why it's better that I'm not in charge of it, because people would riot. Do they think they should add Ornn and Volibear's seal sister? I'm sure they will. Like, I'm sure they will. What kind of animal-human Vastaya would you want to see? Ooh. That's a good question. I wouldn't mind a bat Vastaya. Like, one of the really ugly bats, like a vampire bat or something. Do you reckon that Kusho will come up again in the lore, or was he only relevant for the said comic? I'm afraid he was only relevant for the said comic. I think he's just gonna stay in that comic and not come up again. Unless he's gonna, like, people are predicting he's gonna turn into the guy who refused to die champion. But I feel like that champion they're talking about, the man who refused to die, I feel like that's probably gonna be Yone or something. Like, after they do Senna, sure, they'll bring Yone back. So, yeah. Well, Goats and Glory, Kazadin doesn't have any... Kaisa doesn't know that he's her father, and Kazadin doesn't know that Kaisa is his daughter. And they've never met either in the lore. They've only ever met in Summoner's Rift, which is not canon. So... no. Anyway, that's 8 hours. I should probably stop now. I should probably stop now. So once again, thank you all very much for tuning in. Thanks for being here. Like I said, I've had a tremendous amount of fun. So, as usual, like, comment, subscribe. Blah, blah. I have a Patreon, blah, blah, monetization thing, algorithm. If you want to watch me play Legends of Runeterra, that happens over on my second channel. There should be a link in the description somewhere. And, like, at the end of my videos, I try to encourage people, generally speaking. Like, you've supported me a lot tonight, I'm very grateful for that, but I would like to also encourage you to support other content creators whose work you enjoy. Because especially, like, these times with the pandemic and shit that's going on, advertisement rates on YouTube and other online platforms have been plummeting. Like, they've been absolutely dropping into the shitter. And some YouTubers have lost as much as 50% of their ad revenue. I haven't been hit by it very much. Like, for me, it's been like a 10% drop or something, which is fine. But some people have lost like half of their income from advertising. So if there is a content creator whose work you like, especially smaller content creators, please consider supporting them with like a donation or on Patreon or something like that, because that $1 donation is the same as thousands of views on a video. Like, it makes a huge difference. So yeah, just generally speaking, try to support content creators because they need the help a lot more than you think. Other than that, thank you all of you, good lord, so many, very much for watching. I hope you've had a good time. I certainly have. And please do remember to wash your hands.